another shot.
The dented was mental. Doing they thing, I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. But battling reasons for all, I'm up from the gate. Calling them down once already on. Don't head to the moon.
Nothing stays the same in time.
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes. Protect the environment.
And to ring all those mental moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing. I'ma come out swinging when they call brawling. I'm like I own blink going hit.
Surprised yesterday, none of us was expecting that they were going to be going through to this, but we're going to have to take a look at Team B.
Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it. The time is right for you to rise above. Yeah. Cause you could be the greatest of them all. Yeah. Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. Fight for it.
Now let's go ahead and take a look at VP or Virtus.pro. They're in the clash lane. They have Sushi in the clash lane, Alim in the jungle, Red in the mid lane, Prince in the farm lane, and Grizzly Q as the roamer here. Yesterday, they also did not have the best performance as well. Not as many switch-ups as MKOI, but we're going to see how they fare today.
Yeah, I don't think we have any switch-ups here on this team, right? They're going to stick to what they know from day one, and just hope that it kind of clearly gives them the result that they need today, which is definitely the victory that they're waiting for, right? They're currently down 4 games, right? Not a single win in these 2 series that Virtus.pro has played against. But honestly, when we start to look at the teams that they played against both of the teams from the EU region, right? They played OG Esports and Twisted Minds, which yesterday, from their performance, looked very strong.
Yeah, maybe they're not going to be switching up their roles, but we'll see during draft if they switch up their in-game strategies and hero picks, maybe, to switch it up, or we'll see what they do. Maybe they keep doing what they're doing.
I mean, I don't think they should keep doing what they're doing, right? If they're going to keep doing what they're doing, they definitely just want to execute it better, right? But again, at the same time, I feel like the way that Virtus.pro yesterday weren't able to get a victory was the fact that they weren't playing reactive enough. They were kind of just going into the games, really hoping that it's going to go in their favor. But unfortunately, they went up against teams against OG Esports and Twisted Minds, which are 2 teams that aren't going to wait for you to make the move. They are just going to go in first. They are going to make the first foot in the tango.
Today's going to be a new day. VP yesterday had a hard hand dealt to them first game versus OG. Now the momentum is reset. They're against MKOI. They're against another team that has not seen a win. If this is confidence what they needed, this is probably what they have now.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, having the confidence come through with this one, knowing that they're going against a team that didn't win yesterday, maybe is what they need, right? I think you pointed at that really well there, Yumas, is the fact that Virtus.pro wasn't quite virtuous yesterday in day 1, so make sure that they're putting the best foot forward into day 2, because after this one, they've only got another 3 games to play against, right? And I mean, it's against next RÜYA would be their game for day 3, and in day 4 they got to go up against N9Z and also AYLO Gaming as well.
Yeah, momentum is a concept that I feel that when you get momentum going in a series, you can definitely keep it flowing. It doesn't matter about the draft, it doesn't matter about the picks, you just got to get in the zone. And we're about to get in the zone here with the draft.
Yeah, draft coming through for game 1 of this best of 3 series between MKOI and Virtus.pro. So it's going to be really interesting to see what they decide to actually prio ban. I mean, we saw a lot of prio bans onto the Mai Shiranui yesterday, so I can imagine that's going to be a bit of a similar tale that we see today.
Yeah, I think Mai's been banned in every game except 1, so that is probably the most favorited ban here. Let's see what they do, though. They are first pick, so maybe they'll want to keep it up and make VP ban.
I mean, every game but 1, right? But at that currently, the treasured Mai Shiranui is on a 0% win rate, but has definitely got the appearance rate come through. And Virtus.pro, they played it yesterday, didn't go well for them, so they're going to ban it out because, I mean, maybe Kento, this would probably be the guy, the beast behind the Mai Shiranui pick that they needed, right? But we're going to go for a little bit more of the same kind of ban here. The Jing come through, very high frames, very hard to catch out into the jungle.
All these high mobility characters going to banned out here. This seems like they want a bit of a slower game. The idea, while a support is one of the more mobile ones too, Jing gets banned out, Arlie gets banned out. Arlie also had a very impressive performance yesterday. Most of the games that played in it won, if not all of them. So it's smart to take that away from MKOI as their first pick. And they go ahead and first pick Dahlia here.
Oh, the Dolia. I mean, this kind of starts to open up the draft already for the side of MKOI, right? Like, the fact that they got the Dolia come through here, we could start kind of see maybe up into the Clash lane. We might see the Elaine come through. We might get the Gan and Mo as well. But Virtus.pro are taking the Dharma off the cards for the side of MKOI and then still pinning that with the D-Renji as well.
In the name of the law, I will punish.
Interesting D-Renji pick. Usually D-Renji is not picked this early. But they're definitely prioritizing their farm lane. Now that Arlie's banned out, they lock in the D-Renji. And the classic Dolia Dune combo gets locked in here, looks like. Once you have Dolia on the board, you're starting to think about all these characters with amazing ultimates. And that is an amazing ultimate right there. Long gets locked in now.
Yeah, I mean, we're probably not going to be seeing like double infinite vastness, but the fact that they got the Lung come through here, I mean, as long as Leo Lee gets his game head on, right? If he gets the lead in the early game and gets all those itemizations, those flaming palms are going to be doing a lot of damage onto these squishier heroes like the D-Renji and the Luna.
Yeah, if you thought Long was hard to catch with one ultimate, imagine two now. That guy will never go down.
Never go down. He's like the pure escape artist of Honor of Kings.
Right, we see Luna gets locked in from VP. See, these are the heroes I want to see pros play. Luna, these high mechanical heroes that are extremely hard to pull off, but when you pull them off, they are so satisfying.
Very satisfying, but at the same time, right, you can already see what MKOI could do in the strategy onto the Gorge, right, is that they're probably going to look at trying to invade the Azure Golem more frequently now because Luna is very heavily dependent on it. But let's look at these bans, right? Virtus.pro definitely going in from the knowledge that even I have as a caster. They know that a lane could come through into the Clash lane, that Dolly has come through for MKOI, right? I mean, 2 Death on Sunsets is a really great way to get onto this backline, which is currently the main part of Virtus.pro here.
There's 90 members on MKOI that can actually get assassinated by the Luna if you look at it here. Long being the squishiest one, but he gets a get out of jail free card in that ultimate. Dune being very tanky and Dali being a little bit slippery as well too. So I'm wondering how this Luna pick is going to slot in and if MKOI actually gives it any targets.
Our lives looking
I mean, we
for
can kind of see here with the
belong.
Yixings come through as well, right? The fact is that you were just making the point there, Phil, is the fact like how are they going to catch them out with the Luna if they can all try and run away? We've got the Unruly Blade from Dune. We have Infinite Vastness. We also have the Ride the Wind as well. If they try and like invade in the early game, you're still going to have the ability to kind of just blows away these assassins, which is a really good way for Leo Lee to actually stay alive in the early parts of this game. But the Yixing with the World is my board is going to be a great way to control and just kind of define MKOI into a space that Virtus.pro can hopefully then capitalize on.
And some synergy between Yixing and Dharma here is you can set up a wall for him, right? That Truth Mantra is going to be a little bit easier to land once they're locked in. You could push them into the wall you create.
Yeah, I mean, the Charlotte here, I think, is probably a good substitute for the Elaine. Again, the copious amounts of dashes that this hero has, as well as the self-healing. We can really see this pick coming through up into the Clash lane as well. Going up against 1v1 with a Dharma, you kind of want to be making sure you've got more dashes than none when you're going up against the Dharma, because as soon as he gets that dash in, that Truth Mantra into the wall, it's pretty much a GG go next, right?
That's definitely true. You land a good Truth Mantra, those will end games. Charlotte here, interestingly enough, I don't think is the strongest team fighter here, and MKOI has drafted a pretty solid team fighting comp, so maybe they want to put more power into that side laning that Charlotte is able to do.
Yeah, interestingly, they've gone for the Huan into the support role, right? Like, we can kind of see what the utility of this pick is going to be. The Huan Grizzly Q here is going to have the main priority of trying to kind of just bait out those Unruly Blades. So if we see the Unruly Blades come through from Demon Cat here and try and set up a really good, solid team fight, they're going to be able to use the Unending Sorrow to become untargetable and just kind of exhaust it, but then also give over those healings as well.
Outside of Luna, VP's team is pretty straightforward, so it seems like they want to add another pick with a little bit of flexibility here, you want being able to do a lot of things at once, and being able to go untangible makes it hard for the enemies to just react to their plays.
Yeah, I mean, it just gives a little bit more sustain to the team fight, right, as well, because, like, they don't really have a solid front line. The Hugh one's going to be kind of, like, trying to act as that front line to bait out those skills, as I previously said, but at the same time, she can offer the heals and she can offer the CC as well. Like, quite a huge range within that circle as well.
Maybe they're adding as more of a contingency plan. Early game, she's not going to be that tanky, but as we get later into the game, she does actually round out with more of a tanky build, and that'll make up for Dharma, which is not the tankiest Clash laner as well.
So out of these two drafts here, Phil, which one do you reckon you're kind of leaning more towards? What's the favorites for yourself?
I personally really think I like MKOI's lineup. The first 3 picks they have are so solid, and since this is a shorter best of 3, being able to just get 1 win off the board with all your power picks I think is very valuable. The Dune, Dolia, and Long, such a solid 3 pick here.
Oh yeah, absolutely, like T0 picks, right? Like the fact that Dolia, I think Dolia actually came through quite frequently yesterday as well in terms of the pick rate. So in terms of her presence, I believe she was definitely one of the more chosen of the heroes yesterday as well. Actually, no, only picked once, banned once as well. So again, not quite given the frequency that she needs to, but she definitely does have that impact onto the Gorge, right? With the Wave Breaker, with the Ode as well. Definitely has everything that you need, especially with those dual ultimates.
I think Dolia is really good in draft because it opens up picks for you that are not quite tier 0, and Dolia can make them tier 0. Like the Shangwan, for example, is an amazing Dolia combo if the players can play that. It turns a pick that's not very contested and makes it really, really strong.
Yeah, absolutely. But we are going to be getting into game 1 very soon, and we kind of take a little bit of a screenshot coming through. Yeah.
As we're going into game starting up now. Let's see how they do their early wave.
All forces, move out!
Yeah, we're in game 1 here, right? I mean, we're just kind of waiting for this to come through and see how these teams actually do. I mean, like I was saying in the introduction, right? We kind of need to make sure that Virtus.pro just has a solid start and doesn't play from a reactive kind of point of view. As you can see here already, there's no real action going on for the actual game as such right now. We can kind of see that the teams are just trying to take off some of the jungle camps as expected. Just trying to get some of the resources going for the side of Virtus.pro.
I also just want to quickly mention that this thrilling season of Major West League is possible with the support of EWC, helping bring top-tier competition to fans worldwide.
Yes, the remote phones are definitely going to be the ones that are coming through, and the players are playing on here, so we've been seeing it. They've definitely been providing what they need for these plays as well. But right now, we're definitely getting a very much of a respectful early game. There's no kind of like level 1 invades yet. But so far, yeah, no action going on to the Gorge just as of yet, it seems. So far, these teams are just trying to just farm up in the early game. Oh, very close. I mean, Grizzly Q looking pretty low there. Not quite going to be able to get all the damage go through to Grizzly Q. He's definitely looking very much worse for wear.
Long goes in, takes into level 4 here as they're going for a roam mid, it looks like. A little bit of speed up here. They're only getting some vision in the river. See if they can spot out the Luna before they come in for a gank. Looks like not much is happening. Pretty passive early game here. Both sides are farming up. Usually you see a lot of action around the objectives coming up, and both teams usually like fighting for that Tyrant.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen no invade for the Jurgolem, right? I mean, it's definitely MKOI playing a lot more coy than they are trying to be aggressive. Maybe this is kind of like already showing the limits of these two teams, right? That neither of these teams can play as aggressive as some of the other teams within the West League.
It's also day 1. They definitely both got some nerves, you know. No one wants to really make a move, and they want to just rather react to the enemy's mistakes. But sometimes the initiative is very important here. As we see Red hiding in the bush here. Worlds My Board comes out, does not connect, unfortunately here. Long backs up. The ultimate comes out, and that should be the end of that engagement.
Yeah, I mean, the taking liberties came through as well. Obviously, like you said there, Phil, like nobody was caught in the board, so a little bit of a wasted ultimate already for the side of Virtus.pro. Okay, the win slash is getting connected here. We do get a kill come through. It is going to be Shishu that takes down in the first blood, yeah.
And they are still here. They're staying for the Crimson Gold here. Now with Shishu down, they can take it freely without any contestation, and Dune just jumps back over the wall. That mobility from Dune is able to join fights, exit fights. That cannot be understated.
Yeah, can't be understated, right? I mean, this is definitely what MKOI needed, right? They just needed a little bit of security, not catching the world as more board for the second time. That's 2 ultimates not actually landing right now for Virtus.pro. Definitely need to work on the Yixing is red.
Speaking of mobility, we just saw Luna steal the camp and jump all the way across the stream back to their side in safety in like 1 second here. So a lot of mobility on both sides of the game for sure.
Yeah, and we can kind of see that the fact that they got the first blood there is definitely showing in the gold difference, right? Like we're on 1.4k to about 10.7, so just flickering in between that 1k gold lead for now. But we are getting to those neutral objectives, so we should be seeing a little bit of a team fight maybe get set up here. We are seeing that Elim is going in onto Demon Cap, but actually not committing to it.
Dune gets caught out a bit, but once again, he takes that ultimate and goes out. And now it looks like MKOI is trying to fight for the objective. And down, he's down. Board comes out, grabs 3, but it looks like they want to be in there as they fight it. You can't really tell who's winning now. Shishi goes down again. But another 1-0 trade for the side of MKOI here. And they get the objective too on top of that.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of said there, I mean, he said we're not too sure like who won that one, but definitely came out on top there was definitely MKOI, right? Getting the neutral objective, getting the kill as well. So still starving the kills onto the side of VP, not being able to claim anything for themselves. They're able to exhaust the infinite fastness, but that's why they can do it a little bit more frivolously, because they have the dome.
You usually see the board come down and traps a lot of people, and it's really good for your team. But MKOI was not worried about being trapped in the box. They were trapped in there with MKOI as they took him out there.
Absolutely. Well, now we can see somewhere the gold difference is actually coming across onto the gorge as well, right? We can see that the lead is into the mid lane, the farm lane, and not quite so for the side of Demon Cat, right? He's definitely a little bit slower in terms of his farming rate compared to Elim on this Luna.
Dharma, even though he went down 2 times, he's actually not that behind in gold, which is surprising. The Charlotte has been playing relatively passively, it seems like, and not really extending that lead. And Dharma's also making plays all around the map, whereas Luna is actually holding the flash lane, as you can see on the map.
Yeah, Virtus.pro is going to be quite careful here, though. They don't want to lose the T1 in mid lane this early on. Shishu needs some backup. I mean, Red's able to catch you in the board, right? That's a good, better outcome for him.
Well, we didn't get to see here on camera, but actually in the top lane, Luna solo kills Charlotte and takes the tower. That's going to be a big swing, too.
I mean, not only that, right? They was able to get the 2 side lane turrets. They was able to T1 down into the farm lane as well as the clash. So we can kind of see a little bit of a zoned-in tunnel focus onto the side of MKOI and was able to get the objective that they really came for.
Yeah, while everyone's playing around mid, a nice little solo kill came out in the top lane. Now Charlotte's going to have to pick up the pieces here. Luna with the clash lane swap seems to be a good idea. You end up getting a kill, getting a tower, and Dharma's being able to play with the team and threaten that truth mantra there in that combo. Here's a replay of the 1v1.
Yeah,
wow, it wasn't even close.
Yeah, it was definitely a convincing 1v1, right?
Very convincing. Luna having the damage and mobility to chase down Charlotte and wasn't even in danger of dying, it felt like.
Oh yeah, no, definitely not. I mean, she was still like 3/4 health into that 1v1, but right now we can kind of see still the MKOI have got the control in terms of the gold lead.
It looks like Primal Bond has faded, and now MKOI is going ahead and looking to set up for this Overlord here. This first Overlord before the 10-minute mark is not too important, but it's better than nothing. It's good to keep position of it and get vision of it so that the enemy doesn't go ahead and get it. But it seems like they don't really want it that much.
I mean, is it the fact that they don't want it that much, or the fact that they can't really go for it? I mean, there's a lot of pressure down into the mid side of the map here. We could potentially be seeing they want to kind of make sure they're keeping hold of that T1 into the mid lane. They've more than likely still got the Primal Bond debuff as well onto the side of MKOI, so it seems like a little bit of a non-starter for me.
Yeah, for sure. They're just waiting. Both sides have mid laners that are amazing at wave clearing, so we're going to see this game probably go really late and see the scaling come out. Dune here, look at that, just a brick there, tanks the full combo, doesn't even break the shield. And that's the power of Dune, being able to be so tanky, so useful with minimal resources. Not one of the junglers like Luna, which requires a lot of resources here to make work. Only a Gambit caught out. Not much happens. Very slippery there. She is a fish.
I mean, honestly, we saw that support 1v1 going on down there. I was kind of like, what's Goose actually trying to get out of this, right? Like, he was just trying to maybe try and bait some of the skills from the Hue 1, but we kind of saw that Elim was kind of rotating very fast. I was like, mate, you want to get out of there. You don't want to get caught with Luna.
Sometimes you get lost in the wet noodle fight, but Deepa has teammates to help him to back up, because it's not going to be a wet noodle fight for long when they come in.
Yeah, no, they don't want to get caught in that one. I mean, the fact that there's like so little kills onto this game one, right? You can kind of see that there's either a little bit of hesitance going into these team fights or a bit more respect from both these teams. But the Wolfman board comes down. It does actually isolate the neutral objective as well. We do see that Demon Cat's able to get out of there, but can Leo Lee, and he's able to.
Long going ahead and ulting back out. Opposite of the first Tyrant here, VP has great positioning. The second it spawns, basically ripped it down there and didn't give MCO time to react. It felt like they were a little bit caught off guard with how quickly VP just took that objective off the board. They thought they had some more time to come in and set up, but VP's like, nope, we're just gonna finish it right in front of you.
Yeah, no, I mean, this is the whole thing with Elim on the Luna, right? Like, this is a very fast wave clear, a lot of damage going into the jungle, so those neutral objectives, especially the ones that are pre-10 minutes, aren't going to stand a chance.
Yeah, if you're not set up there early before he even spawns, the enemies will take advantage of that here. Dune going in for a little bit of damage on Luna. Luna actually getting a bit low and goes into a 1v4. I was ready to pop off there if he killed everyone.
You miss 100% of the shots you don't take, right?
Yeah, that is going to be a pretty big shutdown there. Luna has been getting a lot of farm inside of VP, and being able to get shut down like that by the Dune lets him catch up in resources here, while he has not been acquiring that much throughout the game. But now, maybe Dune goes down as he's caught himself in a 1v4. He goes down to Renji, trading junglers. Another fight breaks out here. Charlotte tries to chase down Dharma. Can Dharma survive? Dharma's on one. No, Dharma goes down to Charlotte. A lot of action here. We're seeing a lot of hero plays from both sides here. 1v3, 1v4s from all of these characters here.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to just play a little more aggressive, trying to get a best foot forward within these next neutral objectives, right? So as we were speaking about them before, the Shadow variants are now up within the 10-minute mark, but unfortunately for either of these teams, they don't have their jungler on hand. So right now, VP's making the most out of that. They're able to get the Overlord because, I'm sorry, I mean, Elim was back up, sorry, but however, Demon Cat was down.
While it was a mistake for Elim to die first in that 1v4, since he was out of the fight so early, he came back to the fight quicker than Demon Cat because he died like 30 seconds later.
Yeah, I mean, you can kind of say, I mean, there's not always a good time to die within these team fights, but there's definitely a little bit better placements of when you die with these neutral objectives.
It looks like VP, while they did get the Overlord, they don't want MCoy to get this Tyrant here. They can't really take themselves with a Primal Bond, but they're doing a good job of keeping them outside and having great vision of the Azure Golem area in the jungle. Crimson Golem, that's red side, I think. And Luna takes another tower. Both Clash Lane towers were taken by Luna. They have Smite, but that's the true Clash Lane in VP, it seems like.
I think Limit's just trying to focus onto these side lanes, right? Especially once they've got the Overlord. I think it's definitely the play they really want to go for. But the pressure here, the Wind Slash does go through. We are using the Infinite Vastness to actually be exhausted here already, and Elim taking a lot of damage.
Juice gets caught in a bit of a bind there in between 5 members of VP as they're pushing here now. And while I said this game might go late with a lot of wave clear, look, these fights can easily turn. Once we get a Dragon on tower, once high grounds go down, it's going to be really hard to hold.
Oh, very difficult, right? I mean, they're definitely making the most out of this Overlord. They're able to get the pushes into the side lanes, and now they're looking to try and take the last landing.
There's another tower. There's another Lady Jen trying to hold it best they can with the ultimate, but when there's 5 members hitting from range, there's not much you can do. And now with Primal debuff down, they go ahead and take the Tyrant. VP not starting out as strong, but it looks like in the mid game here, they really came back. They got all these objectives. I think they got the last 3 objectives in a row now, and they got the tempo on their side.
Well, we can kind of the crack started to show, right? I mean, it was very obvious when we started to lose the 2 side lanes onto the side of MCoy. That's when we really started to see MCoy kind of be like, oh no, they've kind of already got us like back towards the wall. Rather than trying to sort of like take the team fights or at least trying to pick them off 1v1, there was none of that from MCoy. They was just playing still passively, which was the problem that VP had yesterday.
the side lanes are the silent killer here. You take your eyes off them for too long, minion wave push up, someone needs to go and respond, and during that time, what do? They group up as 5, push, take an objective, catch you off in a rotation, like Goose was caught rotating bot there, trying to clear the wave, help out, get some vision, and then you get caught in the enemy jungle. Once you have the side waves pushing, you know where the enemy is going to be. They have to go clear, right? So you can set up an ambush and wait for them.
Yeah, I mean, it's not only ambush that becomes available when you have those side lane turrets being taken down, right? Like, they've now allowed the Elim's kind of like, you know what? My Azure Golem's not going to be contested because I've kind of pushed you all the way back to your base. So Elim's like, hey, I can have a free roam to your Azure Golem. I can get 2 for 1, buddy.
Board coming out here catches 2, but not much could be done from it here as they're behind their high ground tower. Important thing to note is, Dune goes in onto the Yuan, but Pop's ultimate gets out. Important thing to note is, I'm surprised MKOI is keeping up in gold. They're only down 1,000 gold despite being down 4 towers. So that's very impressive farming on the side of MKOI.
Yeah, it's the one thing I've noticed. I think it's either the impressive farming coming from MKOI, or it's the lack of income coming from the side of VP. Like, they're definitely not kind of trying to take that gold lead into their own favor, but will my board be committed
Board
here?
comes out here, traps the Dune. They're trying to look for a pick here on the tank, and he holds on barely. No, he does not. Long gets the kill. They trade Dune for Dharma as Goose gets caught out once again by Luna. And this is where, Luna goes down too. Both sides are putting up a really good fight. We're seeing that gold, the gold disparity not really playing a part here, as these are really even trades. I think it was 3 for 2, still favorable on the side of VP, but I would consider MKOI alive, so being able to trade some kills back is very important.
Yeah, I mean, MKOI's alive, right? I mean, they've got Kento, they've got Leo Lee that's able to try and like defend these minion waves coming through right now, but the fact is they can't contest this next neutral objective, which again is just another big point for Virtus.pro. Like, they're going to have now a second Shadow Vanguard that they can just use at disposal, and then it's just going to make this next attempt onto their base even easier for the side of VP.
That enhanced Overlord is usually the nail in the coffin when you're ahead here. All the waves are already pushing. MKOI is struggling to get out of base, and if they can ever push any waves, they have that Shadow Vanguard to take out the whole wave instantly from any point of the map.
Yeah, I mean, we can kind of see the little bit of itemizations come through here from MKOI. They've got the Starbreaker coming through, so in terms of like the tankier damage, they can try and like put that down onto the Huan. But honestly, there's definitely a little bit more squishiness rather than the tankiness onto the side of VP. So maybe even the Active Torment probably would have been a better build into this one. But as Demon Cat as well, he's got the Blood Rage. He's got a little bit of a more second wind coming through with that additional shield.
Both sides are actually, I would consider, pretty average to squishy. Even their tanks are itemizing a little bit more damage here. The Dune actually goes the Blood Rage instead of going full tank setup, right? The D-Renji picking up the Succubus. Very durable on both sides, so there's going to be a lot of time for stuff to happen here. Board comes out and traps the Dune, forced to use the ultimate out, and now they're getting a little bit more damage on tower perhaps. No, they're playing a really patient VP side. They zone out the tank, but they barely get damage on tower. They really don't want to mess up this push here. And Charlotte goes on to the Luna, and Luna goes down in the mid lane here. Wow,
this could be a bit of a comeback, yeah.
This could be a bit of a comeback for sure. You got to be really careful your pushes, because while your attention is focused on the tower, someone could, the defender is usually focused on killing you. She goes down as well too, wow.
Yeah, the Flaming Palms definitely came through for Leoli, right? Like, that's the reason why they're able to force themselves out of their base. I mean, Waji has to go through there and defend the Overlord, though, because they have lost the high ground turrets into the bot side and into the Clash lane as well. So they didn't get away completely scot-free on the MKOI, but they were able to actually break free of their base territory.
This is such a back and forth game here. Gold difference 200, 100 now. At first it seems like MKOI was advantage, then it threw back over to V. All it takes to throw the momentum back in your favor here. I have no clue who's going to take this one down.
I mean, first game of the day, and we're getting almost the Tempest Dragon as well, right? What we're teetering on the edge of around about 3 minutes of the Tempest Dragon. If MKOI can't close this out here, it could be very troublesome for them to try and come back. Well, my board has been committed.
MKOI has completely shifted momentum here. Now they're taking the fight to VP side, and it looks like they're Board did come out, trapped the Dune, made him lose a lot of health here. A lot of untargetability from both sides here. Long using his to dodge some damage as well. And this seems to be the end of MKOI's push for now, as we see some resets go down. They back and clear that clash lane. We have elite minions going in from there. Maybe VP can take advantage of that now that they're down. We can see a fair fight. Another board comes out, barely traps 2. But no, even though 2 gets trapped, wow, amazing Splendor coming out from using, but not enough time there. We see a lot of these boards come out and getting good traps, but MKOI doesn't actually mind if they want to stay there and fight.
I mean, they got it right. I mean, this is definitely like their last hope. Like, they've got to make sure that they make this push count, because like I was saying previously, like if they lose a team fight and the Tempest Dragon comes up in the matter of about 2 minutes now, I mean, it's on the timer. Alim died very early, so he's now back onto the Gorge. They definitely have a 4v5 still, but the fact that they've got Alim come through here could be troublesome.
Dharma might be getting caught out here in a 2v1. No. Oh, Flash comes in from long.
Oh,
gets
the
perfect
bombs.
execution there. Oh, that is not going to be good for VD side, as now MKOI should have priority when it comes to this Overlord, and this Overlord will set them up nicely for the Tempest Dragon if the game does go that far. And it seems like 1 minute away, it will go that far.
They got to watch out though, right? I mean, the fact that Mwaji is having to go all the way back to base, they're already down 1 member, so they're kind of fighting 4v4 here. They got to watch out though.
Another board comes out, traps 3 of them. This time seems like more of a disengaged board here. Trap 3, so they could not re-advance, but Yeezing still goes down, unfortunately.
Yeah, you can kind of see where the win potential comes here for the side of MKOI. Is the fact that now Leoli is activated on this lung, right? Those flaming palms are now in full potential. They are literally laying the smackdown onto these higher ground turrets.
High ground goes down, and minions are pushing to the side of VP. They might try to end it here before any Tempest Dragon, but they have a lot of minions mid here, and Dune is positioning very forward, not letting the mages on the VP side get any damage on the wave. As you see, they go ahead and engage there with the ultimate, and a full fight breaks out. Truth Mantra goes out, hits 1, does not seem like it's enough. But VP's done a good job of taking out the wave. Without the minions, you're not able to take out the crystal. While MKOI is very, wow, everyone's, it's a clean wipe here, but clean wipe, they're all on 1 HP. That has to be heartbreaking there. And game 1 here goes to MKOI.
Very good comeback there, right? Like, honestly, we were thinking when they got to the high ground territory on the side of MKOI that this was basically all she wrote, but MKOI was like, nah. Let me get Leoli on that optimization, let him get them flaming palms come through, and then we'll just tear down on your turrets. And that's exactly what MKOI did there. So game 1 going over to MKOI, even though it wasn't convincing in the early to mid game.
What an impressive turnaround there. That game was back and forth, both sides. Start off at MKOI, threw it back to VP. VP had an amazing mid game there, and 1 fight is all it takes. That's why I was saying you got to be really careful when you're pushing those high ground towers, because they get a catch on you. It completely shifts the momentum of the game. They push the waves all the way out, and VP was not able to claw it back.
Yeah, honestly, something like the pick like the Lady Chen there was honestly a crucial pick as well. So their mid lane, Kento, was just dropping those destructive deluges down as kind of like a counter disengage, or even trying to, when we saw the side of VP trying to rush into the high ground turrets, they would drop down the destructive deluge. Even when we saw the fight up towards the clash lane, dropping down that ultimate just to make sure they could take down that Shadow Vanguard at their own pace. And it definitely paid off there, because that comeback was definitely one we didn't see in the early game.
Taking match 1 is super important, because MKOI, like we mentioned prior, took a lot of the power picks game 1. So if they lost with all these power picks, they would be really struggling. Now we're going to see an opportunity for VP to go ahead and take some of these power picks. Maybe MKOI goes ahead and bans them. We're not sure, but very interesting game 1 for sure.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, some of the picks aren't worth banning, right? Like, we've seen some Doom bans being banned yesterday, but the fact that they probably wouldn't want to let something like the Lung come through, especially how we've seen MKOI play frequently, is the fact that you have to make sure that you get the Lung activated. Like, it's one of those ticking time bombs. So, again, I feel like that's a little bit more fruitful than the Dune, depending on how early they can finish these games.
We could probably see a Loon Bang from MKOI now, as they cannot play it anymore, and they don't want VP's side to go ahead and play it. I really like the Dolia pick, being able to reset a lot of the ultimates on the side of MKOI here. Sometimes people draft compositions that they have a really strong focus. Dolia needs to reset that one person, and that person goes down, and it all kind of falls apart. But when you draft the composition where everyone kind of wants their ultimate reset, it makes the game really easy for Dolia to play, and being able to get value all throughout the game, any part of the map. You can reset the clash laner, the mid laner, the long, obviously, if they need to.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it definitely paid dividends towards the end there. Like, so obviously highlighting the destructive deluge from Lady Chen. So if you can get double of those rather than having to wait for it on cooldown, it means you can kind of throw it out a little bit more rather than kind of like, right, do I use it now to defend my high ground turret, or do I use it to just kind of like, if the enemy team break through at this point, I can use it then to kind of deter them away. But we're going to get into the post-game analytics here, so you can kind of see here that actually Kento didn't die once.
Yeah, Kento 709 stat line. Definitely a lot more clean than Red's 135 there. Really controlling most of the game, being on the back line, always out of danger, dropping skills. Where it seems like Yeezing, Red on the Yeezing played a little bit more aggressively, tried to go for those boards, tried to make these aggressive plays, and when it does not work out, you go ahead and go down there.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Leo Lee as well, right? No deaths. Also, 5 kills, 8 assists. But I really honestly feel like that the MVP is probably going to go over to either one of those because of the damage that they actually dealt here. I mean, still in comparison to VP Prince on the D-Ranger, about 4k behind by Kento. But still, the fact that he activated at the right time was the real comeback mechanic here for MKOI.
Yeah, Prince, interesting to note, didn't get much confirmations of kills, but that has actually the most impressive damage in this game here, 135k. But it seems like they're lacking that little bit of damage from the mid laner here, and he was trying to carry too much of the damage there. And as you see this gold graph, very back and forth, very close to their edge there, up until the very end where they accelerated their comeback and caught the win.
Yeah, it's very representative of that game, right? Like, just an absolute roller coaster, just kind of like, it was teetering on the edge a lot of the time, especially within the early game, as you can see there, but then it goes over to the side of blue, and then even when it was kind of trying to focus and the favor of it, the goal being into MKOI, but the game still wasn't going in their favor, but they were still holding on to it, which really was the point where you can kind of see why the late game happened, right? Is the fact that they weren't able to let that gold lead go completely out of control in the early to mid game. They were able to kind of stabilize it, and then it weren't too bad into the late game to the point that they could not come back from it.
Yeah, usually we say teams play too aggressive, but maybe VP did not play aggressive enough. They were up all these towers and such. We made a point in the game gold. Usually when teams are up 4 towers, your entire jungle, you can't even leave your base, right? And they take all your farm. But VP seems to have been playing a little bit too conservative, letting MKOI claw their way back, and then they saw an opportunity, they took it and took the comeback.
When you strike, you gotta strike hard, right? And that's exactly what MKOI did here. The MVP is going to be none other than Kento. Like I said in the post game, it has to be to either Kento or Lung. But the fact that this guy just had the destructive deluge in his utility to just basically just deter the side of Virtus.pro into the base definitely makes it MVP worthy. The fact he gets 30% of the damage dealt only took 6% of the damage taken as well. Like, this guy was ducking and diving and dodging all those shots from the side of Virtus.pro.
Yeah, that's a great point to focus on here. The damage taken. When you play carries such as marksmen and mages, that damage taken score, the lower you can get it to your damage, the positioning is always keeping themselves out of danger here. As we go back into some highlights here, Sushi did not have the best game here. Pretty rough start. Ended up not getting a single kill throughout the whole game. Was not able to claw it back. Dharma is one of those characters that are kind of feast or famine. Unfortunately, this is more of a famine game.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Demon Cat on the Doom there, right? We saw it just in the highlights. He was able to use that the wind blade, the wind slash there to actually knock up the Dharma. Just gates Dharma there at that point, because he's kind of spending time in the air, and then all of a sudden we see the flaming bombs come through, as well as the damage from Kento as well. And you can even see here, this was the point of no return for MKOI. If they looked back, it would have been game over for them.
Yeah, MKOI, every time they get a little bit of advantage, they chase down the enemies, making sure they capitalize on here. And that's what cemented that comeback. A lot of times they got a kill. It was they flash under the enemy tower and get the last hit, as we saw from the Clash lane tier 2 here, or running them down mid lane. The second they get advantage, they make sure to take it, and they took it pretty well as they secure game 1.
I mean, though, look at that, though. Onto the minimap, you saw that big, juicy, fat wave of minions come through into the bot side of the map. So, honestly, if VP was able to just wipe out that minion wave coming through to their base, they could have literally won with the minions themselves.
That final fight was really, really close. Everyone inside of MKOI trading tower aggro, making sure that their minions stay alive, and then it goes down, and making sure to having to win the fight as well, too. That must have been heartbreaking for VP. That must have been very heartbreaking for VP there, you know, leaving them all in 1 HP. But that is it for this now. We're going to go over it into our break now, and stay tuned for more.
In this world, only ones in this world, only ones in this call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free from the night. You know we made it out, we found the light. I fly so high, light up the skyline. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new vibrant world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Now I see that I got everything I need. It's alright, I'm on fire, I'm alive, 'cause now I fly so high, light up the sky. Let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far, like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Honor of Kings Major West League Spring 2025 Day 2. You have myself, Blam, and with me is Ubus. We've just saw NA take a Game 1 from EU. I don't know how to feel about this. I feel conflicted.
I'm definitely a fan of NA taking Game 1 as the NA representative here. And one of the closest matches here. It could have easily went either way. So I'm excited how Game 2 goes. This might be our first Game 3 set, as yesterday was all 2-0s.
Yeah, potentially, right? I mean, the fact that this was so close in Game 1, I mean, like you said in the post games as well, right? The fact is that this is now going to be a consequence of the global BP. Like, the fact is you can't pick the Lunken onto the side of MCoy, you can't pick the Dolly, you can't pick the Dune as well. So there's a lot of picks already exhausted here, and here is the update global ban pick, and we can kind of see a lot of T0 picks like the Lung, like the Dune, like the Dolia. And if we look over to the side of VP, there's not as many being exhausted. Yes, the Dharma gets exhausted, as well as the Yi Xing into the mid lane, and the Q1 as well, obviously can be flexed into jungle, mid, or support, but they have exhausted it and can't pick it again. So they may ban it out for the enemy team, but they can't pick it for themselves.
Yeah, a lot of these power picks is off now. MCoy is going to have to switch up their strategy with some different picks now. And draft-wise, they're going to be pretty handicapped in draft, as they need to remove these picks from VP side, as well as remove other threats that they're used to VP having.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, like, picks like the Diadea as well, right? Like, we saw yesterday, the Q actually played the Diadea in game 1, but then it didn't quite go too well for him, especially going up against OG. But this could actually work for the side of VP going into a game with MKOI, because as we know in this game, they were able to actually get a great advantage over the side of MKOI, just not in terms of the gold. So, again, just instead of a silver line, it was a golden line for the side of MKOI to get that comeback.
I love the energy here on the side of MKOI, taking their first win here. They're all smiles here, getting ready for game 2. VP looks like they're out for blood, though. Look at him.
If looks could kill. If looks could kill.
If looks could kill, they are 2-0 already right now.
Yeah, they're definitely trying to want to get a point on this board, right? I think the thing that makes it more of a gutting blow for the side of VP is the fact that they were at the base. They were taking both down the higher ground turrets into the clash lane and the farm lane, but they just weren't able to get that last little bit of push. It was just MKOI with the fighting spirit, with the flaming palms, the destructive deluge. It was just too much for the side of VP.
Sometimes it's even worse than getting dominated, to know that you were so close to victory, but you're forced to taste defeat as we get into the draft here.
Yes, game 2 draft coming through here. We do see that VP is going over to the side of blue, so now they do get prior blue, so we could be seeing something like, depending on what gets banned out here in the first part of the banning phase, we could be seeing something like the Diadea come through. Maybe red will get the Mai Shiranoye maybe play a little bit better for him, but it looks like MKOI is like, nope, not anymore. Now we cutting that one straight out the gate.
VP, having exhausted the Dharma, does not want MKOI to go ahead and take it here too, as we see it get banned out. MKOI, for the second ban, has a lot of options, actually. I'm curious what they ban. A lot of power picks are still available. Luna also banned from VP here, as that's another pick they've expended already. And we see Diadea end up getting banned. So a lot of power picks for VP are available here. MKOI cannot contest, as they've played it already.
The Ali coming through, I mean, this was one of the picks we were talking about in the part of the stream, right? Like, Ali was one of these picks that came through a lot of the times, picked 4 times, banned times, but has 100% win rate. So honestly, if they can keep that win rate going here for VP, we could be onto a bit of a banger. But over to the side of MKOI, they do have another tasty T0 pick, which is the Organ.
I really like the Argon being picked with someone like Princess Frost, which is a less economy-focused character. And help out their teammates and feed all that juicy midway farm into the Agron, and hopefully have him go ahead and run the game as one of the strongest picks here.
Yeah, I feel like if MKOI here has a little bit of a know-how, I feel like they might lock in something like the Lady Sun here, because like you were saying there, the Princess Frost is not a utility, like a resource-heavy mage, right? You know for a fact she's probably going to go down to the bot side of the map to freeze the wave, whilst Lady Sun goes into the middle of the lane to pick up not only one minion wave, but then go all the way down to farm lane, pick up another, get some of those jungle camps in between as well. I feel like that might be the good call here for MKOI to go for. But instead, they go for the Byron.
Courage is me only
Mayhin we've seen pretty often, but she, not much picked. But I think she is actually a very, very solid pick here. Not many players seem to value it as much, and it gets picked up here in the mid lane for red. Byron does get locked in as we go into the second phase of bans here. Byron as well, too, a character that we've seen picked a lot in the past, but now is not as priority.
I mean, we've seen Byron quite a lot, I think, yesterday as well. He did definitely come through quite frequently. He can be a great front line, as well as kind of like trying to be like hide in the brushes and pick off your back lines as well. He does have the sustain from his force field as well, his ultimate. But the shot makes sense, right? The shot into the mid lane is a control mage. So again, one of the biggest counters for the Orgrin is just being able to get a lot of control onto it. And the fact that MKOI took the Princess Frost from the side of VP, which would have been the go-to pick against the Orgrin, they kind of fell a bit short here, even though I feel like maybe the Lady Chen could have been a bit better as well.
The Dolia ends up getting banned out here by MKOI as they took it game 1. So once again, denying that roam pick for VP. VP is only missing their roam and jungler now. So we're going to see double roam bans being banned out by MKOI. We see Liang banned from VP, targeting the roam on the side of MKOI as well too, here in the second phase of the drafts.
And then the DRNG gets banned out there. So still available is the Lady Sun, right? Again, a late game hero, which we've already seen that Leo Lee, we know he can navigate that well. They lock in the Zhang Fei instead, because they know that VP kind of have their marksman, so they can kind of leave the marksman pick right till the end onto the side of MKOI. But taking the Zhang Fei, I think, is a really good thing. know Grizzly Q loves this pick.
Zhongfei super durable here, able to frontline and disrupt the Mei Yin, and doesn't really mind getting grabbed by Shi too often. Definitely not going to get taken out by Arlie. And Arlie being one of the more lower range characters here could actually get caught out by Zhongfei's combination here. Jing comes out for VP though. Now that is a spicy pick. And Guan Yu, wow.
Taking a leaf out OG Esports book, it seems. Oh, no. Basics. They're going to go to the Liempo. They're like, hey guys, we're not going to be too pizzazzy here. We're going to go to the Liempo. I mean, it wouldn't make sense into the draft, right? Having a Guan Yu as a support would have been a little bit difficult for them because they don't really have a designated front line, but now they have the Liempo, which is one of the biggest counters for Orgren. Obviously, they could have gone for the Masashi. They didn't go for the Masashi. Went for the Jing, which is one of limbs.
And Chano gets locked in. The newest character here in Honor of Kings gets locked in here. We saw a little bit of Chano yesterday, and now we're seeing a bit more. I was so excited by the picks that I almost didn't notice it was a Guan Yu support that was about to be locked in.
Sometimes we get carried away. I mean, it's so impactful. It's so excited. The BPs are now, thanks to the global ban pick as well. So you don't know what's actually going to come through. We can surmise as much as we can as casters from the knowledge that we have. But sometimes those little pocket picks do come through. But right now, the Chano being the thing that really rounds out MKOI's draft, I think is going to be a really good pick here, because even if Alit tries to go and rotate onto their marksman now, we have the Sorin signal that can push them away.
Yeah, I really like MKOI's draft here. They're drafting like next game decides it, and next game does decide it. VP, I feel like, still are taking these lower tier picks. This is not a best of 7. This is a best of 3. You got to win right now.
Again, I think like even though like we say that, like, but the Jing is one of Alim's biggest picks, right? Like, this is a flashy pick. The Mei Yin yesterday did bear fruit into the earlier parts of day 1, but then sort of kind of fell off towards the latter part of the day. But now that they've got the Mei Yin here, kind of see that Shisu might be having a little bit more of a better time on this one, because again, both Mei Yin and the Jing are very kind of like high frame heroes. They're hard to catch out, and really what's going to be the big thing to try and catch out both of these picks is either the Princess Frost or the Zhongfei with the Unbridled Outburst. So if they can take Princess Frost off the out of the team fight a little bit early on, then all they've really got to worry about is that Zhongfei, maybe even the Byron.
Enemy minions will arrive.
I'm very interested to see how this Shi plays. I'm more of a supportive mid laner here, but able to do some of the most frustrating combos in the game, pulling you 2-3 times, and if that gets chained together on multiple people, that will spell the demise of MKOI here.
Oh, absolutely. Still spell the demise of MKOI. But again, we've seen them. They've not had when they've even had the worst early games and not the best mid game, they've always come back in that late game. So again, we could see the same thing here for MKOI, but they've got to watch out for Kento though, right? I mean, this is what, 3 men into the side of the mid lane. They've got to be careful. And here comes Goose with the backup.
They were all hiding in that bush there, waiting for an ambush to see if someone MKOI would be able to face check them there. It does not end up happening. We do have a double melee support matchup this game though, so early game should be pretty passive as both sides just try to go ahead and get their levels. But once their ultimates are in order for these Tyrant battles, is going to be very, very explosive.
Very explosive, but you got to make sure that these marksmen do get to the itemization quicker than the other, right? We really want to be seeing Chano actually get ahead of Prince there, so Leo Lee definitely needs to book up his ideas and make sure he can get this pick up at the right time. But it also means that Goose has to kind of guide him through to these little jungle objectives as well.
Liangpo goes in here for a steal. I wasn't quite sure who ended up taking it there, but it's good for him to get a clean attempt in. If you end up taking it, you deny a lot of farm from the enemy here. Interesting to note, Zhongfei here is taking heal. A lot of people like playing it with Smite for more objective control and early game wave pushing, but Goose is more focused on keeping the channel alive here with the heal, as we see a lot of divers and damage on the side of VP.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of trust issues here between Leo Lee and Goose, where he's like, hey guys, I do trust you, but I just want to have a little bit of a lifeline here with the heal.
Like, we already have one jungler, all right? We don't need another one.
Yeah.
Byron goes on to Jing here. Jing gets chunked to half as MKOI advances. Argren here goes under tower. Nothing really comes of it here, but that will give them priority on the top side of the map as they steal some farm. It seems like VP, even though they're outnumbered in the top lane here, doesn't really capitalize on anywhere else, as MKOI here is now contesting the Azure Golem. Now we have a proper fight in here. Maybe with a combo on the back line. Does not quite connect. It looks like a flash came out here. And blue buff ended up going over to Kento. Wow, okay. Yeah, it missed that action. He was focused on securing the objective, which was at the time the Zergo.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's less important on who it goes to onto the side of MKOI. It's the fact that they got it from the side of VP, right? Because that's going to really sort of burn down a limb here.
That's going to make a limb have to clear a little bit slower now, and having a blue buff on the nade as Princess Frost does not have to worry about any mana. Spam those skills, push those waves, get these roams off here as we see Boots of Deafness on Princess Frost. As mentioned prior, taking more of a supportive role on Princess Frost, going ahead and letting the Arger in here clean up most of the farm and getting them ahead, and making sure they're always around to help out the team.
Yeah, I mean, you can already see, though, that Prince is actually having a better early game in terms of resources going over to the side of VP into the farm lane over in Chano, and they're going for a little bit of a 1v1 down to the bot side of the map as well. But the good thing about the Arlie is that they can get out, go in, get out, and just try and negate as much damage as possible.
Both sides are really tanky. They try to catch out Liang Po. Does not quite happen. I like Grizzly Q's Liang Po. Goes in, tries to fish for some plays. Oh, and then... Okay, while we're talking about that, we see Arlie go ahead and get is that a solo kill onto Channel there?
It was indeed. It was a solo first blood, and that's given him enough gold to get the Doomsday. Well, so again, a great early game item for Arlie, one of her kind of staple items as well.
Arlie, one of those characters, once they get ahead, can really take control of the game. That a lot of mobility with a frenzy on too. So if you let them get out of control, they can do so much damage where they can just tank what you do to them, you know, and shoot you down from range.
Yeah, I mean, we're kind of seeing here from VP a little bit the same MO, right? They're looking to focus these side lanes, and I think if they do this again, I feel like Virtus.pro, they want this winning game too. They just make sure they don't take the foot off the gas.
Tyrant has been defeated.
Tyrant ends up getting taken here by the Jing. Jing ults over the wall, gets it done before MKOI can even really react. These high damage junglers with the first objective can just take it out so quickly that if you're not right there present, ready to react and smite them for, they're just gonna take it from right under you.
Ooh, I mean, a nice little phase check there, though, for the side of VP, right? Like, Grizzly was going right for it. He was gunning for Kento.
VP taking a page from MKOI's book, tries to go for the blue buff. All right, let's now play the game of spot who got it. I think Demon Cat ended in that one there, as everyone threw their abilities.
Yeah, it's literally like, yeah, it's like, who got the Azure Golem? Let's look at the portraits. But no, yeah, Demon Cat was able to secure that one, which is going to be good for him. Definitely doesn't want to be losing that Azure Golem being on the Orgrim. The last thing he needs is an Orgrim with no mana in the match, and it's going to be Leo leading, beaten down by a limb.
Channel's getting caught out just off of camera here every single fight. We're seeing the Channel, newer character, maybe a bit of inexperience on it, walking and getting caught out by the jungler, and then getting caught out in the 1v1 by the Arlie as well too. But we're gonna have to see how Channel scales up into the late game here now.
Again, I feel like they're really relying on Leo Lee to get to that late game point, but right now VP are definitely trying best. You won't let them get to the late game this time around because they've got their T1s both into the side lanes being pushed here as well. And to be honest, Virtus.pro are doing a much better job at gaining the resources in terms of the gold lead.
Channel, if we could see him get into the late game here, those wolves, there's not that much AoE on the side of VP other than She to handle the wolves. So in a fight, you're going to see him do a lot of damage on the side. Liangpo goes in for a 4-man ult here, but he's the only one there. Look at those wolves hunting him down. He goes in and gets over the wall. We see is that Byron there barely getting away with 1 HP there under the tower of MKOI's side.
Yeah, barely. Just about right. Like, they've got to watch out, though. They're definitely pushing here onto the side of VP. They're looking to get these minion waves kind of pushed through, maybe even trying to sort of, like, claim this mid-T1 earlier as well, because that's exactly what they did in Game 1. So Virtus.pro trying to go for a little bit of the same kind of rodeo from Game 1, because it did work in the early game to mid-game, right? It just kind of just gave too much room over to the side of MKOI, and they were strong gold lead in the early game, but right now they're definitely at that 2k gold difference, so they're just going to maintain this.
Yeah, Byron here, interesting to note here, he ended up getting the Pure Sky really early here. Usually we see Byrons go the Frost Scar and Axe of Torment, but he gets a really early Pure Sky, getting that equipment online. Focus more on doing damage as the side of VP, their carries are all really squishy, the Jing, the Arlie. If he can go ahead and get past the Yang Po and get on those carries, he can take them out really rapidly.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, that's his main obstacle, right? Is Grizzly Q, and he is going to be that grizzly bear that's basically the emblem for VP. But they've got to make sure that they don't get caught here, dived in there, using the whatevers to escape out of that team fight. But it looks like that YG is still looking out for blood.
Grizzly's been in a lot of combat, but the side of MKOI is actually really tanky. They can't really get any confirms so far as they're playing in the enemy jungle here, and it looks like a confirm is about to go down here on the Demon Cat. Now, Demon Cat on 1 HP, ult runs away, and now they're taking the fight in front of MKOI's tower. It's going to be a little bit tough to get a confirmation there as Grizzly actually goes down. That fight looked like it was going really well for VP, but they just got a little bit impatient here, overextended a bit, and when you take the fight to the enemy tower, you better be ready to finish it quick.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they weren't able to claim that T1 into the mid lane, right? But it does mean that VP was able to get a kill onto the board as well. So right now, as well as MKOI, sorry, they were able to take down Grizzly Q, which is what we was talking about literally moments ago. Is if they can get rid of Grizzly Q and then Byron can try and get into his backlines onto the squishy heroes like the Jing, like the Sher, they could actually start to get some momentum here. The Mirror Domain being
Jing here gets caught out in a 1v3 here. Ultimate comes out. Can they get out? They're Flash coming out from Byron under turret. They take the heal. Wow. No,
sorry,
Channel still chases. Is the red buff enough? No. And that's what we saw from that's the energy we see from MKOI. Last game we seen the same thing. Once a target's low, they smell that blood. They all go chasing for it. We see 2 flashes come out there. One from Channel, one from Byron. As she catch on Goose in the rotations here.
Yes, Sishi with that huge dive into the backline was able to pick off Goose again, which takes a lot of the big front line from the side of MKOI. They're really going to be demanding a lot of support from Demon Cat on this Augurin now going into the next 14 seconds. And I think if they're wise enough, MKOI will just play a little bit more defensive until Goose is back up on the Zhongfei.
I don't know if that's their style. As you see what they just did in the Clash lane here, it seems like VP ended up catching them on a rotation while they were picking up the pieces off that failed top Clash lane dive. They caught them with their pants down here, no summoners, no skills, no ultimates, and then they got the kill here. Byron getting caught out as well too now, it seems. VP, while they're not as bloodthirsty, when they get the kills, they do confirm it.
They do. I mean, that's the most important part, right? Like, if you're going to get the kills, you need to make sure you confirm it, and you need to make sure you get in something else, right? You need to start to get these turrets going. You need to get a bit of minion wave push, as well as the neutral objectives come through as well. So, again, VP have been much better job at getting the kills, but converting it into something else. We'll see a big push into the farm lane means that they could go for the Shadow Tyrant here, but I feel like maybe going for the Overlord or the Tyrant would benefit the side of Virtus.pro.
Yeah, MKOI are causing a lot of havoc in MKOI's jungle, giving this team a lot of room to go ahead and take this Tyrant with ease, as he has complete vision of the enemy jungle. He's on top of the enemy jungle here, and then VP goes ahead and takes out this Tyrant. So if you look at the gold in this game, they're actually up more gold in this game, where they're only up like 2-3 towers, than last game, where they were up 4 towers. So they're doing a much better job of pressuring the map, confirming kills, and still building that gold lead at the same time.
Oh, speaking of building something, I mean, Goose is definitely on the run. He may be giving it the Goose here. He has obviously the full rage and he has the Unbridled Outburst, but he doesn't want to commit it when his teammates aren't around, because if he uses it and he's still got Prince chasing him down, dealing the damage that he's got freshly from the Shadow Tyrant, he'd be in very much trouble.
A bit of a scary moment for Goose there. They don't want to go down, but they also don't want to use that ultimate. So being able to hold it up until the very end and get away, even with that little health, takes a lot of self-control from Goose.
Yeah, I mean, I would definitely be pressing the ultimate button, like, yo, go. But no, definitely much more reservation from the side of MKOI Goose there. But we do see over to the side of MKOI right now, we see that Leo is able to build that late game item, which is the Daybreaker, right? So we can maybe start to see some of that true damage coming through here for the China.
Daybreaker coming out on the side of Arlie as well too. Once the Daybreakers are online for both marksmen, you're going to see these tanks start to melt as there's so much penetration there. Zhongfei coming here with the ultimate, does not quite connect. They try to fight here, and Demon Cat actually ends up going down. I thought they would play much more aggressive there, but it seems like the ultimate was popped and then they wanted to retreat as they did not get the angle they wanted.
Yeah, I mean, they didn't get the angle they wanted, that the Unbridled Outburst didn't connect either, but at the same time, they also, onto the side of Virtus.pro, had the Shadow Tyrant buff still, right? They had a few seconds remaining, but they knew they had to get that burst damage and damage onto the Gorge before they lost that buff, and it paid dividends, right? Like, Demon Cat went through, like, that was a knife through butter.
Yeah, Demon Cat's been getting a lot of farm all throughout the game. Does not really convert a lot of it here. VP's doing a great job of shutting down the Argrin here. Every fight he's in, he's threatened, if not taken out. And they have a great control now, 5-1.
I mean, based on the draw, right? It's like, which one do we defend, guys? Which is our least favorite lane right now? Like, which one can we sacrifice? And to be honest, they aren't in a position to sacrifice any. They've lost the T2 into the mid lane, so again, they have been pushed back to this game 1 position. The Unbridled Outburst didn't actually connect onto the side of VP because of the CC immunity from Shisu.
And we see the goal difference from Prince and Lilu here is about 2,000. That's giving Prince the opportunity to build more defensively now and not being taken out. They already have all their damage done now. They don't need to do more damage. They just need to stay alive. And all the damage dealers on MKOI's side, as the fight breaks under the tower here, Grizzly goes in, goes down. Everyone's 1 HP. It looks like MKOI actually is winning this fight as 3 people go down inside VP as I'm talking about it. And while Prince is harder to take out with the defensive items here, he is not invincible as they get taken out. A nice little comeback on the side of MKOI.
It is a nice little comeback, but at the same time, I feel like Alim always picks the times that he dies. Like, he makes the enemy team think that, oh yeah, we got to kill onto the Jing, this is amazing, let's go. But I feel like the way that he's died over the past 2 games, he dies at the time that he says that he's going to die. Because right now, with the jungler off the board, yes, they lose a bit of damage, but there's no neutral objectives available. And we're going to see replay come through, and the Winter is here really stopping the Jing escaping out of that one, as well as Prince and Grizzly Q.
They were emboldened by the dragon there in the bot lane, but a little bit overzealous. I think Jing diving on the back line, almost solo and getting caught out. There's still a lot of CC on the side of MKOI, and being able to catch him there in no man's land will get him taken out. Jing is still super squishy at this time of the game.
Oh, absolutely. Very, very squishy. I mean, we can see the Ominous Premonition come through here for Prince. Like, he's looking to basically slow down the enemy teams. Like, he's going to be on the run, and you're going to get slower and slower from every attack, and it's going to get very frustrating.
Another fight goes out here, and Zhongfei gets one-shotted before he can even ultimate there, and Jing gets onto Demon Cat. Demon Cat is able to maybe get away. No, he's on 1 HP. They do not seem to want to trade as Shishi here backs up on the main. But wow, Zhongfei died so quickly that he didn't even notice, it looked like. He still has the heal and equipment ready, and the ultimate ready too.
Yeah, he just forgot what button to press, right? He was just in as much shock as you were and I were, but this is what I mean with the Ominous Premonition, right? Like, Waji's just been slowed down to a T here, and it's all thanks to Prince.
Having a higher damage jungler inside of VP, once you start face-checking the entire team, tank or not, you will get melted.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said before, it's like a knife through butter, and it's not like hard kind of butter that just come out of the fridge. It's literally like, it's melted, it's room temperature, and Jing goes through it like a just clean cut.
In a very warm knife. Let's see how they end up coming back from that. It looks like VP doesn't convert much off of that pick here, as they now set up. There's no objectives really up, and then MKOI cleans house here, cleans up all their waves, gets all their waves pushing back in a good position here. But we see they should have priority on the Overlord, but they're not actually positioning for it. They rather clear out the mid waves and have mid position. Now they're going ahead and rotate over to Overlord and setting up now.
I mean, it just gives them a little bit more pressure onto their side. It gives them a bit more of a bargaining chip onto the side of VP, right?
As we see Jing go in here, take out the Argrin. Can't really get online. Demon Cat's usually one of the first in, and that means you're one of the first out as well, too. Not really getting those executes. And that mid push, as you mentioned, allowed them to apply that pressure while having the MKOI, forcing MKOI to choose. Do I want to go ahead and clear mid wave? Do I want to fight for the Overlord here? And they got some impressive tower damage from the mid wave. They actually end up going down. Wow. Okay.
Exactly. It's those moments of hesitation at this late point in the game, at that 7 minutes. It's like, you're not going to take a fight unless those minion waves are pushed. And now you can kind of see the knock-on effect happening here. They have the Vanguards, they have the T3 and the T3 into both the Clash and the mid lane, and now even the farm lane, so they are collecting them like cards.
While MKOI is definitely very capable of a comeback, this is going to be a tough one with all 3 high ground towers. Elite minions are spawning in every wave. It's just going to be a struggle just to leave your base at this point. VP has a way better gold lead than last game now, 5,000 gold lead, but we're going to see it extend way more as MKOI is going to be forced to just turn in the base until something happens here. MKOI, Byron goes, yeah. Okay, that fight ended up not going as well as VP may have wanted, actually. With all the minions pushing into base, they still end up taking a 2-for-1 not in their favor. Like I said, MKOI always has the opportunity to come back, and they're using this momentum shift here to go ahead and get the Tyrant. This is going to definitely help them clear these waves that are going to be permanently going into their base.
Yeah, I feel like the pressure's a little bit too much for the side of MKOI though, right? Like, they've got the Tyrant, they've done this before, right? They weren't able to convert it into any turrets, and right now, that's exactly where they want to be, right? They want to be pushing these turrets and getting some turret gains. They really need to start opening this mid lane if they want to sort of create pressure onto the side of VP.
Yeah, someone's always going to be stuck in base for MKOI doing housekeeping, as they have 3 waves of elite minions going in at them. What I always like to say is towers are forever. Once you go ahead and take out those towers, it's going to be permanently spawning these elite minions, and someone has to deal with it. Those minions will end the game alone if no one deals with it.
Yeah, literally, if you leave unchecked, they'll be like, yo, let's bash your crystal down, and you're not even going to notice it within a moment's notice it goes down, right? But we can kind of see here that MKOI are definitely trying to get pushed here into the mid lane, able to get the T1 as well, but we don't want to see Goose get down.
Ooh. Zhongfei with the ultimate now, it's still really low. She pulls him into the team here, and VP might take the closing fight here as 3 go down, 4 go down now, and that's probably all she wrote. Like I said, Byron is stuck in housekeeping, couldn't even join the fight. Princess Frost looking to cut the wave here in the middle. Very smart play. Cutting the wave is going to ensure that they don't get those minions in there. They have some minions bottom, and all you need is 1 minion to make that crystal vulnerable here, and VP takes game 2.
There we go. They did come back a little bit fighting there in that game too, right? But the thing is, what we point out in the early game is the fact that they had a much better gold lead going through from the mid, the early to the mid game to the late game. Like, it was just too much of a gap for the side of MKOI to try and even make heads or tails of, to the point that they couldn't even get Leo Lee activated. And it was just like you were saying, there was just too much housekeeping for Moaji to do at the end of that game.
Yeah, VP had a similar style mid-game where they've done really well, but this game, they pressured the map while obtaining gold, and building that gold lead allowed them to close out the game a lot easier. Even when MKOI won some of the fights back, as we see, they took a 1-for-2, right? They still were down 5,000 gold. They couldn't do much. At the end, they caught back up a bit, but like I said, towers are forever. Gold lead or not, you can't buy your tower back.
No, unfortunately not. And they didn't have a high now, so they couldn't even use the Fate Rewind to actually get that tower back up to scratch. But unfortunately for the side of MKOI, they did lose that game too. But it is going to be VP taking a point from the NA team, MKOI. So, hey, I might be feeling just a little bit proud here, saying, oh, look, you haven't beat us at 2-0. We are coming back here.
It's also interesting, like I mentioned, this game could go to game 3. This set could go to game 3, and we are going to game 3 here. Both the games are really, really close. Usually leads get tossed back and forth, but VP showing a lot more force this game here. They got the lead, and they actually held it. There was some complications in the team fights, but they did a great job of taking towers when they could have, and their pushes, while there were some overzealous ones, since they had that gold, they had that cushion, they never really gave MKOI the chance to come back.
Yeah, no chance at all, right? I mean, this definitely means a difference of getting those neutral objectives as well, right? The fact that they took the team fights when they got the Shadow Tyrant that's basically where the tipping point really kind of extended to the side of VP. It was just like, hey guys, we've got the ultimate dash, we're gonna go in, commit, we're gonna literally just take out like pretty much everybody on the team and then get those high ground turrets. That's where it started to crumble for the side of MKOI. And like we were saying there, the early gold lead advantage that VP was able to attain this time around definitely played dividends this time.
Yeah, they forced a lot of fights, and when there's 3 towers down, one of them are bound to stick and ends the game, you know?
Exactly. That's it. That's all they need to do, right? They need to just make sure they get the damage onto the board, get that pressure into those lanes. But it was exactly the same kind of MO from game 1, right? Like, VP just went straight for those 2 side lane turrets, and then they did it again in game 2, but they were just able to also get the farm, get the gold up, and keep the pressure onto the likes of the Chano as well. Like, there was quite a few times in that early game where Chano actually died a little bit prematurely, and that was definitely the result of the late game as well. Like, Chano just didn't actually shine at all.
Yeah, I know China's probably has a lot of fans of the newest characters, but never really got online here. You can see with a 2-3 stat line, the Arlie was applying way more pressure throughout the entire game, up almost. They ended up catching up in gold, but I remember there was a time that the Arlie was up 2 to maybe 3,000 gold on them. They caught back up at the end, but it was too little too late, as they were just clearing the base instead of forcing fights.
Exactly. That's all they could do, right? They couldn't really force the fights because, like you were saying there towards the end, Mwaji was just kind of doing a little bit of housekeeping. But let's look at the damage dealt and all the rest of those little bits and bobs that really just make those team fights what they are. But sure, looking at that, Red coming in with 137k damage, literally just by about just the hair of it, just very close to Prince's damage as well.
On top of providing all that amazing utility, she is really known to be a damage mid laner, you know? Being able to provide all that utility, helping out your team, funneling resources into other characters, on top of still putting out carry levels of damage is very, very impressive.
Yeah, completely different gold graph this time around, right, as well. Like, it was no longer that kind of, like, ups and downs, turns about. It was literally just like, yes, we saw a little bit of gold difference go over to the side of MKOI in the early game, but then mid to late game, it was like a tsunami, just kind of just taking MKOI off their feet.
Yeah, you can really see how that aggression there really matters. It built that cushion. Near the end of the game, they actually dipped a good amount. In the first game, when that dipped over, it went actually over on MKOI's favor. But since they have that buffer there, they're up 5,000 gold, they can afford to be down 2,000 and still be monstrously ahead.
Exactly, yeah, they could take the hit, right? They definitely have the capital, they could take the hit, and that's exactly what VP did at certain points, right? We saw, I think, at one point where Grizzly Q, Prince, and Alim all went down, but they were still able to come out on top. And Red here on the shut pick, able to get an MVP, not losing a single death. This guy was on a no-death run, doing 29% of the damage, and actually taking only 11% of the damage taken as well, so still a very small margin of how much damage was actually taken onto this mid lane.
Both mid laners now have a game under their belt where they go undefeated, basically, with 0 deaths. Game 3, I doubt they're both going to be able to do that again.
Hey, never say never, right? Never say never. These are two picks that have come through very thick for both of their teams when they needed to shine, and we're going to be seeing it in the highlight reel, right? The fact that the amount of crowd control that Shut actually brings to a team comp is crazy.
Being able to do so much work with Shut, and it's not the most cryoed pick as well, too. Leaves VP a lot of powerhouses for the final game here, whereas MKOI has actually exhausted a lot of these T0 picks, as I mentioned.
Yeah, exactly. It's now going to get even harder going into this game 3, right? We kind of see that some of these power picks have come through, especially like Alim onto the Jing. We see that Prince has definitely got the privilege of playing the Arlie and maintaining that 100% win rate as well. So now it's going to be over to the side of MKOI and their draft. They've lost the Aura and they've lost the Zhang Fei, as well as even the Princess Frost here.
Yeah, these fights for MKOI this game seem us a lot more disconnected. Right there, we saw Zhang Fei ultimate in and then he's forced to retreat, whereas Demon Cat actually ended up going in, you know? So the Jing being able to reposition so quickly, you gotta be able to react on a dime, and it's really hard for them to respond to that, it seems like, as the players are confused as to where they should engage, they should disengage.
Exactly, that's where you want to get your enemy team, right? Is in that little state of confusion, because it's going to be hard for them to either come at, like, even try and think, like, what's the next point that we go to? Do we try and take the fight at the Overlord? Do we try and stop that minion wave towards that late game? But VP were just very calm, collective in that game 2, and it definitely made sure that they were able to win game 2 and not take a round from MKOI as well, because I can't imagine anything more sort of like deflating for VP at that point. But speaking of deflated, we're going to reinflate ourselves with this break, so don't go anywhere, guys. We're getting into game 3 and let's see who can take this one.
Kings, it's all the showtime.
Kings, it's an honor showtime.
I feel it deep flowing through my blood. Rising up to become someone.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Honor of Kings Major West League Spring 2025 Day 2. It's myself, Blem, and with me is Phil and Mr. Yumus as he goes online. We are going to get into Game 3, our first best of 3, already in Day 2.
Yeah, game 1 of day 2, and it is already very intense here. Both sides are fighting tooth and nail. Every game is back and forth. Last game, a little bit less so, but M still has a lot of fight left in them, and they're going to need to use it here as we go to match point.
They're going to need a hero, right? They're going to need a good pick, a very comfortable hero going into this game 3 for both of these teams, because like we were saying in the introduction of the stream today, is that neither of these teams definitely don't want to lose this overall best of 3 because they want some points on the board, even though they can have a few like different like game differentials going into the actual overall score of the ranking week. But both of these teams don't have a single series under their belt, and right now it's neck and neck.
If I was MCoy, I would be a little bit worried right now. Last game, it seems like they were a little bit desynced here, and they have a lot of these power picks off the board. Whereas if I was a VP fan, I would say final game, you still have all these strong picks. You can still get the Long, you can still get the Dolia here, right? Agron wasn't even played yet, so there's a lot of picks on the side of VP that I would like to see them bust out.
Yeah, I feel like over the side of VP, though, Lim definitely doesn't like these tankier picks, especially historically and statistically. We've been seeing Lim not just only in this competition, but previous Honor of Kings competitions. He likes to go for these very high frame assassin junglers. So we could probably suspect maybe even Alarm coming through here in this game 3.
Yeah, we saw a lot of flashy plays from Lam versus Luna, or maybe Lam versus Jing in game 1 here, and maybe we'll see it again. Yeah, there's 2 assassins so far. I could definitely see a 3rd one.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, why not? He's lost a game with 1. He's won a game with 1. All they need to do is kind of get that right assassin again for himself, something like the Lamb maybe, or even the Fade, right? We saw Fade yesterday being played by OG Esports as well as Twisted Minds as well, but building it into more of a tanky build, which is definitely going to give it a lot more sustainability. We could see him on the Fade. We could see him on the Lamb. We're going to be seeing what gets happening into this draft, but MCoy taking the blue side here, so they're definitely going to want to be locking in something good for the side of MCoy. Maybe they'll try and take the early this time around, or because VP know they can try and take the early, they're going to just ban that out because they know they can't go for long, and there we go. That is exactly what they're doing.
There's the early banned out. Here we go. We got Diadea banned out as well too. If I was VP here, I would go ahead and try to fix and get all those priority picks now. There's no other game after this. So we see Argrin actually get banned out by MCoy. As you mentioned, VP doesn't really play it, but the MCoy just has to double check just in case.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, we saw Diadem get played by Grizzly Q yesterday, but I feel like VP's probably going to go for the Zhongfei now that they've got the red side, but MCoy does actually get the Mai Shiranui, so Kento here going for definitely a different approach into the mid lane.
We were so worried about all these other picks. We almost forgot about Mai, the most banned character. It doesn't show up in the game, so you forget about it. And it seems like VP has forgotten about it here as it gets first picked away by Moji here.
Oh, but look at that counter though, right? We got the Sakia coming through here. So again, we can see what Grizzly Q's job is going to be in this game 3 is the fact that Mulberry Power is going to be coming through to try and lock down that Mai Shiranui.
Guan Yu might get locked in this time, and not for roaming. Guan Yu, Lady Sun being hovered by the side of MCoy. MCoy has to work with a little bit more lower tier characters here, but they've spotted a few diamonds in the rough here with the Guan Yu and Lady Sun that I've actually not seen play this match yet.
Not seen play this match yet, but again, I feel like the Lady Sun probably should have come through in the last draft. I feel like it sort of it fitted very nicely into that last game, and they just didn't go for it. They went for the Chano, and the Chano just didn't quite activate. So now VP's taken the Chano, and now they've got the Agudo. So they've not only got the spirits of wolves, they've got the little critters that are coming through as well. So there's going to be a lot of kind of like little micro mobs coming through onto the side of Virtus.pro.
A lot of minions on the side of VP here. They're going to try their best to mop him up with the Guan Yu. Lady Sun is an interesting pick. Some teams really prioritize it. They first pick it and first ban it. But it seems like MKOI and VP don't really mind it as much. We didn't see it banned. We didn't see it picked. It's a little bit under the radar for these two teams in particular.
Yeah, very much so under the radar, but I'm honestly thinking, well, I really hope here that they managed to do my Agudo a little bit of justice, right? I mean, Agudo has not had a single win yet. We've seen it being picked once, banned twice, but not taken a single dub here. So I'm really hoping here for a limb here to get the Agudo and make some magic happen.
Masashi and Liangpo being banned out by the side of BP, they want to protect their carries, don't give them these easy engage tools here. Agudo got a little bit of a rework. Now it could be played in the marksman role, but we've seen people traditionally just keep it in the jungle.
Keep it in the jungle, build it tank, so it's definitely got the sustainability. It still does a lot of damage as well, right? Like, especially towards, especially in PKL, the Philippines league that we've been seeing recently, is that they kind of go for the attack speed boots, but then go for like the Giant's Grip as the jungle item. So there's a lot of like tankiness, as well as the Frost Scar's Embrace, which is going to be great for slowing down the likes of the Guan Yu, the Mai Shiranui. So you can already see what the ideal is behind this.
Yeah, Guan Yu's super vulnerable to small bits of crowd control that are really frequent that he has to go through, and it will mess up his passive here. Byron is going to come out on the side of VP now. And the picks we're missing here on the side of MKOI is Jungle, and it looks like Jungle and Roam as the missing picks here, yeah.
So for the side of MKOI, obviously they've lost the Ogryn, they've lost the Dune, right? They really need something that's going to be a little bit more tanky here for them. So maybe potentially we might get the Monkey come through for the side of MKOI. So Demon Cat going for a little bit more of a tank, or they could completely just scrap that and go for an assassin pick, because obviously Luna has not been banned this time around for the side of VP, but it looks like they potentially might be going in and locking in the Jing here. So Demon Cat's like, hey guys, we've seen your Jing, we're going to give you a little bit of flavor of our Jing.
They're going to use the Liu Bang here to supplement that durability of their squishy teammates here with the Guan Yu and the Jing. That ultimate being able to shield anyone at a moment's notice will turn them into from a bruiser to a tank. And we see VP with the true last pick, counter pick here with the Lady Jen. Always a solid pick, always a very reliable pick. It's not really bad into anything, and it's amazing in some things.
Oh, exactly. I mean, it's another kind of counter-engage mechanic onto the side of VP, right? Like, they're going to be able to kind of use the Mulberry power to try and stop those high-frame heroes onto the side of MKOI, but then they've got the Destructive Deluge and the damage coming from Lady Chen. And we've already seen that Red has displayed that he can do the damage on these Enchantress sort of mages, these utility mages into the mid lane. And Lady Chen is definitely one of the best at terms of doing damage. You may not be getting the kills, but you are definitely laying down some kind of like counter-engages with the Destructive Deluge.
MKOI's lineup is very feast or famine. They have three characters that are really high frame, really mechanically intensive. If they play it perfectly, they are almost impossible to deal with. But it is impossible to play it perfectly.
Yeah, I mean, I think my main concern for MKOI here is the fact that we haven't seen them play aggressive in the early game, or even into the mid game as well. They've really played these early games not into like trying to take dominance onto the gorge. They kind of just like, let's see what our enemy team's doing, and then we will react to that. But last game they reacted very much late, and then game one they only pretty much got that kind of Hail Mary play, right? They was able to kind of just push away from their high ground territories.
Yeah, we have a bit of a theme here with these teams and compositions here. MKOI has more of a dive in and kill the enemy team composition, whereas VP has more of a protection composition. So attack versus defense here. Let's go ahead and see which is stronger. Here's all the lineups, all the picks here.
Yeah, so here is the last lineup between this best of three, right? Like, we'll be seeing that either one of these teams are going through here to the ranking weeks with just a little bit more of a lifted off their shoulders, right? I mean, MKOI still have a game today that they have to play, but Virtus.pro, they're not going to have a game until the following day.
Yeah, both teams are definitely going to want this momentum, want to get a match on the board here. Mai comes into the mid lane now, and no, actually goes up and is getting the blue on the side of VP as Mai tries to sneak it here. Interesting strategy from MCOY here. 3-man, they get spotted, but there's not much they can do. Let's see if VP counter invades, and they do. They react appropriately. They notice, okay, you're taking our blue. We'll go ahead and we'll 3-man your blue as well.
Exactly, yeah. VP definitely having the reactive play here. A little bit of push away from YG here onto the Guan Yu, but they are able to get the... No, it looks like Leoli got it. Or did Leoli get the enemy's Azure Golem?
Yeah, I think they did end up trading here. Agudo did get the blue from that, if I'm correct. Yeah, because they stole their blue on the side. Yeah, Agudo ended up getting the blue. So ends up being a trade, 2 buffs on each side, but both teams, you know, you can't fault them for testing here. Channel struggling here in the early game, it seems like, as the Lady Sun being able to out trade the Channel.
I mean, with the rolling raid in the early game, especially with Grenade as well, definitely Lady Sun does a lot more damage than the Chano in the early game. He's really relying that Leoli is going onto these traps and activating them.
Mai in for a bit of damage here. Not much comes there. Early game, Mai doesn't have the damage to really secure these kills. They're jumping around. Oh, here's a fight coming out, and wow! Huge. Took so much damage so quickly there. We see the furball come out, the skill 2 from Lady Jen here, and just like that got deleted.
Literally, the damage came through from Red, like I was saying in the actual pre-game, right? That Red it plays these utility mages, like the Princess Frost, like the Lady Chen, like the ship, but does so much damage.
Another fight comes out away. Guan Yu with a push. Does Red get away? Red barely gets away 1 HP. Can they turn it into kill? Does not turn it into kill. Guan Yu's one of these characters. They can test. They can roam around the map. They can test for a gank. If it doesn't work out, we'll just run away.
Yep, just run away, go back to his lane. I think the thing that they need to do on the side of MCOY here is make sure that the clash lane goes into the favor of Mwaji, right? Like, they definitely need to get that T1 taken down into the side lane, just so it enables Mwaji to have such a way more free roam that he's already having at the moment.
Yeah, Guan Yu's strength is definitely being able to move around the map and help in these team fights and flank and such. Whereas Byron is a little bit more solid in the 1v1, so he's going to want to force and keep them in lane here. We see Byron with a little bit of a gold lead here, probably because Byron's focused on staying in his lane and getting up his farm. But Maji coming in right behind Byron here with Demon Cat. Let's see if they can get a pick here. Byron with a huge shield from the ultimate. Is it going to be enough? Jing ultimate comes out. It is barely enough. Wow. They invested a lot of ultimates there.
Yeah, a lot of ultimates, but I mean, they are investing. They got the rate of interest back as well, right? They were able to get something with those uses. Yes, they did exhaust those ultimates, but at the end of the day, this is what they need to do. They're trying to set up this lane for Guan Yu.
Yeah, can VP go ahead and capitalize and use that time here? Guan Yu, knowing someone's in the bush here, expertly waits it out as Sekir tried to land this charge up the skill 1 preemptively there. Very smart of Guan Yu here. And if VP can't get anything back from that little trade, they're going to get all their ultimates back up, and they're going to be able to do it again. They have all these high mobility characters that go on cooldown, as you can say, after they use their skills. So if they can't get something done during the time while they are inactive, it's going to be very bad on side of VP.
Exactly. I mean, you kind of really relying on a limb to be the front line here, but oh my god, the Kachusa's coming through here. Ooh. Disrupted the illusion though.
Yeah, the early game, Mai just does not have enough juice. If that same combo was done, let's say when both players were low 15, Lady Jen probably just gets evaporated there, but early game, Mai has to itemize more into lifesteal and such, and durability, so does not have enough damage to take out the Lady Jen.
And not enough, right? I mean, this is what I was saying. Like, Alim is needed to be the focus and the focal point of the team. He needs to go in with Furball. He needs to make sure he gets the knock up onto the squishy heroes onto the side of MCOY, which we've already seen them do. But at the same time, the second bit of utility from Agudo is the fact that her siege mechanic is huge.
Yeah, being able to summon just another player for the team, almost being able to tank the tower or disrupt and get a nice little knock-up off there. Mai really comes online once it gets 2 to 3 items or they're really ahead. Currently, Ken is pretty even in, so trying to go for a play like that will not really connect. At least he has a lot of follow-up. He just doesn't have the firepower yet.
Yeah, no firepower, but maybe they'll just wait. But right now, we're kind of already seeing the same kind of MO from VP, right? Already taking one side lane turret. I mean,
Guan Yu again goes and pushes
as well as the
Byron.
main.
Pushes the Byron all the way under his tower.
Yeah, he's like, hey, buddy. I mean, do you like the comfort of your own turret? Try ours.
Yeah, they're definitely investing a lot of resources in the Guan Yu's lane, trying to open it up so you can move around the map. Byron is not having fun in the top lane, getting constantly 2v1, 3v1. No, the other time it was a 3v1 as well, too.
Hey, if it works once, why not try it again?
Yeah, Shishi's gonna be a little bit more timid coming into the lane now, probably not gonna be pushing up that far, knowing at a moment's notice, Guan Yu's gonna call in for backup and take him out there.
Yeah, exactly. You're always gonna be like looking over your now. The Shisu's been taken out twice with a 3v1 gank. But looking at this though, we can already see that the gold Spirit is going over to the side of the jungle, onto the side of MKOI. But at the same time, we're seeing that Lady Sun is having that great game. So Leo Lee having that lead in the early game with the gold. Just need to maintain that. The Destructive Deluge actually just get placed down here to try and stop the T1 getting taken down into the mid lane. Grizzly Q's gotta be careful.
Lady Jen, one of those characters that are not flashing, always do their job. Red getting a steady gold lead, now anti-heal being hard. Just a consistent mid laner, able to clear waves here, apply anti-heal now, and disrupt in these team fights. Not as flashy as the Mai, but it gets the job done. Guan Yu here with a 1v5 engage? Holy, with a 3-man push here. I thought he was going to get erased instantly. He ends up going down, but he does a lot of damage to the side of VP. And that did not go too well for the side of MKOI. He had a great engagement. His team was not quite in range to follow up. Hits a 5-man ultimate there almost.
Almost, right? But I mean, it wasn't enough. They don't have enough damage onto the side of MKOI, right? Like you saying, Kento needs at least 2 or 3 items before he starts doing a lot of damage. Leo Lee, exactly the same kind of thing, right? Like early game damage is great, but as soon as you start to build a little bit of defense, Lady Sun's kind of damage only scales with those items. And right now, they have the Agudo, so a limb is just that kind of lane pushing mechanic, that force that's so great here, right? They push all the the T1, sorry, in all 3 lanes. They just need to maintain this pressure for the side of VP.
Not a single tower on the side of MKOI. And as an initiator, usually sometimes you see a very good engage. You know, you can't help but take it. Maji there saw a great ultimate opportunity, but unfortunately, he didn't have teammates available to react quick enough. If teammates were available, that would have been a clean wipe. Wow, as Mai goes in and gets shot down all the way across the map almost from the channel here. The channel starting to get online with the damage there. Skill 1 following Mai and getting that disruption.
Yeah, all things considered, right, we're kind of seeing here that Pia definitely trying to get a bit of a push here into the T2 as well. We see the Mirror Domain being used a little bit like defensively, but it's not going to be enough. That push into the backline thanks to Furball as well, putting a lot of pressure. We've seen a lot of, we saw just 2, not 1, but 2 Frostguards embrace. That's a lot of slow coming through, but the ultimate shell connected.
MKOI still looking for these fights, trying to get anything they can here. They end up taking out the Seiken here, but not much more after that. Guan Yu is not going to be happy with these 2 Frost Cores getting picked up as well.
I mean, that's a lot of damage taken off the side of MKOI, though, right? Like, that's slowly down for at least another 16 seconds, as we saw that Virtus.pro was able to get the T2 into the mid lane. So, yes, they were probably a little bit too greedy, a little bit overzealous there, but they are ahead in terms of the gold, and they are ahead in terms of kills as well. Let's try and get their next
Agudo staying 1 HP. Can Guan Yu take him out? No. As now Chano looks to hunt down the Guan Yu. Wolf versus Horse. Horse has to run away.
I mean, I think I'd rather have a wolf riding a wolf rather than a horse. I mean, just biting the legs of this horse, I think that's a little bit more fatal than a horse maybe trying to kick me in the head. But we can soar and signal, we can get to the sky. He's not going to kick me in the head at any time.
As we mentioned in the draft here, MKOI's composition really feast or famine. Unfortunately, it's looking like more of a famine here. These assassins can't really get rolling. They are looking for fights. It's not like they're playing passive, but they just can't get anything to stick. They can't get any of these confirmations on the Mai. They're hitting combinations, but it's just not enough for them. They need to find a really good angle where everyone is in sync and get that gold lead back drawn closer here, as they have a 2k gold deficit here.
I mean, Guan Yu's lane's just been completely decimated now, right? Like, it's all the way to the high ground turret, so he really needs to rethink his decisions in these matches, right? Like, Mwaji, his whole point was, yes, they got the T1 into the clash lane, so they could basically allow Mwaji to be a free spirit, but right now, he's now kind of being pushed back to his lane. He can't quite do that. He's kind of being used as a phase check thing right now.
MKOI invested a lot in that Guan Yu, and unfortunately, it's not really paying off here now as Byron starts to catch back up, has almost a 2-level lead on the Guan Yu. A fight breaks out. Guan Yu once again in the back line. This time, it does seem to be enough damage as they take out Channel. Everyone on VP side is running away. But no, they're counter-engaging here. They have noticed that they left Goose lacking. Everyone went back to clear the objective, and Goose was sticking around a little bit too long as they catch him here for a nice little trade back.
I feel like a Goose there was kind of like the deterrent. Like, he was like, hey, take me, guys. They're trying for the neutral objective here. So again, I think it was just like a sacrifice play there by Goose, and it was a very good sacrifice because they were able to get the neutral objective. It means that extra damage is now going to go over to Leoli, which is going to be a crucial part within this next 60 seconds because they have that Shadow Tyrant buff.
They have all these high mobility characters here, right? So when everyone retreats, they retreat really, really quickly. And Goose, after ulting in, is kind of left alone there, unfortunately.
Yeah, just looking around like, guys, where's all my team gun? I mean, I can't get out of here.
I don't have 10 dashes either, man. I only have one.
Yeah, where's the Chow? I need a teleport back. Take me back, baby.
And now MKoi's kind of shifted the momentum a bit, just like I was mentioning. They closed up that gold lead, and now they actually built a gold lead of themselves. This is exactly what we need for these assassins to get online.
Yeah, I mean, when Sun has the damage, those rolling raids are the exact thing you need to take down these turrets, right? And we've seen it being displayed, able to take the T2 down into the farm lane as well as the clash lane. So this is definitely a steady comeback here for MKoi, and they're able to take the dominance in terms of the gold lead.
Ooh, okay, skill catches there. Mida does not quite convert, but we see on MKoi's side, there's a lot of mobility, even in the farm lane. They're able to react and engage and disengage at a moment's notice here, and that's gonna make it really tough for VP to you really hold them, lock them down for a solid 5v5 fight.
Yeah, I mean, I think this is where it's all going to kind of brew up here, right? But we do have, obviously, have still the Primal Bond onto the side of MKoi, so they've got to be careful about this Shadow Overlord. Maybe they're just going to use it as a bit of a bait mechanic.
Yeah, something's definitely going to happen here. Byron goes in, he's going to knock up onto Demon Cat, and wow, instantly he goes down here, as everyone on MKoi is able to respond just as quickly as he's here. Wanyu goes in for engage here. He's getting pretty taken out. He has a pretty charge. Not enough disruption here as he's forced to go away here. And 2 KOs going back over to the side on VP. Channel doing a good job of taking out these high frame heroes with his, like, he has auto attacks, but they're really long range, high damage auto attacks. And they're like heat seeking missiles on these fast characters.
Yeah, I think Mwaji was just a little too fast with that engage there, right? Like, the rest of his team was just poorly situated around that, and this could really cost them this fight here because they're trying to approach his high ground turret. We've seen that Kento is only there to defend it, as well as Goose, but we can see that Demon Cat is trying to get the bigger picture, going for the Overlord, because they'll be able to wipe down his minion lane, so now they kind of have to reset 0 on the side of BP.
That was a bit of a risk here, but Jing, being one of the fastest heroes to clear it, clears it really fast, summons it mid, and clears it. If they're not able to clear fast enough, they could have easily lost off that push.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, they had 3 men into the mid lane, right? And Demon Cat was nowhere to be seen. He would have had to recall, and at that point, they probably would have lost 1 or 2 members of their team.
I feel like I'm saying this a lot in this set, but once again, it's anyone's game. The gold is dead even here. 40,500, 40,500. The next play will likely decide it as the games are getting later, the death timers are getting longer. Both sides are getting a bit nervous. As you can see, they're trying to set up more ambushes instead of more proactive plays. The Guan Yu, as you mentioned earlier, tries to go for these engages kind of without the team sometimes. They are good engages, but they're a little bit more in sync. And once they're in sync, it's going to be really bad for side of BP.
Oh yeah, they definitely just need to get that timing correct, but at the same time, Chano, Prince here is definitely having a much better game on Chano than Leoli did in the last game, but Leoli is still lacking that Daybreaker. Like, they definitely, obviously, almost full itemization, which could be troublesome for the side of VP, but at the same time, Chano's almost there as well.
Sunpool being picked up, really long-range auto attacks are going to help Channel go ahead and damage these assassins before he gets into a lethal range of them too, which is nice. The ultimate coming out from Channel for a little bit of vision, it looks like, as the wolves walk around and see everyone here on MKoi's side. They take out the wolves, and they are not bothered, though, as they go ahead and take the Tyrant now. It seems like VP sees that the waves are not in a good spot here. They need to clear these waves before they want to fight for anything here now.
Yeah, I mean, MKoi is just kind of trying to do the same thing what VP did in the last game, right? Just make sure that they've got too much housekeeping so they can take these neutral objectives with absolute ease and very much low contesting. We saw that Mwaji was trying to take the Crimson Golem this time around, but it just wasn't quite hitting at the right time. He was having to try and compete with a smite. But right now, like you said earlier, Phil, is the fact that this last team fight could be, I mean, this next team fight could be the last team fight between these two teams.
We gotta keep our eye on the Guan Yu. He's very proactive with engages, sometimes almost too proactive. So this next fight is gonna really dictate how it goes out. If it's a perfect engage with everyone around, it can seal the game up. but if he once again goes in a little bit prematurely before people follow up, that could also spell their demise.
Seen the Void Staff come through here for Kento as well, so again, much more damage, great magic penetration coming through as well. We can see that the here we go, Waji into the
push in the back here. And here we go, but once again, people are not there to follow up. Goose tries to follow up with that ultimate there to help him out, but they're the only two in there. As you see, a little bit premature. They're not really ready to follow up. The Mai's not ready. The Lady Sun's not in position to drop the combo.
I think it's not only down to the MKOI though, right? Like you can see how VP actually navigate around these team fights. They know when Mwaji's coming into the back line, so they always put a Gudo towards the back where their squishier heroes are. So it almost kind of deters away Kento and Leoli because they've got to now try and take down this tank. That is a Gudo. So Alim playing very well around his teammates, and Prince having the Sage's Sanctuary makes them having to second guess these team fights.
Yeah, just as much props on VP here. They are positioning in a way that they are not caught out in a position where the enemy can capitalize on here. Guan Yu, once again, alone here in a 4v1. He's really quick, but I don't know if he can go ahead and get out of this. Maybe. They're expending everything for the Guan Yu. Guan Yu even gets leave angle with it here, but he ends up getting out, but that invests another crucial ultimate move there.
Yeah, I mean, that was a good investment there for the side of Mwaji, right? Like, he was able to actually expend a lot of those ultimates from the side of Virtus.pro, but they do still have that high ground turret lacking down there, like, for the side of Virtus.pro, so they always have to have Shishu into the base, trying to do some housekeeping here. It looks like they're going to try and take the Overlord, and they do. Alim gets it.
That went ahead and gave the tempo over to VP side as they take the Overlord, and now they're the ones looking for fights here. And it seems like they are a lot more coordinated when you. Channel rides in, pops the Sanctuary, takes out 2, 3, and that might be all she wrote here. Mai coming in with a nice assassination at the end. Okay, takes out the Lady Jen. Okay, if Mai can go ahead and disrupt them enough, they might be able to save this push here. But no, Guan Yu gets taken out. They have minions pushing into the crystal of MKOI. This is really bad here. Mai fighting for her life for 1 HP. But Grizzlies do a great job of stalling.
MKOI was already pushing the
literally at the end of the game.
Yeah, unfortunately. I mean, we saw that Leoli just wasn't activating right. Like 1 kill, 4 deaths, 6 assists. There just wasn't quite the need for Leoli there. Like he wasn't just living up to what he needed to do. He needed to get the late game, needed to activate, needed to do the damage, which we saw toward like those 2 T2s into the side lanes. Able to pick those off, but other than that, we didn't really see much come to fruition from the side of MKOI, and now Virtus.pro takes their first series in the Major West League.
I was a little bit worried for VP there. I was seeing that game was kind of similar to game 1 where they had the lead, and then there's a time where MKOI caught up and they have all these assassins, they caught back up. But no, they were not allowed to have twice. They ended up getting the lead back and sealing up the game.
Like I said though, like we were mentioning that Mwaji was going in a little bit too early with the Guan Yu, but I have to pay respects to Alim there. Like the way that he kind of just navigated and shifted around his team to make sure that there wasn't going to be like a secondary gank from Kento or Leoli to put pressure onto those squishy heroes. He was there just kind of like, guys, stick around me. I'll use Wild Growth. I'll just heal you up at the same time. So again, I felt like the Gudo was definitely a great pick into this draft, and finally my main gets a dub. Thank you, Alim.
The Gudo was actually an amazing pick that game. As you mentioned, he was a great anchor for the team, always watching out for the flank, watching out for the Guan Yu. Made sure that none of these like 4 to 5 man engaged Guan Yu really converted to much. Either he's cutting off the enemies with the Furball or going ahead and CCing the diver himself there. That was a really good Gudo pick. And itemization wise, as you mentioned, the Frost Scars are amazing against Guan Yu, and that's a character that's one of their best items.
Yeah, one of the best items, and we saw it not only on the Agudo, right? We saw it on Byron, so Shisu was definitely going to be there to try and just slow down the Guan Yu, which is pretty much their role, right? Both Alim and Shisu were just keeping the squish heroes onto the side of VP alive, and Grizzly Q was there just to kind of like heal them up if they were to take any damage. They got double the healing, not only from the Agudo, but also the Sakir as well.
Yeah, the Security did a great job of when their team did get engaged on. Go ahead and try and cut off the angle in which their team could respond, setting up that skill 1 in the bush, making sure that, hey, if you do follow up on this, I will get a great knockup on you guys, and buying their team that time to disengage and deal with the Guan Yu while it's like 4v1, 5v1 in the back line.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, I'd be looking very interested to see where this damage does definitely come through onto the side of VP. I feel like Red definitely did a lot of damage as well. Like I said, the fact that they were able to pick up the Lady Chen was also a great counter engage for the side of VP that really kind of set the pace for them into these team fights. But let's look at this right now. So VP Prince having a phenomenal performance on the Chano as well, right? Like 8, 1, and 6, 14k gold. Respectively, though, I do have to give it up to Leoli. He was only down by about a K, but a K into the late game is pretty much like do or die at that point.
I think a lot of Lady Zen's impact was helping out the team, converting gold to them, setting up that CC and all that. Mai is more of a selfish pick. You pick it to assassinate these targets. That's really where you get the value. And the Lady Gen, all throughout the map, being able to wave clear up, provide all this utility while still doing a good amount of damage. I always think the mid laners, the mages, are always the unsung heroes. They're not flashy, but you really need them to hold it down.
Yeah, you definitely need to hold it down. And there we go. Again, Red was the second most amount of damage onto the side of VP. Prince actually getting 103k, which we saw towards the end there. He had the full itemization. But look at this gold graph, man. This is a completely different gold graph compared to Game 1 and Game 2. It was going heavily in the favor of MKOI at around about the 8 to 10 minute mark. And then all of a sudden, VP had some great team fights and was able to get the Shadow Overlord as well towards the edge. Readers enabled him to get that great push.
That's why it's very important to be conscious of every fight. One fight is all it takes. You know, one slip up is all it takes for that gold graph to go completely upside down.
Exactly. It just looked like a really precarious coast. I feel like I would probably puke at the end of that gold graph if I ever got to the end of it. But VP getting their first series in this league is definitely going to be a big confidence boost for them going forward, because they lost towards OG Esports as well as Twisted Minds, which is one of the two powerhouses. But speaking of powerhouses, is the MVP for Game 3, and honestly, it had to go to Prince.
Prince on the channel, 816 KDA here. Their only death was near the beginning, if I was correct here. As the game started going through, you see him riding forward, and even though they're the marksman, they actually led charge in a lot of fights. They have that skill 1 ready to push off assassins anytime they need it, and at the very final fight, he was in the front of his team taking out their assassins.
Oh, absolutely. He was definitely there when he needed them, right? Like the soaring signals coming through, also the ultimate as well, just using it as like kind of like an intel, like you said, toward one part of the match, right? Like just kind of making sure that the Wolves were kind of like keeping track of the enemy team was a great utility of the Chano's ultimate.
Yeah, not a way that I thought of using the ultimate before, but using the wolves to scout out vision. They're kind of like mini wards that walk around. Here's that engage we've seen from Guan Yu here. 4 or 5-man engage, try to push them, but not quite enough. Amazing disengage on the side of VP here, and it converted what would look like a nightmare situation into a win.
Yeah, I mean, you can't help feel a little bit bad for MKOI, right? Like the fact that they had such a good early game, like those 3v1s at the Clash lane, and then obviously Waji on this Guan Yu was getting some great Razor cavalries as well towards the early game, especially when he had the level 4, but it just wasn't quite enough. His timing was a little bit off, but then also the respects of VP with the way they were situating themselves around the Razor cavalry as well when it was coming through. It was just a well played by both of these teams, but unfortunately VP was just able to kind of just overcome MKOI.
Yeah, as you can see near the end here, once they go ahead and turn and counter engage, there's nothing on MKOI's side to stop it that that VP had. They could stop all these engages set up to stay here in the bush and all that, but once they turn it on, there's nothing MKOI could do. All their characters know how to do is go in, they don't know how to get out.
That's it. Unfortunately for the side of MQ, they were able to take at least one game, so it wasn't a complete stomp for them. But speaking of stomps, we're going to be getting into Game 2 soon, but we're going to have another break, guys, so don't go anywhere. NZ Globant against Movistar next.
Compromising with what hurts inside, when you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. and nothing stays the same in time. In time, can't love ever, can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight the light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high and light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. Takiki takiki takita, takiki takiki takita, takiki takiki takita, takiki takiki takita. Everything is to hold tight, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back us down. Destiny is calling high and light. We're not afraid to fight for everything we love. Victory's on our side. It's our time to shine high and light. You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard the crowd, felt the blinding light. You were standing there when your heart comes alive. It's a dream of ahead, and it never dies. Right here, right now. Give it all, get it out. Never surrender. I fight and never fail. I am a contender. A challenge I can feel. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. The smallest lies become the brightest enemies. Relentlessly. And even if you fall, you gave it everything to be a king. You carved your way with a sharp attack. You watched it all burn, and you never looked back. There will come a day when your fears will rise. You protect your crown, so it never dies. Never surrender. I fight and never fail.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Honor of Kings Major West League Spring 2025. We've had match one out of the way. Virtus.pro taking a 2-1 victory over MCOY, finally getting the victory for themselves in the ranking weeks. I am Blam, and with me is Phil/Humus.
We're starting to get into some bloody games. Game one, I mean, day one, it felt like it was all stomps, but now it's back and forth, tooth and nail. The teams are getting warmed up, they're getting settled in, and they're ready to play for it.
Ready to play for it. They're all vying for their best outcomes, right? I mean, with the ranking week, obviously these losses, they kind of mean things at the same time that don't really mean a lot. All you're really trying to do is get into Group S, right? Like the top 3 teams get into Group S. Group A, that's where the hardest match begins, right? The bottom 4 teams then have to go through to next week to fight it all the way just to be the top team out of those 4. So that's when the real challenge begins. But you really want to be trying to get into that top 3, so then you're only really battling it for the upper bracket of the knockouts.
While you can't go home yet, when you're against the best of the best and want to be the best of the best, you need every advantage possible.
Yeah, but let's check out the first team. So Team A, let's have a look at you. So this is NZ Globant, the team that got 2 victories yesterday, and this is who represents them. You got Angra1 into the Clash lane, you got Sick, who has been a sick jungler, you've got Moon in the middle, Destro into the farm lane, and Capo Sipa as their roam support. This team definitely surprised me yesterday.
For sure, they were the team that actually ended up upsetting and taking out MKOI, which had so much hype.
Yeah, they were the first kind of dampener on MKOI's kind of hype that we've had going into this competition. I mean, definitely they have the experience, right? Like a lot of these players have played within Chuck BR, not managing to be like one of the top 2 teams, but they all have definitely showed their flavor in the West League.
Yeah, they definitely seem to play the game a little bit differently on their style here, and we're going to see another team that plays a bit differently here as we get into Twisted Minds. All right, going into Team 2 here, we have Twisted Minds. As you can see, they have 6 players. They have their sub on there too. And if you guys have been watching some Honor Kings, you guys know that a lot of these players used to be on Team Vitality, a very, very seasoned team. They have over here Nightly in the Clash lane, Clean in the jungle, Lang in the mid lane, Shanks in the farm lane, and CT Boy as their roamer. And as you've seen, there's 6 players. Their last player is you, is their jungle sub.
Yeah, I mean, they now coined themselves as the masterminds, and honestly, with a player like Lang, we've seen him in previous tournaments, and he's definitely kind of like one of the coaches on the team, right? Like, he was always kind of discussing with the coaches, what do we pick, what do we do, and he is definitely a very passionate player, very highly driven. And then they also have Shanks and City Boy. These are 2 players that have been in Honor of Kings since KIC 2022, so a lot of experience on Twisted Minds, and yesterday really showed their experience on the Gorge.
If you look at the Twisted Minds logo, it kind of looks like a brain, so maybe that's why they call themselves the Masterminds.
I think that's the whole point. The fact it's Twisted Minds and it looks like a brain, but yeah, it definitely, it's on point, let's say. But I do really love their jerseys. Their jerseys are so sick. I don't know what it is about it. It's just so vibrant. Colors are on point. I wouldn't mind a 9ZG Global as well. One. I'm just taking any freebies I can get at this point.
I'm liking the colors on 9Z as well too. Purple and green. Nice contrasting colors here. And then even a little bit of green in the hair, it looks like here too.
On brand, baby. You got to be on brand. You got to be committed at this point. You're in the West League. You're not in the small leagues now. You're not in the Open Series. You're not in the qualifier. You are in the West League. You need to be showing your colors.
If you want to be the best, you got to commit to the game and your team, and that shows a lot of commitment right there.
Yeah, I feel like you should be dyeing your hair red, you moves with your red shirt.
Well, we are on the west side here, which is supposed to be blue. I didn't get to mention. I thought it was red, and then tomorrow I'll switch it back up. All right, I'll come back on the right team here.
You just want to be associated with the East. You're just a little betrayer, aren't you? You're going to go and speak to Hauler after this, aren't you? You keep saying West, East is the best, but it is exactly West is the best, Hauler. We have Twisted Minds. We have OG Esports. Bring it on, baby.
Might have planted a little bit of a bug in my head here, but these games are not to be understated here. Always going the distance, always having a chance. Day 2, it seems like everyone's ready. It's important about these tournaments here. You know, day 1, maybe teams are not as ready. They're not as settled in now, right? But now they know what's going on. They've seen some of their opponents play, right? They can study. The coaches really come into play here. What drafts work, what drafts don't work. On this patch, some characters are not as good as the prior tournament, right?
Exactly, that's exactly right? Like, honestly, you're only as good as the draft. Like, you can kind of draft maybe some of these T0 picks, but if you don't execute that draft, then it kind of just is a little bit of a non-starter, which we've seen sometimes in previous competitions. But right now, we're going to get onto the draft of Game 1 between Twisted Minds and 9ZG. Twisted Minds being on blue side, so we could probably be seeing something, or at least trying to get the Arlie onto the board for Shanks.
Princess Frost getting banned out here, a pretty uncontested character that could sometimes be called like a throwaway ban too. They know their first pick. They don't want to ban out too many of the power picks here. So a little bit more of a niche ban there. Are getting banned out for 9Z here, which is fairly common.
I mean, it could be a bit of a throwaway ban, but at the same time, there is a lot of utility within Princess Frost, right? Is this kind of a little bit of a telling tale? Is Twisted Minds trying to get the Orgrim through in Game 1? Because if you get rid of the Princess Frost, you get rid of the Winter is Here, which is a great counter to the Orgrim.
Yeah, and perhaps their mid laner doesn't really want to play that style. That's not what they got in their plans right now. And they got Long picked up here in their plans after the Dolia ban. Mai getting banned out is pretty typical as well too, because if they don't ban it, it'll immediately get picked up on Twisted side. But Mai has not won yet, even despite the respect that everyone gives it.
Exactly. Mai has not won yet. We've been banning it, but can the players even play it? It's been banned, and can the players even play it? That's the funny thing that we kind of see right now.
There is the Orgrim getting picked up.
There is the Orgrim as well. Yes, it does come through here. I mean, they banned Princess Frost. Maybe they're going to try and bait the Orgrim through here onto the side of Twisted Minds. Maybe try and lock in the Masashi or something like that for clean, because now that they get the next two
It should be able to get it right here, yeah.
Yeah, they could get the Masashi here.
They end up picking the Yeez in. Maybe they're taking all of these other priority picks away. They know 9Z has their jungler already picked, and maybe they want to make them use the ban on Masashi to further out their draft and pick it later on. But if you don't pick it now, yeah, there's a good chance it gets banned out.
Oh, there was a very good chance it gets banned out, to be honest, because he's now onto the next banning phase after this next pick for the side of NZG. But honestly, the Yixing makes sense, right? Like, it's not a Princess Frost, it's not a Lady Chen, but there's a lot of control there that Twisted Minds necessarily missing in this draft. But if we look over to the side of NZG, they have the solid front line, they have the pick off of the Mayim, but now they have the burst from the Ganonmo.
Ganon, most similar to Lady Sun in the last match, is one of the characters that some teams prioritize so much, and we didn't see it at all last match, not picked or banned, but the teams that know the power of it know it is a huge threat.
Oh, massive threat, right? I believe, yes. It was picked by NZG in the last match that they played yesterday. Obviously, the one offline, I'm not too sure if they played it on that one, but they did also ban it in their second game of they played up against Koi. So it's definitely a pick that they sought for, because again, it just provides so much damage. And I'm pretty sure Moon even got MVP on it.
And 9Z is actually giving the Masashi over Twisted Minds here. Maybe they have a plan for it, but Masashi seems like a great pickup here, being able to lock down the Arn and the Ganonmo. And they still have their jungler available. Let's see what they end up picking up here.
Yeah, I mean, the ban at the Pei, right? So Pei, again, is another big pick for clean, so they definitely don't want that early game invading, harassing pick that is the Pei. And obviously, Zhongfei, once more, is a great control. Obviously, the Unbridled Outburst from City Boy. One of his best performances yesterday, actually, was on the Zhongfei. But looks like NZG are going to lock in the Sakia, so looking to try and maybe lock down the Lung with the Mulberry power, but also gives over a great amount of healing to the Orgrim.
The Pei ban is basically saying, we want to scale up. We have the Ganonmo, we have the Argrin. We don't want the game to kind of get coin flipped on invades, you know. They already have the Byron. Twisted Mind has a very, very strong early game. They want to be able to shut that down, not give them the option to play full aggressive early, and removing that priority pick for clean, as you mentioned.
Oh, potential Diadea and Jing being hovered over here could be very fruitful for the side of Twisted Minds, because again, what they're missing on the side of Twisted Minds is some great healing. So if they decide to take a team fight right now without the Diadea on there, they're not going to have any sustain. So that coming through with the Destiny Encounter as well as the Bit of Farewell could have been huge for them. But the Lianpo is a great counter for the Orgrim as well, right? So the Tremor Smash coming through on top of the Conductor of Souls could be a great deterrent for the side of Twisted Minds.
I would really like 9Z to go ahead and pick up the idea, actually. It has a little bit of synergy built in with Agra in there as well, too. And it's just a solid pick, being able to lock down the early game and maybe give Ganemo that breathing room to move around the map and clear some jungle. Saker is pretty strong early game, too, but it's interesting to see the idea actually go through this draft, not ban or pick.
Maybe that's what 9ZG was obviously thinking. It was like, right, we'll go for second place, we'll go for the Zakia, but at the same time, I feel like the Zakia does definitely offer over that same kind of thing, especially when you got a Marco Polo. So this is clearly like the end goal for NZG is the Marco Polo with Zakia, such a great combo.
Yeah, they have a lot of AoE team fight burst damage there with the Marco Polo and Gan and Mo. They're going to be looking to hit these combinations. I would consider that a fairly wombo combo-y composition. If they can catch multiple people, these fights are going to go really quickly.
Oh, super quick, right? I mean, using his, procting his passive and using that true damage onto the Marco Polo is going to be a problem for the Liam Po. But again, like you said, there's got to make sure they keep the Marco Polo safe within this one. But they have a lot of range and a lot of burst damage onto the side of NZG. They have to be careful on how they execute these team cut fights on the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, 9ZG, be careful here. They have the Yizing Liang Po combo, and being able to lock down everyone and hit him with all that CC. They also have a little bit of wombo themselves.
Yeah, absolutely, they do. I mean, if they can try and land the CC, they've also got obviously the Yixing as well as use the World is My Board to try and trap them into it so they can then to make the team fight into more of a confined space, because if they don't do that, they can allow the Mayin to kind of run free as well as the Orgren as well.
The Yizing seems to be a pick that a lot of pros actually favor because it makes the game really simple, right? Like, if you're ahead, you trap the enemy, you engage, right? If you're behind, you trap the enemy and you run away. I like characters like this that can do their job, apply a lot of utility, and it streamlines what your game plan is. It makes it so everyone knows what's going on. Even if you're not sure if you're supposed to fight, if you see Yizing trap a few people, oh, okay, all right, it's time to go.
That's it, yeah, it's time to commit, guys. We need to go in, we need to use the Flaming Palms. We have a lot of damage coming from Shanks here as well. I don't think we saw Shanks play the Lung yesterday, so it's going to be really nice to see him onto this pick, I believe. I will just double check that to see if I am correct. Yes, he didn't use the Lung yesterday.
Moon is the only...
Ali and the Lady Sun.
Moon is the only person in mid here. Usually Ganemo needs a little bit of help here as Twisted Mind sends 3 here in mid. Not much Ganemo can do about it. They're forced to get pushed in and give first move over here to Twisted Minds. As top lane, Byron's cheesed here maybe with the Saker level 1 gank, it looks like.
No, Jing's there, right? I mean, we can see the cleans going for the Crimson Golem because they know that Orgren's going to be heavily reliant on that blue. That's why Marco Polo was there as well, right? Just making sure they could get that faster wave clear to hopefully try and maintain or even save the Crimson Golem. But they probably know by now that, hey, Clean has got your red buff.
Yeah, Sakir moving around the map here. Lianpo trying to go ahead and match it. They did start in the mid lane here. Noticing Ganemo, not much is happening. He's just going to play safe. And wasting some time here in the clash lane, getting some vision, letting Byron heal up and come back.
I can kind of see that Sick is just trying to like help himself to the enemy jungle as well. He's able to take the balls away from them, maybe even the fire beat here as well. Moon coming in with a rotation, trying to catch out not Highling there, but whoever got that camp, we are yet to know, but it does look like NCG definitely do have the lead for gold for now.
Ganemo known for stealing the enemy jungle here, and then with the help of Agrid to soften up for him, he can just safely take it from range here and neutralize the early game, get his gold, and hopefully scale up to be a monster.
Yeah, I want to see some of these crucial kill effects as well, right? Like we saw there yesterday. Oh, 90 getting a 1v1.
And solos the Mayin there. Byron, one of the strongest early in Clash Lane, and then we see that go down here. He's not to be messed with 1v1.
Nope, he shouldn't. Don't proc the pro. Don't prod the bear. He will basically bite that stick out of your hand, and that's exactly what 90 did, right? I mean, he had a lot of health lossing when we first saw him up to the Clash Lane, but now he's able to come back with that 1v1 takedown.
Playing to his strengths here. Great job from Twisted Minds here now. Now they're going to be able to get teleport priority here if Byron does want it with the wave shove. He's standing on the teleport. He looks like he's waiting here. Doesn't actually end up going for it. We have Yizing and Roam here. Can they catch Mayin again? Probably not. A little bit far apart. But they clear up all these neutrals. Maybe perhaps they will go steal some jungle afterwards. Looks like they're just going to go ahead and protect their own jungle from here.
Yeah, I mean, the side of Twisted Minds don't want to get too over, right? I mean, NCG have definitely shown themselves that they can take some rounds off of the other teams within the West League, so Twisted Mind just needs to kind of get the feelers out right now.
Liang put a combo onto Marco Polo here. forces that, was that Flash or skill 2? I wasn't quite sure, but he had to dash away from that one.
Yeah, he doesn't have the dash on here. He has the Purify.
Oh, he has Purify. Oh, that's absolutely the dash then.
But yeah, I mean, definitely rendering the common skill useful, but again, we're
coming out
going down here.
Zig kind of got himself in a bit of trouble here. Alone in mid lane, trying to clear the wave here, gets trapped as Twisted Mind collapses on him and takes him out here. Teams are getting really good at actually controlling the R grid they've seen so far.
Well, the thing, Orgron really relies on the itemization, right? Like, if he doesn't have, like, either Phoenix or the Blazing Cape, he's kind of, like, very squishy in the early game. I mean, yes, he kind of, like, slow burns the damage onto you, but if you're not in a team fight, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, the composition on the side of 9ZG here, most people that pick up the Argrin usually pick a more utility-style mid laner to feed him that farm, but KMW is another high-resource character. So they have two high-resource characters here, and as you see, they're kind of clashing here to pick up the farm.
But now they are anyway, yeah. I mean, XP lead in terms of both of these teams. We can see that Clean and Sick are pretty much on the same kind of score, but it looks like the Tyrant is going to go on the side of Twisted Minds, which is going to be troublesome for Orgron, because we've already seen him be melted down already. Now that Clean has the extra damage and movement speed, it's going to be a lot more ferocious.
Yeah, Orgron died at a time where he kind of basically had to run straight back to Tyrant to even contest it, and then that would mean he would skip out on half his jungle, so very opportune for Twist to go ahead and take that down, knowing the Orgron just respawned here, and they do not have time to set up with everyone there.
Shanks is ahead with the gold here. Oh, we can see Capo Sifa go down as well. Oh, into the backline. The Flaming Palms do connect onto Destro, but it's not going to be enough. They cannot close the gap.
Marco Polo barely escaping 1 HP again here. Board goes down and seals the fate of Saker there. These boards, once you get someone there, everyone hits the go button, especially if you're ahead with the Tyrant buff too. People will go down really, really quickly.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, imagine the Tyrant onto Moon, right? Like, if Moon had that Tyrant with a freshly forged a couple blades, he would be slicing apart the side of Twisted Minds, but right now, he's not had the prime moment to shine.
We've seen a lot of Ganimo steal objectives in the past, but he needs to have that vision to be even attempt it. And last objective, they could not get anywhere near the pit there and could not give him the vision to go ahead and steal it. Ganimo has a lot of burst. He just needs to see the health of the dragon.
Yeah, we can see the Blood Rage coming through here for a Sick as well, so he's going to have a little bit more sustainability thanks to the shielding coming through from the Blood Rage, but he kind of needs to start building into these tier 2 items for the Blazing Cape as well as the other Phoenix. But oh, Destro looking like he's getting caught out.
Yeah, he escaped death 2 times. Third time is the charm here as they go ahead and take him out and push the tower now. Jing should clean up this tower real quick. They have amazing control of the top side jungle of 9ZG here, and they can barely walk up. They might push another tower here since everyone's here. Looks like they're going to end up retreating and maybe kiting back and securing the Overlord perhaps if their primals run out. But no, they end up deciding to push mid here instead. They have a lot of options.
But yeah, a lot of options using the Trevor Smash into the backline as well onto Capasiva, trying to keep out this here onto the team fight, but we're seeing Sick here taking a lot of damage as well. Oh, Highland
jumps into the backline and barely gets the kill on him. He was almost out. Deadly Reflection times 10. I don't even know what that call is, but he did it 10 times.
He reflected times, I think.
Yeah.
That's basically what he did.
Okay, so there's some hero-specific feats there, and Clean was real clean apparently because he achieved it.
Clean. I mean, it's like it says it on the tin, but at the same time, we're seeing here that Twisted Minds are 21k over the 17k on the side of NZG, so definitely where they need to be to try and take a very good game, a clean game from the side of NZG, and it's definitely like a very different NZG today.
Destro's been had a lot of resources invested against him. Every time I see him on the screen, he's running away 1 HP. He's constantly to go back to base and not have time to farm. So we should see that Shanks has a good amount of gold lead on him here, and Long only gets stronger from there.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, the Flaming Plum's got that. Oh my god.
Wow, look at that.
Health.
Almost one-shotting Moon there. I thought it was Moon's job to one-shot people. He's getting one-shot now.
This is the problem when you don't have that early game lead, when you don't able to sort of like establish yourself in the game this early on, the Ganimo starts to struggle.
Yeah, Ganimo scaling off of kills and such as well. And they only have 1 kill. Board coming out, goes in and traps the Argrin. One again, Argrin gets trapped. Sekir goes down here. Argrin goes down. Double kill, triple kill for Jing there. Maybe triple kill coming out. And then they barely get out. No, they don't. Clean is you can tell the bloodthirstiness. I mean, he got the triple who he wanted to go in for more. Speaking of bloodthirsty, Shanks dives the tier 2 tower and takes out Destro there, I think, at the high ground tower.
Destro goes down, the T2 into the farm lane goes down, the minions are going to do the T1 themselves. It's like, Twisted Mind's like, hey, you're the 6th player on our team. Wait.
A tower.
This is disastrous on the side of 9Z here. Complete tempo shift of the game. They were pretty even a while ago, but once Twisted got a foothold on the game, they are running with it now here, and they're taking out the whole jungle here, cleaning up the monkeys, the red buffs, everything. They're going to try and fight for it, and Twisted Mind actually opting to, you know, say, okay, we got enough, guys. Let's go ahead and back up. Let's not throw here. Let's not give up our lead.
Yeah, I mean, they're just trying to kind of shift the focus for 9Z into the position where they want them to. By trying to contest all these jungle camps, it kind of forces them into Twisted Mind, like, hey, look over here, as they're trying to kind of like fate like a punch somewhere else. But you can see that they're trying to into the lane as well, taking the T2.
If we go ahead and look at the score that was up here a second ago, GANMO is actually up gold on Yizing, even though he's 2 kills versus Yizing's 3 kills and 6 assists. So very diligent farming from GANMO here. He's trying to get to that GANMO late game. They just need to hold off, not lose too many towers, not hemorrhage enough for him to get there.
I mean, it's already getting to that point, though. It's very shaky for the side of NZ, because they're already down a high ground turret as well. I mean, the path of passing here is getting committed onto the 90 here, but he's just trying to just force them away.
Ooh, engage coming out here from Mayhin, and wow, one shot belongs before I don't know if he had ultimate available. He goes down before he could do it, though. And they trade back Mayhin there. The tower is maybe going to go down soon here. No, as they clear the minion wave and miss that fight. 9ZG is trying to find what they can here. Good catch there. Usually when teams are ahead, the carriers are not really too cautious in their positioning, as you see here, as Byron gets run down by 3 maybe. No, does not quite get him there. Looks like he would end up flashing away at the end there, can you tell?
Yeah, he just used his dash, didn't he? He just used his dash to get out of there, but at the same time, it's a good trade for the side of NZ, but they've got to try and convert it into something more.
Yep, once again, they are contesting that Crimson Golem here, and it looks like GZ's forced to run away. Board comes out and traps the Augur in here. Jing ultimate, getting some reflections down, does not quite kill this time, but they got what they want. They got the red buff, and they're slowly choking out 9Z and taking all their resources away.
Yeah, putting those circles around the squares and not actually getting anything from it, because we saw there that Sick was able to kind of go to the very near corner that was closest to his teammates. So even if Clean was going there was a lot waiting for him around the corner. You obviously have the couple blades, you have the Fever Barrage, the splendid revolvers coming through, but right now it looks like the Twisted Minds are gonna go for the Tyrant this time around.
Yeah, since 9Z's so behind, as you see, they don't really have the tanks to go ahead and face check and get vision. Gan and Mo almost face check the whole enemy team. They're trying to get vision, trying for a desperate steal here, and it seems like vision is a big problem for 9Z this game.
A very big problem. I mean, they've been forced to their high ground turrets already. I mean, very early on. I mean, it was pre-10 minutes that they took that high ground turret down into the farm lane, so they've got to be careful, and they can't really overextend because they don't know who's waiting for them in the brush.
Yeah, now we see Twisted go ahead and get another high ground tower. There's 2 there, and those are permanent. Let's see if they go ahead and push mid here. They did a good job of clearing the mid wave, but that's at what cost? At the cost of the wave going in top.
Yes, I mean, another high ground turret going down is going to be crucial for the side of NZG for now, but right, we're seeing here they even have the primal bond. They have the waves push, but they don't care. They're going to go for the overlord here. Like, you can see that there's a clear domination here for Twisted Minds in this game 1, and NZG just need to kind of try and formulate some kind of offensive play.
When you have 4 or 5 people on it, doesn't matter if you do 60% less damage. You're going to rip it down just as quick, and they have all the time in the world as 9ZG is trapped in their base here, and they get to roam throughout the map, farming whatever they want. You see that gold lead extending here, 5,000 gold lead, 8 towers to 0. Very impressive on the side of Twisted Mind here to control all the objective leaders. 8 towers, 3 objectives to 0-0 on the side of 9ZG.
Yeah, definitely a different 9ZG here, looking like a fish out of water in this game 1, but they could definitely come back in game 2, but they have definitely needed to defend the base here, or they could lose game 1 as it is.
They have not lost yet here, but it's looking grim. They're going to need a miracle play here. And they have the characters to do it. They just need to have that fight in sync. But Twisted it's also up to Twisted. Does Twisted give them that opportunity? They're always staggered. They're not giving them a chance to catch them all. Long goes in, ults out on 1 HP. That high ground tower is hanging on by a sliver here, and once that goes down, all 3 waves are going to be spawning double elite minions, and that's usually the mark of death.
It is, but I mean, there's been points in Season 3 Invitational where teams have come back from no high ground turrets, so we can't really write up 9G just yet. They're behind by about 5k gold. If they start to just try and farm up here, try and just clear those minion waves, we could see them come back here, but they've got to be careful. We are seeing a little bit of a slap and dash here between 90 and Angra 1.
Board goes wide there and does not connect on anyone. We're at the time in the game where any board that catches 1 or 2 people could be the end of the game. They're gonna go ahead and convert that into a team fight, into a tower, into a win here. So the next fight here is crucial as 9GZ goes ahead and tries to get a catch on Byron. Byron actually goes in a 1v2 and threatens them back. Wow, look at that Byron. He sees that he's 1v2, but he's like, no, hey, I'm not scared. I'll go back in, makes the Ganimo back off, and actually rethink his decision there.
I mean, he's got the level advantage, right? Like, he's level 15. I mean, 90's probably going to have some great itemization, but we haven't seen it for a while. But here comes in the
beautiful flash ultimate on 3 here. Isn't enough. Board goes in and traps 3. They're under their crystal here. And we're at the point where you can just hit the crystal and win, but are they going for kills? They're going for kills. They don't want the win yet. They want the numbers. As they take them all out here. Oh, man. There was a time that Long could have just hit the crystal and won, but he was like, no, I want to get these numbers. I want to bump a KD. Quadra kill for Long.
He wants the penta.
He wants the penta here too, as Lianglo goes ahead and dives the base.
Oh, just not enough. Not enough. They were like, you know what, guys?
Brutal beat down, being put down by Twisted Minds there.
That's it. Let's not drag out game 1 any further just for a pentakill. I mean, it was close. Maybe in game 2 you will get your pentakill, Shanks. But no, that was a clean win there from Twisted Minds. They didn't lose a single turret, and they barely lost any lives as well onto their side.
Yeah, very dominating game on the side of Twisted. Definitely sets up their momentum well. There was a time in that final fight there where I saw Long hitting the crystal, right? It was getting low, and he still had minions, but he's like, wait a second. Hold on a sec here. Let me go ahead and pick up this kill, juice up the KDA, try to get that MVP at the end. We've all done it before in ranked, all right? And now they're doing it on the big stages.
I mean, it's definitely the confidence, right? I mean, they definitely wanted to get that pentakill on the board. Just be the first person, like, we got the first penta in the Major West League. No biggie, no biggie. But unfortunately, they got a quadra. I mean, you can't frown at a quadra kill and getting that game 1 win so convincingly. 9ZJ needs to basically make a definite comeback in this game 2.
It's a bit psychological too, you know. Game 1, they're willing to put on a beatdown in your base. They hold off the win to try and farm some damage and kills on you. That's really gonna hurt the mental side of 9GZ.
Yeah, I'm going to be really interested to see how much damage actually was dealt here by Shanks. Because, I mean, those Flaming Palms, even early on in the game, especially onto that Ganimo, we even both spread it, like, literally had a wide reaction to it. Literally, yeah, he had, like, what, 3/4 health, and then from 1 Flaming Palms, he was down to maybe, like, not even 5% health. It was wild.
That's one of those situations where you pan your screen, you look back and like, where did all my health go? He walked up to try and wave clear, right? And then looks back and he's on 10% HP. If he looked back a second later, he would have been gone.
He literally would have been gone. If he just like kind of hesitated, Shanks could have flashed in there and kind of just finished off with a basic attack at that point because they just would hit so hard. But we're going to be going into the post-game stats very soon. But honestly, I have to give it over to Clean as well. The Jing play here for Clean was super duper just aggressive. I mean, we saw there that big ultimate with the 10 reflections, just able to get so many kills as well, was absolutely phenomenal for the side of Twisted Fate. Twisted Minds, sorry. I keep saying it, but it's Twisted Minds. Get silly blam. Right. 4-1 for Highling. We see 6-1 for Shanks, and then 4-3-7. Obviously not the cleanest for Clean, but definitely the way he played this time around was definitely to the T, on brand. His name's Clean.
Highlang, they're set up a lot of those plays with those early boards trapping all the enemies and making it so his teammates couldn't really miss, you know? They're all trapped here. Jing just presses all their buttons and he's guaranteed to hit all of them.
He's guaranteed to hit all of them. Exactly. I mean, definitely one way to figure the Jing out, right? But at the same time, we're seeing here that 75k comes through for Shanks, 62 for Clean. But to be honest, 90 taking the 65k as well. So also Byron doing a lot of damage this time around.
Yeah, do not be dissuaded by the low damage numbers. The damage numbers are so low because this was a short game. You know, they ended the game really quickly. These are really high damage from all the players for this time of the game.
Very high damage, and even higher in terms of the gold lead as well, right? I mean, peaking at 6.4k towards what was the timer on that game? It looks like it was around about 14 minutes, so definitely not getting into the late game. Obviously, at 10-minute point, we get the shadow variants and the neutral objectives up, but look who didn't get a single neutral objective on there. That's definitely where the improvement needs to come from NZG, is definitely making sure they have a little bit more dominance on the Gorge in Game 2.
One thing I'm very impressed about is the discipline on side Twist. They were ahead, they were stealing jungle, but they knew when to back off. You know, they never wanted to give that lead to the enemy, and you showed in the numbers. The gold kept going up, the objectives all kept going up. They never got overzealous up until the very end here. Maybe they got a little bit overzealous, but they made sure to maintain that lead, never give any bounties away, and don't give the enemy a chance.
I mean, they were at the point where they could basically sacrifice a few of those bounties, right? Like, they were pretty much at the crystal. They was like, you know what? Even if we do give you a few kills, you don't have any of our turrets. And the MVP going rightly to Shanks here,
there we go.
definitely getting that quadra kill towards the end there. He just wanted to make sure that he was able to secure the MVP, right?
For sure, 26% damage dealt, not much damage taken as well there too, 12%. They had a really tough time getting on him, and then Long, when you get on him, you don't really get on him anyway there. So great job by Shanks there, really love the play.
Yeah, great plays. I mean, only getting caught once, and that was probably just due to him being overzealous at one point within the game, taking only 12% of the damage as well, which is definitely showing dividends to the sneakiness and the slipperiness of this hero.
Work hard, play hard. That's what they did. They worked really hard all game, made sure they never gave up a lead. At the end, you know, they can let loose a bit, take a few KOs in the crystal, you know, farm that MVP.
Yeah, we're going to see here on the highlights as well, right? The fact that this Sick was just so easily cleaned up in the early game onto the Organ as well, right?
There might have been a bit of miscommunication with where the enemies are there, because he showed up to mid lane alone and all the enemies are waiting for him, trapped him on the board, and once you misposition a little bit against the Yi Zing, you're mispositioned forever basically as he trapped you in that board.
Yeah, I mean, they're great efforts as well for City Boy going into the back lane using the Tremor Smash. I mean, some of them didn't connect, and then others actually just made everybody tremor onto the side of 9ZG. So they were definitely doing great AoEs here. The World of My Board was connected more times out of 10 than it wasn't. So very well played for the majority of Twisted Minds this time around. A triple kill, a quadra kill. What more could you want in a clean game one for Twisted Minds?
Look at that beautiful Lang pull ult there onto 3, giving Yi Zing time to come up and set up the board on them and trap them outside of their fountain.
Yeah, I mean, here we go. We saw that moment there where we could have been seeing Lung trying to get a pentakill rather than trying to close the game out. So Shanks was just like, you know what, I'm going to have a bit of fun here. But there we go. Game 1 already written onto the board for the side of Twisted Minds. So like I said there, 9ZG need to go back to the draft, look at the BP, and look at how they're going to decide to play this next game 2, because they need to make sure they bring their A game, which we saw in day 1, right? Like, they were completely dominant on the Gorge, but they're gonna have a bit of a breather. So are we. Taking a break, guys. Don't go anywhere. Game 2 coming soon.
Gear out the weapon, getting ready, counting down. Pay attention to the challenge, tell me where you from. Gotta be tough, gotta be strong, gotta be savage like animal. Every time you tryna push me down. Look at me, I'll be lying down when I run, it'll make a sign, I will catch you. Watch out, it's better feel, got no mercy. Look at me, I'll be rising. Carry the season, look out the down, gonna wibble. You never hesitate for another moment, but my bone is golden.
I'm invincible, just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. Through the jungle, find a way to the palace, I'm waiting. Go, live from out we go. It ain't a river turning back. Storm is coming, tired of your cold. It's my kingdom, fire blowing up.
We the kings, it's an honor showtime.
Guess we gonna burn up. On a killing spree, I told you all this. All my enemies, they go on silence. Wipe them out for only 6 seconds. We got honor. You wanna
Says.
I've triggered my soul
Follow my
that
pace.
we the champions screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know I can show you all the glory I own. To the jungle, find a way to the pad. It's how we did. Go, live from out we go. The ain't a river, tiny bit. Storm is coming, tired of your call. It's my kingdom, fire, blow it up.
We the kings, it's our honor showtime.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Honor of Kings Major West League Spring 2025 Day 2 of the ranking week. I am Blam, and with me is Yumas, and we just saw a very clean game from Twisted Minds. What do we feel like NZG need to do in this game too, Phil?
I'm not personally sure what they need to do, but they need to not do what happened last game as Twisted Minds put down quite the beat down on them here. They do get a lot of priority picks now available that they couldn't last time. If I'm correct, they don't get the Agron anymore, but I've seen that teams have adapted and they're pretty good at dealing with the Agron, it seems like. It's such a priority pick that a lot of teams have the ability to study against it, you know, maybe bust out something that they're not ready for.
Maybe bust out something they're not ready for, or even go for something that can obviously take the damage from these assassin-type heroes that we've been seeing clean play quite a lot of as well, because that's clearly the counter in the early game, right? It's just making sure you do a lot of damage onto the Organ, but also make sure that it is not kind of like accessing into your jungle or taking too much of the resources that he shouldn't be taking anyway. And we saw a lot of that being combated in that game one between Twisted Minds and NZG. So I feel like they just know how to counter it. It's either CC or a lot of damage in the early game, which is exactly what Jing does, especially when she gets like the Axe of Torment and the Meteor being built as well. So again, I feel like like you were saying there, the Orgren can be a T0 pick, but at the same time, they got to play it with absolute kind of like confidence going into these games.
Yeah, also, Argren here, I think teams are starting to notice he has kind of a pattern with how he plays, you know? He always kind of rotates around mid, clears up that farm, you know? And we saw that in the mid game here, they actually caught him out. They caught him alone farming and put the board on him, trapped him there. And it's such a contested pick. We know it's going to come out. Chances are, if a team gives you Argren, they have a plan on how to deal with it too.
Oh, absolutely. It kind of gives you foresight into some of these teams' knowledge base as well, right? Like if they really struggle against the Orgren or they're kind of like banning it, they generally don't know how to play against it or play against it effectively against their opponents. But Twisted Minds was just like, hey guys, take the Orgren, it's fine. You can ban our pay, that's fine. We've got Jing still, and they went for it, and they definitely cleaned him up. They took him to the cleaner shop. They basically made him into a 5P suit. But this time around, it's going to be interesting to see what they do actually draft onto the side of Twisted Minds. Again, do we see Clean go onto another assassin jungle pick, or will we see a little bit more of a back to traditional roots here with the tank-orientated jungles?
9ZG here, I think they tried to play a traditional game, but against Twisted Minds, I think Twisted Minds is a bit more proficient in a traditional game here. That's why I recommended maybe bust out something surprising that they're not ready for, that forces them to adapt. It seems like Twisted Minds has the discipline, has the consistency. If they play a very traditional game, it's going to be really hard for them to win.
Oh, very difficult. Very, very difficult. Because, I mean, Twisted Minds have been in this, not as Twisted Minds as a whole, but there is a lot of experience on this roster, right? Like, even people in the chat were pointing out that City Boy and Shanks have been in here since KIC 2022 as well. So there is a lot of experience on this team already, filled out with some really new talent as well that have definitely adapted and taken on the experience from these two players in their strides. But it looks like it's going to be NZG going onto the side of the Blues. So again, another big prio blue pick for them, but Twisted Minds gets the reactive red side.
Dharma goes ahead and gets banned out here by 9ZG. Twisted is likely to ban a lot of their powerful picks that they just gone ahead and played and won with here. 9ZG ends up losing the Argrin, which is unfortunate. Usually you want to get a win on that one here, but there's still a lot of powerful picks up. This is a best of 3 format. Most of these games are going to be action-packed filled with these powerful picks.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, Daba being banned out here as well as the Mai Shiranoye. We see the NZG are banning out the Orgrim because they feel like Twisted Minds might actually even go for that. But I feel like it's probably not their sort of like go-to or suited playstyle that we've seen so far on the side of Twisted Minds.
Yeah, usually when you're not sure what to ban, it's always safe to ban Argrin. That's what I tell my teammates in ranked here as they go ahead and pick up the Diadea first pick here. Now we're seeing Diadea prioritize a lot more as we're moving into the second game, third game of the set, where all the other picks are a little bit phased out. That's where the powerful roamers are going to be seeing a little bit more priority.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, here we're seeing the Diadea come through, which is an interesting one here. So again, going to be great for picking off those kind of like high frame heroes if we do see come through. But there we go. Twisted Minds winning with the Dolia and the Elaine. So this is something obviously we were kind of given light to in the first series of the day. We saw a Dolia come through. We expected the Elaine, didn't quite land. But now we are getting those double Death on Sunsets.
That's the power of second pick. You get to pick two combo pieces together, so you make sure that they're never alone. They pick the Dolia and Elaine. Elaine's such a staple and competitive. I'm surprised we're not seeing it more, actually. We haven't seen it much yet, but when it is picked, it's usually with the Dolia, and it usually does a lot of work.
Yeah, exactly. It's great access into the backline, right? Like, especially when you've now locked in the likes of a Yixing as well as the Lady Sun. Getting that Death on Sunset's going to be able to just basically take you further past all the obstacles that we can already see come through for 9ZG, especially completely like mitigating the Destiny counter as well as the bit of farewell.
Yeah, those picks I'm a little bit questionable about because, as we mentioned, Clean likes playing more of these assassin-y type characters, and it looks like they just picked two prey characters for him here.
Potentially. I mean, we could even see him revert to a Kaiser, right? Like, Kaiser with the Dolia combo is a big sort of like staple pick that we've been seeing for quite a while. Doesn't always come through in competitive, but it's still a very good matchup between these two. I mean, we could even see Highland onto a Shangguan, right? Normally when we see a Dolia come through, it's normally the likes of the Elaine, Ganamo, Shangguan coming through. So again, one of his biggest picks from KC 2024, as well as EWC as well.
Yeah, when you add more targets to the team for Dolia to, you know, combo with, it definitely makes your team a lot more consistent. When the lane goes down and goes a little bit too deep out of range, you can't help them. You have someone else to go ahead and reset. And it looks like Twisted goes in and bans out some of these problem characters for them. Ban out the Guan Yu and the Byron. They want to make sure that the enemy team does not get any tankier here so that they could, I'm predicting, lock in a great assassin pick here.
Yeah, I mean, up into the Clash lane, you'd probably be looking at something maybe like a Charlotte that's left remaining, because obviously they've already used the Mai and they've banned out the Dharma for themselves. Byron's gone, Guan Yu's gone. So maybe use something like a Lu Bang as well, because they're already lacking like a bit of a tankiness coming through here for NZG. So something needs to kind of be picked a little bit differently here for the side of blue.
Yeah, if I was on 9ZG, I would definitely start to shore up my weakness in that tankiness department, something that can go ahead and protect my carries, or just play Lam and kill them first. You know, they can't attack your carries if they're dead.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely an aggressive playstyle that NZG is going to go for here, but it's actually Twisted Minds going for the Hue-1. So again, we're going to get we could get to Unending Sorrows, some great ultimates here coming from the Hue-1. A lot of healing from both the Dolia as well as the Hue-1 is going to be great staying for the side of Twisted Minds. And like I said there, Charlotte is probably the only like logical one to go to other than the Lu Bang. But in terms of tankiness, they don't really have a tank here onto the side of NZG, but Twisted Minds do.
Ooh, Dune. I would have liked Dune get picked up on the side of 9ZG here. One of the best tanks left out there. But you see this trap that Twisted go ahead and set up in their draft. You know, they pick these characters that can dive, and then they ban out these tanky characters, forcing them on like the Charlotte. Maybe they know that they couldn't really get a good Dune locked in here too. So they take ahead and they force 9ZG to draft such a squishy composition.
Yeah, it's very squishy, but at the same time, it could be very well, if it's well executed, it could be very aggressive as well, because obviously, like you were saying earlier, with Lalam, if you don't pick a tank, you pick an assassin, that you try and just kill out their carries before they kill yours. So diving into the back line, we're probably going to be seeing a wide array of combos coming here from Sick. We've seen him on the land before, and it was very impressive.
Yeah, if I was 9ZG, I'll definitely focus on getting that early game locked down. Early game is so important for them because once it goes late, I think their characters kind of fall off a bit. Lam does not scale the best, right? Lady Sun later on, that early base damage does not scale very well. And they don't have a tank. Once in the late game, you have a fully itemed front line. It's like a wrecking ball through your squishy team.
Yeah, I mean, and that's going to be doing onto the side of Twisted Minds, right? Like, he's going to be able to Unruly Blade in there. We can see Dolia actually give over the Celestial Melody over to the Dune as well to give him the Unruly Blade to get out as well. So, again, there's a lot of, like, play styles that they could go for here on the side of Twisted Minds. I mean, you could even look at it in a way that Clean's been playing these jungle picks, being so aggressive. If he's gained 2 Unruly Blades, he could be having great access into the back line, and then that's paired up with the Death on Sunset, Death on Sunset from the lane. So again, the knockup is going to be huge for the engages here for the side of Twisted Minds. So really, we're going to be looking at trying to see something here for the side of NCG. There's going to be the counter engage, which is more likely going to be the Destiny counter from the Diadea.
Yeah, I would love to see some early game invades or maybe cheeses come out from the Diadea here, because once they get a foothold on the game early game and end the game early, I think that's exactly what they need. They do not want the game to go very long.
Yeah, not long at all. I mean, they finished the last game off in 14 minutes. I believe their matches yesterday for the side of Twisted Minds were very quick as well. So I feel like this is probably the frustration that NZG had, right? Like, they had a good day one in their stride, and now they're going to try and beat Twisted Minds in this game too. And I feel like they could do it here.
Yeah, we see Diadea come into mid lane here. Does not quite go for an engage yet. Really holds off. Ends up using the abilities to last hit the farm here as Twisted Minds neutralizes the early game here for them.
Yeah, just a bit of a contest here into the mid lane, right? They're just trying to get the Lady Sun just fed up with terms of resources, as seen here. Like, I Ching wasn't able to kind of like freeze the lane here so that they would have a second bit of minion waves for Destro, but at the same time, Island coming in here.
Yeah, Yuan and Dolia ends up pushing that wave first, which gives them first move to the bot lane here. A little bit of trades going out, but it's really hard to kill anyone at this stage in the game. Both people are diligent. Both sides are diligent here. Just mainly focus on coming down here, clearing the wave, helping your teammates so that they can go ahead and move. And then Yuan comes back mid and cleans up the wave.
For now, it's all about kind of just gaining those resources, right? Just making sure that you have the right tools in your kit to try and even take in a game team fight if you really want to. But there's been sort of, because there's a dude onto the Gorge here for Twisted Minds, we're not going to be seeing those very aggressive sort of early invades that we saw when he picked up the Jing in the last game, right? Taking the Crimson Golem away from the side of NZG. It's kind of a little bit more calm, collective here for the side of Twisted Minds, because once they get the itemization, that's when it's going to pop off.
Yeah, it seems like the pre-2 minutes meta has been everyone clear their wave, go to another wave, clear it, go back to your wave, you know. And if there's no invades going down, which this is a fairly traditional game, that's what's just going to happen for both sides here. As we see a Flash go ahead and come out from Charlotte there, it looks like.
Yeah, absolutely did. They did exhaust the common skill there. They got rid of the flash, which again is probably troublesome here. And if the side of Twisted Minds know that, they know that this is a green light for a gank.
As they go ahead and teleport into the bot lane here, are we going to see a lane gank here potentially? Maybe sneak into the bush? There's no minions here, so you could go ahead and sneak up. Nolan goes in, gets some poke, and that's going to get some vision and spot to Yuan here. Ford comes out, traps her right by her tower. Is there enough damage to come out here, though? No, with the ultimate available, able to shake off anything that really comes at them here. While that's happening, maybe it was a distraction for Lam to go ahead and steal the jungle there, actually. Almost didn't even notice.
Exactly, he was able to take the boar, I believe it was, off the side of Twisted Minds, which again is just a little bit good, a bit more resources over to the side of him. Again, the gold resources here is definitely pretty much a fine line between both teams.
Yeah, both teams very even right now. Both sides mainly just playing their own side of the map, clearing waves. A little bit of advantage for Twisted Minds here, but it's kind of negligible at this point. Yeah, they're basically together right here.
Yeah, it's basically night and it's not night and day. It's pretty much, is it 12 Midday
It's dead
or
day.
1 p.m. Is it 12 at midday or 1 p.m. at this point?
Yeah, they're going to have funneling a lot of farm here into Lamb here. And see, he takes the any jungle. His team leashes the jungle for him as well too here. So definitely one of those characters that needs a lot of gold, because either you get the kill or you don't, and there's no real way out. So I'm interested to see how Sick does in this first fight. Will he be able to get that damage down onto the carries he needs? The side of Twisted is a little bit bulky here, you know. With the D-Renji usually rushing armor boots first, the Yuan being able to go untangible here, dodging some of the combo. He needs to find a really good angle to go in and get these kills.
Yeah, I mean, he's just keeping his passive stack, right? Shanks on the D-Ranger, he's just making sure that he gets that attack speed and movement speed, so he's a little bit more agile across the gorge. But I feel like this is going to be the point where we start to see the D-Ranger pop off, is now they've got the Tyrant here in the early game. There's a lot of damage going over to the side of Twisted Minds.
That's another one of those more funneling, more selfish plays here. Lamb actually going at it, invading and cleaning the entire jungle, but we go ahead and get a board go down there, and Dolia gets trapped. D-Renji barely escapes the trap there, but has to watch as their support goes down.
Yeah, he had to exhaust his flash. He literally had to run, dash out of there, and then that was it. He was out of the board. If he wasn't, I feel like it was probably going to be a Shanks and City Boy takedown there. But taking down the Dolia is a good thing here for the side of NZG. Definitely the start that they needed.
Yeah, 9ZG, back to the point I was referencing before the fight broke out, is Lamb ended up cleaning up the entire top side of the jungle from Twisted. So while his play, you know, is for the team-wise a negative, for himself, he's probably getting himself a lot more ahead of the Dune here, getting a lot more resources himself. He eats a mid-wave here now, too. He has a lot of gold on him.
Yeah, I mean, even gold as well as the EXP lead as well, right, onto the side of Sick. He's level 10, Clean's level 9 at the moment, so definitely clearing out that top side of the map for 19G was definitely the right move for Sick. He wasn't there to help his teammates, but they didn't need the help. They got the catch onto City Boy.
Yeah, if you can get that investment up and running and it pays off, it's amazing. But he's gonna have to be really careful when you funnel all these resources in yourself. You gotta be careful in the fight because the enemies are looking out for you. Looking out is Yuan going in here with the ultimate stun onto 2, but not much follow up. And they actually end up getting themselves caught out a bit. But that ultimate able to refresh there. Wow. That was such a back and forth fight there. It looked like they were winning, they were losing here. The Yuan ultimate definitely be able to change the fight there with the untangibility.
Yeah, we saw the teleport as well come through from 90, so he was just down into the mid side of the map, just trying to clear out the minion wave as well, give himself a little bit more gold, but right now he needs to focus up there into the top side so he doesn't lose that T1 as well, because again, kind of like the Guan Yu, you want to make sure that you have a great lane priority for the lane.
We see the Blade of Glory, I think that's called, the component coming out for Yuan. So that's going to signify going more of a bruiser build in the mid lane. A more supportive bruiser, applying those slows with the Frost Scar coming up. Not as much damage going out.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, right now we're just looking for the sustainability for the side of Twisted Minds, right? I mean, they have the tankiness from the Dune, but right now they just need to make sure it kind of spreads across the rest of their teammates. But here we go, Sick going straight
goes in here. Chunks the Renji to half, goes in, has to escape 1 HP. Ooh, and he goes down here. And like I was saying before, you have all this investment on the jungle, you funnel all that gold, and you go in and you go down, you give it all back to the enemy.
Yeah, the Death on Sunset there was definitely a cleanup for the side of 90. Just able to just dive straight on top of Sick, just land back on top of him, deal the damage. But
Dune
right now,
is not done though. They go back in for more, it looks like here. As they push down this tower now, board comes out, traps too, but they might not mind. They will stay in the board and just take out the tower.
Destroyed a tower.
Yeah, it was more of a defensive measure rather than an offensive. They were able to clean the T1 up into the clash lane as well, so they are trading across the gorge. That is the first turret though for 9ZG, so they have to try and just dominate more on that. But right now we're seeing Twisted Minds are just not giving up onto that farm lane.
And then we see a little bit of a catch here on the D-Renji. D-Renji, I don't think has flash at the moment, but it's not enough. Lam goes in for another play here. Doesn't quite have enough firepower. The side of Twist is just so tanky that there's no one for Lam to really kill here, seems like, in these fights.
Yeah, he needs to be sort of going onto a team fight that's already damaged. Like, that's the point of Sick at this point, because there's just so much sustain onto the side of Twisted Minds. And speaking of that, though, the gold lead is still pretty much, it's very close.
Yeah, we'll have to say, NZG is doing a great job compared to the first game here in keeping it close. They are just a hair down to 100 gold maybe. So that is already miles better than the first game where it felt like they could not get a foothold at all in the game. Lam goes in once again. Board does not connect, but DRNG this time goes down. He cannot survive all those fights. And they take one kill and get away. There we go. We're getting on the board here.
Taking Shanks off the board was a very good point here for the side of NZG. They are able to use the teleport mechanic. We're probably going to be seeing a Tyrant takedown here as well, because we see Destro rotating around to give over the help as well. So again, some great damage coming over to the side of N9ZG here. So this could be a little bit of a tipping point here into the mid game.
9ZG is doing a great job of splitting up these fights. They don't want the all-out 5v5, you know, where the Dolia can reset and get these big wombo combos off multiple times. They're splitting the fight. They're putting 2 people top, 2 people bottom, you know. If you guys pressure here, okay, we'll take a Tyrant, we'll take a tower. And that's how they're able to keep up that gold. And now they got ahead, actually. They're up 1,000 gold now.
Up 1,000 gold. We see the Mask of Agony coming through for the I Ching there, so Moon's damage is now going to be a little bit more explosive and boosted here as well. But like you were saying there, Phil, the fact that so convert trades across the gorge as well is definitely what's the thing that's keeping 9ZG into this game too.
Yeah, very intelligent macro here, making sure that they're always getting something. It might not be what you want, but it's better than getting nothing, right? Like, if the enemy team is going to push your bot side, go ahead and trade a tower top. It all adds up over time, and that's what we see here. And it adds up to the point where they get an opportunity to get ahead, and they go ahead and they get ahead.
Yeah, I mean, we can kind of see some slowing items come through here onto the D-Ranger here. So Shank going for that item that's going to be sort of using the basic attacks, obviously inflict a slow, which is going to be great onto the likes of the Lamb, onto the Charlotte as well.
Red team has
Yeah, all the builds on the
destroyed
side
a
of
tower.
Twisted are just so bruisery, very reserved builds here, not going full damage. They don't want to give the enemy team a chance to catch them out and one-shot them. And it's really hard when all your characters are bruiser for Lamb to take anyone out. I really like their itemization here. And they also know we don't need that much damage. There's no tank on that side. We don't need a Shredder tank,
Dark
right? We just need to
Tyrant
use
has
our
been
base damage,
defeated.
stay alive, take out their carries, survive the onslaught from Lamb initially. And then after we survive it, we should be good.
They just got to sustain it, right? I mean, here they might get a contest onto the Overlord, but no, it's going to be sick. The claims in the Death on Sunset come through as well.
Twisted just got 2 objectives back to back, I think, as they go. No, they did not. 9ZG actually goes ahead and secures that one, actually.
Yes, they did, yeah.
It
So
looked
50-50
like
here.
since they were running away that they gave it over, but they made sure to secure it before they went. But securing 3 kills gets secured out like before we even knew it here on the side of 9ZG. What just happened?
Yeah, I mean, the Vanguard's not going to stop that push down into the mid lane, right? They were just basically, they were tenacious. The fact that we're going to get that T2 into the mid lane, which is going to be very troublesome for the side of 9ZG here, but it has been a great attempt for them right up to the Clash lane. They've managed to basically take it all the way to the high ground turret with Destra and Moon backed up. The damage is going to come through thick here for the side of 9ZG.
If Lamb did not secure that Overlord there, it was probably GG. 3 were down on the side of 9ZG, and he had a full minion wave pushing in. As we see another fight come out here, and Lamb, once again, not able to take out the enemies here. Board used defensively to try to stop the advance of Twisted, and it's a really, really tough game here for 9ZG now that the map's getting opened up.
Oh yeah, very tough game. I mean, Sick was there trying to take the pick up onto Shanks there, but he kind of was just met by Highling. He was like, no, buddy, I'm going to be here. I'm going to take all those pushing and prodding away, and I'm going to sustain with my healing as well as my CC. But right here, we could potentially be seeing some high ground turrets be taken down into the side lanes.
9ZG, if they want to win the fight, they gotta soften up the enemies, but it's not easy with Dolia and Yuan coming in. And Dune goes in and pushes behind the high ground tower. Blood Rage on 4-man crowd control there. And they just don't have the firepower, it seems. They need to get some poke off, but it's really hard when there's so much healing on the side of Twisted. Lamb goes in here, takes out the DRNG here, but will go down for it. As it looks like Twisted might make a play for the win here as they rotate back mid. They still have a few minions. Lady Sum desperately trying to clear the minions. Minions go down, but now they have to clear bottom. All these towers are getting chunked out. We have 1 cannon here. Is it enough for them? They need to take out that cannon. They need to take out that cannon. Okay. If they did not take out that cannon, they could have just lost it if they all target the crystal. As they're now, once again, in the base of 9ZG. The game is about to get closed out, it seems like.
Yeah, using the board defensively as well now.
Red team rampage.
Yeah, I don't think this is the place you want to trap them. You don't want to trap them in your crystal. They want to be here. And there
we
it
go.
goes over the side of Twisted. Wow. What an action-packed finish. I almost couldn't even catch my breath there at the end.
No, Twisted Mind's taking a game 2 away from 9ZG there as well. So again, it was definitely a more contested game 2 there. We saw that Sick was trying his hardest to try and take away some of those early farms from the side of Twisted Minds, but it just wasn't enough. Twisted Minds were just laying it in thick when they had the itemizations come through, like we were saying in the early game. As soon as those items come through and the sustain from the Do and from the Hue-1 as well, it's just going to be troublesome for the side of 9ZG.
I think 9ZG played that game really well. They held on for a long time, but as I mentioned, the composition does not really mesh that well, and the longer and longer the game goes out, that shows out. They held on for a really long time. They even built the lead at some points, but as the game goes forward, look at that Dune diving behind the high ground. They have no one to take him out. They have assassins. The enemy team has all bruisers and tanks. It is really, really rough.
Very rough.
I think they played
like
expertly, though.
Well.
They played really well.
They played very, very well. It's definitely not to sort of like underwrite how NZG played that too. They definitely tried to come back there. Like you said, they were able to actually sustain themselves a gold lead at one point, but it just wasn't enough because of the itemization that was coming through from Twisted Minds. Obviously, they built the Cuirass of Savagery onto the D-Ranger as well, just to make it a little bit more sustainable, a little bit more defense, and just rely on the basic attacks coming through there, as well as the lane as well. Obviously, Blood Rage naturally comes through on this pick. So diving into the back lines, using that shield, just meant that they were just having the second wind going into these team fights.
Yeah, you know what they say, draft is half the game. You know, you go over the game plan and you do a great job planning it, you know, trap the enemy into certain picks, get what you want, don't let them get what they want. I think Twisted Minds actually showing that they're the masterminds here with that excellent draft.
I mean, that's the title that they gave themselves, right? They self-proclaim themselves as masterminds, and they clearly showed it on the Gorge in that one, just due to itemizations, the way that they handled those team fights, the way that they handled the fact that 9ZG was able to take a little bit of farm away from them, especially towards the top side of the map, and they were able to actually get some turrets this time around as well onto the side of 9ZG, but it just wasn't quite enough. But it's still a valiant effort from this team.
Yeah, I am now a believer in the masterminds as they go ahead and 2-0 9GZ. It all really ended near the end there. They held on for a really good time. So you see the scores are pretty even around the board here. I want to highlight Yuan here with a 1-0-10 stat line. Amazing support for the team. Built Bruiser, applying those slows and then sustaining up the team, making sure that they do not get softened up and get into that lethality range of the Lamb. The Lamb tried really hard to take him out, but it's so hard. After they're tanky, they get sustained, they get pushbacks. It feels like he has to jump through like 6 hoops to even get a kill.
Yeah, exactly. That's it. He needs to kind of just do double. He needs to dive, dip, dash, dive, and dodge to try and get onto the back line. It just wasn't enough for the side of NZG, because even when he did able to actually gain access into the back line, the rest of his team just was not there, because they were kind of just like, what are you doing? Are we going to go dive in? Do we need to be there? Do we need to use the World is my board to actually contain them first? But most times out of 10, that World is my board was being used very defensively.
Yeah, they couldn't get a good foothold in the early game. While the scores were even, it was not to the point where they needed to board down and go ahead and force an engage. I do want to mention here in this graphic, this is one of the flattest graphs we've seen today, you know? It was really flat all the way up to the 8-minute mark, in which 9GZ actually took a little bit of a lead. But right at the end here, one crucial fight, and instantly the graph flies down in favor of Twisted and ends the game.
Exactly. I mean, this is the kind of like the seeds that they sow when they get those great sort of like tower pushes into the early game, because we saw towards the very early game there where we saw Shanks pushing the farm lane all the way to the higher ground turret, not actually claiming the higher ground turret, but it was literally just laid bare. So they knew they had kind of like access into the enemy's base when the right time was just like there and then.
Yeah, both sides did a good job of playing their side of the map, you know. There wasn't really much of a stomp in the mid game, as we see the MVP here is actually a lane 403. He also didn't die.
No death run for the lane 90 coming through here, like it was night and day. Like the kills were the day and the deaths were the night. There was nothing to it, taking 60% of the damage. So obviously being a little bit of a front line there, we saw quite a few times where the death on Sunset was used very aggressively to get into the, not only claim the kills onto the likes of Sick on the alarm, but at the same time to be used as a very aggressive deterrent, trying to kind of zone away the enemy team.
there wasn't actually too many big team fights, so we didn't see the Dolia Elaine combo come out too often, but that's the benefit of having a lot of characters on a team that can make use of the Dolia here. Here's the first kill here, ends up being taken out by Yizing as we go to some highs. This fight was really crazy here. We thought that 9Z was actually going to win it, but they end up getting dove in their tier 2 and getting taken out. A great bait by a Highland there with the Yuan.
Slain and
Yeah, again, it's like they had just so many kind of like AoEs coming through, right? They had like the untargetable AoE from the Huan, they had the heal-in, but they also had the Death and Sunset as well, which was just such an aggressive like circle AoE coming through there, just able to just zone them out, seen in this highlight reel so many times, and there we go. As well as that, you had the Unruly Blade. It was just kind of just very punishing for the side of Twisted Minds.
And all of these, you don't know when they're going to get a reset. You think Yuan is vulnerable now. They just ultimate. Nope. Dolia goes ahead and resets it. Same with Lane. Oh, he just died me. Okay, I can focus him now. Nope. Gets a reset. It makes it really hard to just lock someone down and catch him.
Oh, very difficult. Very difficult when you've got that Celestial Melody coming through from the Dolia. And it was just kind of the right pick, right? As soon as we knew that got locked in, and as soon as we knew that Twisted Minds had that red side, reactive red side, they locked in a very vital pick like the Dolia as well as the Elaine, which is always something that synergizes very well within competitive. But that is Twisted Minds picking up another 2-0 for themselves. First victim was Virtus.pro. This time it's NCG. But we are going to be taking a break between this next game, so it's going to be OG going up against next RÜYA. So again, we're getting a bit of EU flavor, so don't go anywhere. We'll see you very soon.
In Hero's Gorge, the base is the spring of life. In the real world, every forest and plant is the Earth's spring of life. The base nourishes the gorge, just as Earth's ecosystems sustain all life. If the base is exhausted, heroes will lose their home. If ecosystems are destroyed, all life loses their habitat. Honor of Kings is working with players worldwide to support real-world environmental causes and protect our planet's future. By participating in Protect Nature, Protect All Life, all efforts in the event will contribute to real-world causes. The the environment and let us defend the honor of our planet together.
Excuse me.
Hugging stinks. Victory!
Another round. Sure, but how about a smoother phone next time?
Realme 14, performance beyond limits.
How's it going, everybody? Welcome back to the Honor of Kings Major West League Spring 2025, and we're already on Game 3, so halfway through the day, and it's going to be OG Esports going up against Next RÜYA. Next RÜYA, this is their first game of the West League, so again, very interesting to see what they can bring to the table, right, Phil?
Yeah, and it is quite a game. They're against OG. Most people know them as the favorites in this tournament, but let's see if Next RÜYA can go ahead and knock them down a peg.
Maybe so, maybe so. I mean, someone's got to, right? So far, they have been completely left unchecked. I mean, even the games against Virtus.pro, it was the first game of the Major West League, so it was kind of just like a little bit of like a buffering season for them, it seemed, because they were probably the longest games they've had so far within the Major West League.
Yeah, they're definitely running hot, and let's see if they can continue, or will Next RÜYA give them a little bit of pip to their step here, coming out of Turkey. I'm very excited to see how this match goes. I personally, I like seeing upsets. I like seeing underdogs pop off, right? I don't want the games to go how it's scheduled, so I'm really cheering for them here.
Well, hopefully that cheers actually accelerate them enough to actually get the victory over OG Esports. But for those that haven't seen OG Esports yet and are new to the YouTube chat or wherever you're watching the Honor of Kings Global Esports, is that this is the Season 3 roster of Team Vitality. So they are going to look very familiar to you guys. And maybe if you were a fan of Team Vitality in Season 3, you're probably automatically by default a fan of OG Esports. But they have so far taken 2 zeros in day 1, maybe to try and make that another one in day 2.
Same great players know and love, now just playing under a different banner here. Some teams actually know them as the boogeyman of the Major West League as well too, so let's see how it goes.
Yeah, I mean, Next RÜYA we haven't seen play yet, so again, it's just one of those kind of like unknowns, which is always good to see, especially the unknown yesterday, especially for 9ZG. They didn't quite perform to the standards as we saw yesterday, but they're still an unknown. They're able to get 2 series under their belt against M-Boy and AYLO Gaming. Was able to quite hit the pale against Twisted Minds this time around, but I'm pretty sure that they've got some more games later on, one-off broadcast against Next RÜYA as well. So depending on who Next RÜYA do here, they could get 2 victories a day, not just 1.
Yeah, very excited to see them play. They have not played yet, and that's a bit of an advantage. They got to see OG play twice already, right? If they were using their time properly, doing research, maybe they could devise a strategy to take down said boogeyman.
Maybe they'll be the thing that need the kryptonite, right, for OG Esports. Maybe the case here for this team, and honestly, we haven't seen them play yet, so we're not quite too sure or familiar with the drafts, because even in like KC 2024, right, Next RÜYA was not quite there. We are seeing Ryuga, who was on Foot Esports, that was in KC 2024, so there is a lot of experience within this team. Some of these players actually were a part of the Season 1 Invitational of NRX as well, so they definitely have within the global esports scene some experience.
Yeah, very seasoned players, no doubt, and they're going against another seasoned team. We should see another really close game here, which I'm excited for. We got our first best of 3 today. Maybe it's our second best of 3 for the tournament? I don't know. Let's see.
I think the next one's probably got more of a chance of being a best of 3 this time around, because it's obviously MQuai. They're definitely going to want to be proving something. They're yet to get a victory on the board as well, and obviously being one of only the NA representatives, they definitely want to try that. But we're going to go check out Team A, so let's have a look who they are. So here you can see it is OG Esports on your screen once more, and representing them is Keke into the clash lane, Dodo in the jungle, Wen in the mid lane, An in farm lane, and Muchin into the support role. And I just love their poses they have for this video. It's just completely comical, but it definitely just suits these guys to a T. They all look very serious, but from what I know about these guys, they are very, very fun, very friendly players. But when they're on the Gorge, they are a different breed.
Those are the most dangerous players. You know, you think they're all fun and games, and then it's game time, and they really show up, and there's no more laughs.
No more laughs at all. I think Dowdow's learned his lesson from yesterday. He was having a little bit of mess around with his chair and reclined a little bit too far back and almost fell off. So hopefully no concussions for him today like yesterday. But yeah, like you were saying there, these are some of the players that will probably be the most frightful, right? When they seem very friendly, very social. But then when it comes to the push comes to the shove, that's it. It's kind of like game over. They are here to basically do business. But we're going to go check out their vital enemies, sorry, which is next RÜYA.
Next, RÜYA here out of Turkey. If the last set of poses was kind of goofy, these were confident here. A lot of swag, might I add, coming out from all the poses here on next RÜYA. They even had 2 Zhongfeis. But on this team here, we're going to go ahead and see Knight in the clash lane. We have Atrix in the jungle, RÜYA in the mid lane, Void in the farm lane, and we have Demon on Roamer, as well as Bobnet, another Roamer there for them here as a sub.
Yeah, exactly. We saw a little bit of the Blues Brothers swag coming through here for next RÜYA, it seems, with the dark shades. Definitely something that was quite up to the pale of OG Esports is quite comical poses as well. But a little backstory here as well. So RÜYA, their mid laner, was actually the support onto the side of Foot Esports in KC 2024, and the majority of last year when he played in Honor of Kings Esports, he was more of the support player. So he's actually now going up to the mid lane. So that's going to be super duper interesting to see how he's adapted here. Or was this his plan all along? He was kind of the mastermind waiting for his moment to shine in that mid lane.
That's what Major West is all about, right? You gotta not just win, but you gotta win in style. I love the energy that both these teams go ahead and bring onto here, you know, inside and outside of the Gorge here, right?
Yes, absolutely. They've got to bring a style. I mean, to be honest, they need to bring something into the Gorge to try and bring down OG Esports.
I believe in them. I don't know what they're gonna bust out, but whatever it is, I believe in.
Now, we'll find out here, right? This is where we start to find out what they do bust out, because this is the bans and picks for the first game between OG Esports and next RÜYA Esports. So let's see what actually comes through here. We're going to be seeing some of those like typical blue side bans, which is like the Ali, the Diadea, the Mai Shiranui. I feel like those are going to be some of like the most prioritized bans here. But once more, we're going to get the Keke Mind Games. It's going to be the Guan Yu.
Wow. I thought they would want the Guan Yu, you know, Keke, you know, one of the stronger Guan Yu players here, but actually bans it out. He says, I don't need it, you know. play something else.
It's one of his mind games. He did this yesterday, and me and Yikes was just like, oh, he banned it in game 1, and then game 2 is kind of like, ha, Yikes, got ya. This is my time to play Guan Yu, and then came through. So, yeah, it seems to be a little bit of like an MO here for OG Esports, that they don't want to go up against the Guan Yu in the Clash Lane first game. They ban out the Lady Sun as well. So, again, a great farm lane pick coming out from the side of OG Esports.
Now, I'm not saying this would happen, but sometimes when I'm playing ranked, you know, and it's time for me to pick a character, I go ahead and I pick my favorite character and I accidentally press ban, you know? Maybe that's what happened to KK here. Probably not, because there's a coach right behind him, you know? But that might be what's happening recently.
Yeah, I believe there probably would have been some swift justice to be dealt there if that was the case. But OG Esports locking in the Lung here. So On getting his pick through the first part of the picking phase, because now they're going to be like, right, okay, we got a strong pick for On. We're now going to kind of draft around this.
Very textbook here for OG picking up the Lung. We're probably likely to see the Argrin come back out for NRX along with the Dharma. It seems like 2 solid picks to go ahead and return for that. Early into the match, you know, before a lot of picks get taken out, second pick is actually relatively powerful. You know, you get 2 potentially strong picks for the enemy's first choice.
I mean, normally we kind of see onto the red side that sometimes is generally like locking in the farm lane, or potentially getting like 1 solid pick like the Dharma and then maybe going for a flex pick. But the Lian Po here is more than likely going to be into support role. Obviously, Orgrin's not being taken up here, so OG Esports taking the pay. Maybe NRX's ticket to be like, you know what, we've got the Lian Po, let's go for the Orgrin as well.
It looks like teams are starting to, I don't know, the Algren stocks are kind of falling off, I feel like, you know. Teams are starting to figure out how to deal with it. They're starting to give it over to enemy more, try to use it more as a bait, actually, you know, so they set up a composition around it. OG ends up taking the Pei and Byron. Insane early game here. They should be controlling the complete top side of the map in the early game. And let's see what NRX does to actually go ahead and try to counteract that.
I mean, anybody that's recently watched Day 1 or any kind of games recently with Dao Dao, they know that he loves this pick pay. He loves to be so aggressive on it. Recently got a bit of a buff as well, so that extra damage coming through into the early game definitely kind of pays dividends to like an Orgrin pick or a tank pick onto the enemy team. They are going to ban out the Orgrin for the side of OG Esports, so no Orgrin coming through this time for NRX Esports.
Yeah, OG's like, we gave you all a chance to take it. You don't want it? All right, you can't have it no more. They go ahead and ban that out. Idea gets banned out for NRX, targeting the roam on the side of OG. And yeah, if Idea or Saker, these kind of bruisery early game roamers come off with the Pei invade, with the Byron roam, you know, it could make such a nasty early game combo.
Very nasty game, nasty early game combo. But we can see here that OG Esports have definitely done a little bit of homework, because we know that Atix in the jungle definitely likes to play the Musashi, likes to play picks like the Lam as well. But maybe he'll get forced to more of a tank role this time around. I mean, Dune's still available. They have quite a bit of a front line here from the Lian Po. In terms of damage, you're probably going to be relying more so on the Yixing rather than the D-Ranger, because again, we've seen a lot of kind of like defensive builds towards the end of D-Ranger there, so heavily reliant on the basic attacks and then waiting for the Spark Forge dagger to come through to try and get that wave clear. But over to the side of OG Esports, it looks like Princess Frost and Liang coming through, so maybe trying to predict that high frames assassin into the jungle.
Well, what I was about to mention was OG's side is kind of lacking some CC with the Pei, Byron, you know, Long, not the best crowd control characters here. So these last 2 characters really rounded that out, as a Han Jin gets hovered here. Does it get locked in? I don't know. This might be one of the first times we see it.
It'd be very interesting to see the Hanshin come through here, right?
No,
like, he's able to pick
and it does.
Like,
It does.
Frost and whatnot. You're able to get quite in very quickly, get out very quickly as well using the ultimate. But to be honest, with the Liang, it's maybe the choice that you're trying to get here is like, once the Hanshin comes through, you're going to try and get that suppression on top of him very quickly.
Yeah, Han Jin, one of the most mobile characters in the game, if not the most mobile, with like 3 to 4 dashes on a really low cooldown. He's going to have to use those to maneuver the roadblock and the spike strip that is Liang, waiting for him to jump in to catch him.
Yeah, I mean, we'll probably be potentially looking for some like early level invades here for the side of NRX as well as OG Esports. So maybe just trying to mirror the kind of madness that they've been seeing over the past day for the side of OG Esports. But at the same time, they could be either using the suppression to try and take down the Yixing as well. Because if you think about it, using the world is my board is going to make those battlefields a little bit more confined for the side of OG Esports, which means that it kind of becomes like a bit of a killing floor for the Hanshin, right?
I think that the fact that they picked such a strong early game OG side, they were forced to pick someone that can kind of answer it here in the Hanshin. Cannot pick a jungler that just kind of gets ran over or very weak to invades. Something like the Luna would be very much a lot of trouble if you get your Azure go and go ahead and invade. So they picked someone that was a little bit more durable early game to try and fend off that early game madness you mentioned.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, a little bit of a fun fact here for the side of NRX Esports. Their support player, Knight, was actually going to go into retirement, but then when Honor of Kings came out, he thought, you know what? I'm going to put my my hat into the race here. So he's now back onto the Gorge out of retirement to try and make a name for himself. So again, very commendable for the Honor of Kings global esports talents to be like, you know what? This game looks really fun. I'm going to go and play it for myself. And he's actually in one of the West League teams. So there we go. Anybody can make it as long as you've got the right attitude.
Pro players, it's not easy to retire, you know? You see your friends and fellow competitors on the stage competing, giving it their all, training every day, and you just, if you've had that life before, you know, you don't want to give it back up, right? So as a pro myself, I remember back when I played, a lot of people retired and then they come back, you know? Nothing quite beats that feeling.
It's like a comeback tour, right? It's kind of like your famous band. You're like, you know what? We got a reunion tour coming through, lads. It's like, okay, let's go. But yeah, I can imagine it's never been a pro player, but I can imagine what it feels like. So there we go. A little bit of insight from one of the ex-pro players. I mean, we've been spoiled onto the West League. I mean, does the East League have any ex-pro players? I don't think so. So West equals the best. Thank you, Holler.
I heard Haller plays a mean Street Fighter, but I'm not sure about MOBAs though, all right? So we're gonna have to see going forward here. But yeah, these teams are readied up. They're getting started. 0-0 OG versus next RÜYA. I like that more interesting picks come out from NRX because, you know, a more traditionally strong team, they have a lot of research, a lot of practice against these more meta characters, right? While their team is still more meta, it has that flashiness with the Hanshin and the Darham to make these crazy plays to catch and try and break the lineup of OG.
Exactly. I mean, that could definitely be the motive here for Atix, right? But we're going to have to wait to see if they can actually translate this onto the Gorge. Because again, even though it's one of the more flashier picks, most likely that when it becomes a flashier pick, it's harder for them to actually pull this off. But this thrilling season of the major leagues is made possible with the support of EWC, helping bring top-tier competition to fans worldwide.
And all these pro players are powered by the best equipment here. Our players are geared up with the Realme 14 5G, built for performance, made for gaming, smooth, cool, reliable, just the way esports demand. Ready to level up. Get yours now and feel the difference.
Feel the difference and feel the bird here. I mean, the Flaming Palms could come through thick here in the early game from OG, right? That's the thing they got to really watch out for the side of NRX.
This is the one time in the game the farm lane is kind of even in a 1v1 here as DRNG walks up and tries to aggress and push long off the farm. They get that 1 minute of free time alone here, the two marksmen, before everyone goes ahead and collapses and creates a party in the bot lane.
Yeah, I mean, they've got to be careful though, right? I mean, Liang is coming down with the rotations now. He's done his job into the mid lane.
Wow,
the wind's
going in
through as
1v2.
well. A lot of damage. Yeah.
He had that HP advantage and he was confident. He was not worried. 1v2, no problem, man. I'll walk up, I'll advance. He tanks the minion wave here too to keep the wave in a great spot, as you can see. There we go. Sets the wave in a good spot for him. He's likely to freeze the wave there as we see Hanshin go ahead and dash around the mid lane.
Yeah, you kind of have to use those dashes to get out of there, right? They go back into the safety of the T1 because they got the Liampo there as well, so they're kind of protected. They have the Tremor Smash, they have the Magma Slam as the Burst Ram as well, so they definitely have their ways of keeping the Hanshin alive for now. But like you were saying there, obviously, on going in on the 2v1, this is not stranger to him, right? This is the same player that took a 3v1 under the T1 turret and came out on top on the Arlie. It was crazy yesterday.
If you can get away with that, you can get away with anything. But on the side of NRX here, it's really hard for the DRenji to go ahead and break this freeze that Long actually went ahead and set up. We don't talk about this often, but if you know you have the XP advantage and you're getting level 4 first, if you go ahead and freeze the wave by your tower, it forces the enemy marksman to walk up outside of their comfort zone, you know, and have to fight you for the farm. That's what we saw here being set up by An.
Exactly, that's exactly what they were doing there and into the farm lane, and they're kind of just playing the lung game, right? They have to try and kind of bait the enemy into their turrets, so then they can open up a big gank for the side of their jungle or even their mid lane. But right now we see when and
Flash comes out into the ultimate, and there goes Liang Po. That's the power of Liang being able to lock someone down as moment's notice. It seemed like a little bit of an overkill there, that flash. He was already on top of him, but he really wanted to make sure that a demon had no chance of escaping, and he ends up going down there.
I mean, we say overkill, but it's the first blood, right? I mean, there's a little bit of an extra boost, extra bonus gold. So, again, claiming that win, you've already got a lead, which is OG Esports up by about 1.4k in 3 minutes. It's definitely a lead you want to maintain.
I think this is the quickest we've ever seen such a lead. 2,000 gold lead almost 3 minutes into the game.
Yeah, it's pretty much stonks here onto the side of OG Esports for now, but I feel like all NRX need to do is just make sure they keep maintaining their jungle, making sure they don't lose any of their farm, and just make sure that they're able to kind of like bring that back up to a very steady comeback in terms of gold differential.
It is expected, though, when you have such strong early game characters such as Pei and the Byron here. We didn't see it much on camera, but they did a lot of work top invading, stealing away the farm, and that's how they built up this lead here. It looks like NRX is closing it back up a little bit here, but they need to be able to hold on until the Pei kind of starts to fall off. They get some gold in their DRenji, get some items in there, and play for the late game where they can get these truth marches. Oh my god. Before we even know it, Pei gets there we go. It's not easy to survive the Pei in the early game.
The pain brings pain, and I mean, he just built the Axe of Torment as well, right? So that's a lot of damage coming through for the side of OG Esports. But Keke is looking to try and take this 2v2, just battling between the turrets, just trying to kind of make sure that his minion wave's crashing through here.
We might need to check Guinness. That's probably the fastest Axe of Torments we see out of a jungle here at 4 minutes, getting all that armor penetration early. As Luong goes aggressive here with the ultimate and puts himself ahead, and DRenji turns it actually. Wow. It looks like
exactly.
Oh,
nice little trade there.
I have to wait a second there to see who wins. It looks like both players win there as they actually traded here. I don't think Long was expecting the level of retaliation coming out from Void.
Yeah, not quite just expecting that, but that's the stun of the DRenji, right? Like, he not only stuns them, but he gets the physical damage reduction as well.
Yeah, being able to reduce the defenses there, and you're a marksman, you already don't have much defenses. Being able to turn that fight from like 30% HP versus 60% to 0-0. Great play by both sides.
Oh, very well played there for both sides. We've seen that the Tyrant did actually go over to the side of OG Esports, so again, a lot more damage going over to their team. And did they need it? Because, I mean, Dao Dao's already packing a punch.
There's so much going on everywhere in this game here that we watch one thing and we miss another. Somehow OG has climbed up to a 3,000 gold lead, got the Tyrant off screen as we've seen here. There's just fights going on everywhere. The Byron Pei, like I mentioned, is terrorizing the early game here. Complete control of the enemy jungle. They're not allowed to walk up, and Pei is really good at taking towers as well too, being ranged and pushing these leads. Byron on their backline behind the tier 2 tower, and Look at the aura right there. He's just standing behind the tower menacingly, forcing the enemy team to go back into base.
He's not gold farming, he's aura farming.
He is. He's still there. He's like, okay, I just did that top. Let me do that mid too real quick.
But yeah, right now, I mean, that
gets
5k gold is crazy,
taken.
right? Crazy lead into, what, 6 minutes? So that's almost like a, what, 1k lead per minute, which is crazy. The T2 now going down into the mid lane is definitely something that NRX needs to get in check right now.
Things are happening so fast. I could just imagine it's just getting away from NRX. So much is happening at the map at the same time. That's the power of these picks, like the Pei, like the Byron, being able to infect the map early, get first mover advantage, and then when everyone's doing that all at the same time, it's really hard to control. You know, you need help here, you need help there, and Long goes ahead and ults out, and Liang grabs the Liang Po here, and it looked like it was really bad for Long here for a sec, but then I remembered he's Long, he just press ultimate and get away.
Yeah, literally, the Infinite Bastards comes through, and there's not too many Imperial Orders that you can land there with the DRenji when you've got 4 people on top of you.
Hanshin trying to catch up here. Like, even with the mobility of Hanshin, one of the most mobile characters in this game, they still cannot keep up with the rotations and macros of OG.
Oh no, exactly. I mean, that's what happens when you go against OG Esports, right? They're known for this. Like, they're just so like highly aggressive. They definitely want to try and finish the game off early. They're not here to mess around in day 2. They're like, guys, we had a 2-0 yesterday. We're just looking to maintain that score. But here comes the suppression once more.
This Byron has consistently been behind towers. I don't think I've ever seen him in front of a tower yet. His angle is stand behind any tower, make sure they cannot walk up to defend. This is probably the only time he's actually in front of a tower, and he might jump back in there any second now.
He's just living life on the edge. He's just an absolute like adrenaline junkie at this point. He's like, you know what? Why play in front of the turret? I'm going to play behind the turret, you know? Just kind of try and create a new strat here. But if we look at the scoreboard here, you can kind of see a clear divide in the gold here between Dowdow and Atix. Like, what, 8k
and
to
then
5k?
Pei jumps in,
and then again,
1v3 and takes out Hanjin. Complete Joe domination this game here.
Complete domination. I mean, the world is my board just being used very defensively there, just to kind of make sure that they don't lose any high ground turrets before the 10-minute mark, because it's already looking like a very fast-paced game here for the side of OG Esports. Looking to go for another neutral objective into their stride, and it's going to be the Overlord this time.
This might be one of the quickest games today. 8 minutes in, 7,000 gold discrepancy. NRX needs a miracle here to come back. They need a big combo from Knight, maybe a good truth mantra, something to turn the game.
Yeah, they definitely need something right. The truth mantra landing in maybe a crucial crow control, that's quite right. But at this moment, they are definitely behind in terms of like EXP as well as the gold. So in terms of itemization, I don't think they'd have the damage enough to actually make something out of this.
Wow,
oh my
look
gosh!
At that. Brutal, brutal, brutal. And on top of all that, you have to worry about Liang flash ulting you, and he could probably solo you himself. He's solo heading right. He's level 12 on the Liang. He's higher level than the enemy Clash laner on Rome.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. that comes to something, right? When your enemy support is above your Clash lane on the enemy team, is pretty wild. But this is exactly the prospect of OG Esports. They're just so aggressive.
Before aura farming in the enemy base there, takes a bit of damage, turns on the ultimate there, shields it all up, you know, saying you can't hurt me. And they've actually got out it.
At this point, I don't think they can, right? I mean, it would take probably like 5-on-1 at this point to try and take down Keke, but like you said, he's just aura farming. He's just trying to like bait some of these skills off of the side of NRX, but they're not kind of taking the bait just yet.
He's sitting right over the wall here, looking for a time he could jump to 1v5. I can tell already. They're not taking the bait though and walking up and giving him that 5v1, it seems like, as he goes and backs up and does the Azure Golem. While he's going doing that and literally holding 5 members on the enemy team, it looks like, on the map. OG is given the time here to freely go ahead and take this Overlord.
And take the Overlord and the Tyrant, you mean?
Wow,
I mean, look at
that.
that. Timing is impeccable. Like, you saw that Dowdow got it all the way down to like very much 547 health, whilst his team didn't actually face the consequences of the Primal Bond as well. So a very nice timed, well communicated OG Esports.
And that's back off of the back of Keke here, standing up in the front, getting vision of the complete enemy team. They don't have to worry about any steals, you know. Pei doesn't have to worry about someone throwing a skill shot, taking it out there. We have complete vision of the enemy team, so we can do everything at our leisure, and that means taking both objectives at the same time.
Yeah, and that's when you know you got complete dominance onto the Gorge, right? That's when you take both of the shadow variants of these neutral objectives. Whew, that's when you know you're in for a treat.
I know OG had some great games day one, but they're coming up on almost 1,000 gold a minute lead here as the fight breaks out into the crystal. Some members of OG are going down here. Long goes down, but it's not enough as they just rush down the crystal. The quickest games we've had yet, I think.
It's definitely, there seems to be like a medium average, right, for OG Esports. They don't like to go all the way to the 10 burst, but they don't like to finish it too early. They like to get around about that like 11, 12 minute sweet point. So like, yeah, let's give over some kills. Let's try and like give a bit of pizzazz for the side of our opponents. But no, OG Esports coming in with a very clean game one there. NRX looking like a little bit like a fish out of water, unfortunately.
I cannot wait to see the gold that game. Everyone on OG side was rich. It's one of those times where you play, right? And your support has more gold than their highest gold member. You know, that's when you know it's done, you know, like...
The splash in the cash around, mate. It's just like, you know what? You get an item. You can get a tier 3 item if you really want to. Hey, just splash out, baby. We just got so much resources. We have put in stocks. We're in crypto, and we're going to the moon, baby. That's what OG Esports is basically motto there in game one against NRX.
There was so many things happening that game, you know, invade going on here, 1v1 going on here, items flying all on OG side, mainly on OG side, to be honest. I see them picking up items multiple times here. It looked like Byron picked up like 3 items at the same time at one time. He was probably shifting around his build, it seems like, while he's in their base standing still. But very entertaining game. We don't like to see stops, but sometimes it's fun to watch, you know? It's fun to watch.
Sometimes it's just unfortunate, right? Like it's bound to come through, especially when you got such like a variant spectrum of these teams within the West League. And OG Esports, like you were saying in the introduction, are probably one of the favorites within the West League, right? And their day 1 performance definitely portrayed that, and then day 2 is looking like it's going to basically maintain that same kind of pattern.
Yeah, they are setting the pace for all the teams here, you know. I saw them play yesterday. It was very impressive. It's different watching it live, you know. I see why they're the favorites. I see why so many players are looking out for them, calling the boogeyman, because they're out here farming 1,000 gold on you a minute, it seems like, almost. And you said that was the average game. I'm scared to see what's their good game, you know. If that's like an average OG game, about up 1,000 gold a minute, you know, like...
I think we're still yet to see the actual... bare knuckles OG Esports within the West League just yet. I feel like they're kind of holding their punches, it seems. Ooh. But compared to the Season 3 Invitational, but look at that, 11k gold to the enemies, 6.9k into the jungle. Dowdell with 602. And then it just becomes even more impressive the more you look at it across the board.
Can I just go ahead and give a shout out to RÜYA here? Somehow, amidst all that chaos, he did not die.
He's got the invincibility, hasn't he? He's got the passive that just makes him able to get out there. He's a scapegoat at that point. But yeah,
that is extremely impressive in my opinion. He was in like an active war zone the entire game. His jungle's getting invaded, his mid's getting pushed in, his lanes is getting 1v1'd on, you know. Very, very impressive actually.
Very impressive. I mean, you have to give it over to Void as well, right? Like 49.2k is one of the damage. Just under the damage of Dowdell onto the pay there. So even though they're on the losing team, their Ranger actually coming out there, 4 guns blaze, and just trying to do as much damage as possible. But the fact that they just had such a aggressive early game just meant that that damage just never came into fruition for the side of NRX Esports.
While I think OG definitely surpassed them in macro and rotations, DRenji there showed that his mechanics are on point, taking the 1v1 against here and actually trading, saying he can stack mechanically there.
Absolutely, stacking up mechanically as it was. But like, look at that though, like no turrets taken onto the side of NRX. There was no neutral objectives just because they were just too much dominance onto the side of OG Esports. But they definitely have to try and redeem themselves in that game too. The Hanshin pick, even though it was different, it's the first time we've seen him within the West League. It just wasn't enough to kind of counter Dowdell on this pay.
Blam, outside of some disconnects, what does RÜYA need to get a foothold in this next game?
I mean, they don't have to go against the pay next time, right? This is the beauty of the global ban pick, right? Like, maybe they'll go into something like the Luna. We've seen a little bit of a mixed bag with Dowdell on the Luna, because the last time we saw him play, he was kind of using it more as an intel. But speaking of Dowdell, he does get another MVP for himself. But I mean, at 602, 26% of the damage dealt, 23% of the damage taken as well. Like, this is pay. He's not like the most tankiest of heroes. He can falter with enough damage, but Dowdell's still taking a considerable amount of damage there. But then the total gold being 28% is definitely showing on how well he navigates this jungle on the Gorge.
Look at the early game here as Dowdell just one-shots Hanshin there. All these fights are so quickly, you're going to see in some of these highlights. Liang goes in and grabs the Yangpo as they get taken down. Look, these fights are so quick. Mainly off of the grabs of Liang, as you can see here too.
Yeah, you can see why they went for the Liempo, right? Like, the fact that they were able to use the suppression on the squishiest hero, but on the tankiest, it meant that that Tremor Smash never actually connected, and that could have been a great upset to the side of OG Esports.
They go ahead and lock down the only character that doesn't die in like 1 second, it seems like, and that's a great use for my opinion.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, it definitely paid dividends in this game one, right? Like, there just wasn't any time for the Liempo to shine, which is normally like one of the big picks into the support role, especially with his impressive Tremor Smash. Just to be able to like knock up 3-4 men onto the enemy team. Just like if that was it, like if that opportunity ever came through, Void on the DRNG would be able to do so much damage. It would have been very incredible for them. But we are going to go for a short break. I feel like we need a little bit of a breather before that one. So see you very much soon, guys. OG Esports and NRX up next with Game 2.
run through my blood. Rising up to become someone, and taking it all on my own. What a sweet victory. And taking all of control, awaken something deep in me. Like flames, feel it burning inside. Take a hold of pursuit of the prize. I've been told ain't no way to survive, keeping all of this fire that's locked up aside. When this is the time, enter the ring. All those mental chemicals doing their thing. I got flashes of battles inside of my dreams. I was made for this moment. At least now it seems like it's time to come face to face with your fear. Been battling reasons for all of the years, and I learned how to fight them with style and grace no one's ever encountered. You say it's amazing, I'ma come out swinging when they open the gate. Go ahead, call passion, I'm calling it rage. I'm taking what's mine like I already own it. Watch but don't blink, going here to the moment. The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment. The sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. My name is honor, my name is king, my name is champion, my name is strength. Tell them who you are. My name is Pentakill, you think it's strange? My name keep ringing inside of your brain. I hear it every night. It's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. So tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are, you are. Here's to the moment the sky rained down. Here's to the madness that's all around. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you are. Go on, tell them who you are, you are, you
Welcome back to the Honor of Kings Major West League Spring 2025, and we've just had a very quick game from OG Esports. NRX definitely need to spice things up on the Gorge to try and take a point from them. I am Bleb, and with me is Yuruz. How are we feeling going into this game 2 of match 3 already?
Game 1, definitely the most explosive match we've seen today. And I'm interested. I talked to a little bit of Blam with us behind the scenes. You know, OG, they played with such confidence, you know. Are they going to go into this game with the same level of sweatiness? Are they going to mess around a bit more? I don't know. It seems like they were doing things that they didn't really need to do just to do it. Like I said, it's not just about winning here in the West. You got to win with style, right?
Got to have some pizzazz, right? You got to definitely do something unpredictable on the Gorge. But I feel like from what we know of OG Esports, they're not the ones to mess around. They definitely just want to be like, this is what we're going to do, this is what we're going to draft, and this is what we've come here to do, right? We've come here to win, and so far, that's what they're definitely displaying here. And I can't imagine that changing anytime soon. But speaking of this is the global ban pick, so they can't pick the same picks as the last series, but they've exhausted the pay, they've exhausted the lung, but everything else can still be interchanged, right? Like, the Princess Frost could be Lady Chen. We could see Byron go up and be into like a Dharma or anything like that. Pei, we know that Dao likes to go into these assassin type jungles, so we could go for the Fade, could go for the Jing, could go for the Luna. I think the possibility here are still endless because it's only a best of 3. You still get your favorite picks through these BPs.
OG exhausting a lot of these strong early game characters that they're known for and love playing. Maybe that gives an opportunity for NRX to go ahead and pick something up, draft a stronger early game, and make OG switch up their playstyle, which it seems like no one has done yet.
No one has done yet, right? I mean, they definitely need to do something a little bit different. I feel like if you're going to do the same, but then maybe try and execute it a little bit more kind of aggressively onto the Gorge. Maybe that could be something that trips up OG Esports. I feel like you do have to play them at your own game, though.
Yeah, I would really like to see NRX draft something super strong early, force OG to take the back foot here, or go into some unfavorable fights here, and that might be what they need to throw them off.
They might do, right. I mean, we're going into the BP here of Game 2, so 1 point already going over to OG Esports, a very precise, concise Game 1, finishing around about that 12-minute mark. The Dharma is getting taken off of the table once more by NRX.
Yep, they went ahead and played it, so they cannot play anymore, so they want to remove the opportunity for Keke to go ahead and play it. They saw what he could do on Byron. They do not want to see what he could do on Dharma.
Exactly, yeah. They don't want to get onto the Dharma. I mean, to be honest, Byron actually there, it's not always been the most kind of like fruitful performance in the Major West League so far, but Keke definitely played it very, very well. I would like to see him go back onto his Mulan here, but again, he hasn't banned out the Guan Yu, so maybe we'll end up getting Guan Yu here onto the red side because they do get the reactive red side picks here.
Yeah, OG definitely has a lot of picks available for them. Keke is really hard to ban out as they go ahead and take the Agron here. Pretty textbook by NRX here, it seems like. And let's see if OG has a plan for that.
Yeah, Ogren here is pretty much a solid pick, right? But like we were saying in the previous series, like the teams like OG definitely like to build, go for very damage-intensive heroes. And here we are, the Guan Yu is coming through for Keke.
There we go. Guan Yu gets locked in by Keke. Do not try this at home. That hero is extremely hard to play. All right. But Keke is, if there's anyone that can play it, is Keke. Masterful performance day 1. And hopefully we see another masterful performance day 2.
Yeah, there we go. The Q1 coming through here. A bit of a flex pick here. So this could go into the mid lane, could go into support. It could even be Dao taking this pick as well. But over to the side of NRX, it looks like they're going to go for the Lady Sun here as well as the Dolia. So potentially we could be seeing something like that. Maybe the Ganem Mo come through into the mid lane here for the side of NRX.
Dolia, Lady Sun, very solid picks on the side of NRX. I really like their Game 2 draft here. A lot more solid than Game 1 from my opinion here. OG locks in a little bit more of these niche picks. We're going to see how they can tie it together with their final 2 picks. But NRX is definitely playing by the book.
I mean, to be honest, the DRNG is probably a good pick here, especially into the Orgrim, right? Imperial Order is just going to mean that the side of OG Esports will have the chance of trying to melt down the Orgrim a little bit faster here with that ultimate from the DRNG. But going into the second ban phase here, they are banning out the Mayin, so looking at trying to take down that Clash Lane pool for the side of NRX Esports.
Yeah, there's a lot of Clash Lanes that could give Guan Yu some trouble. Mayin is one of them, so they're trying to remove some of the options away from NRX here as they go ahead and do the same and remove the Masashi on the side of OG.
Removing the Elaine as well. I mean, definitely the Dolia coming through is a little bit of a telltale, right, going into the last part of your draft. So could have been the Elaine that was planning on coming through. Either the Ganem Mo could still come through here, but the Prince of Landling being banned out is again a big counter here for the Orgrim.
I would like to see a more of a utility style mid laner come out for NRX. We've seen times where if you pick a very high economy mid laner with an Agron, they both kind of struggle to get ahead. So let's see if they go ahead and pick up something like the Princess Frost, the Lady Jen, the Yizing. They cannot pick up no more. Liang, it looks like, is potentially getting picked up here on the NRX side. And there's the Princess Frost.
Yeah, I think this Frost will come through here potentially, but not the Liang though. They're looking for something into the Clash Lane though, right? So they definitely need something a little bit different.
Ooh,
or
Athena.
end up flexing the Athena into jungle and then Orgrim going up into the Clash Lane for the Knight.
Athena, I think it was picked once yesterday. Not a character that I expected to come out. That's a character I expect to come out here as Dune gets locked in for Demon.
Yeah, I think actually no, Athena was highlighted. Actually came through. It was part of the draft where me and Yikes got very excited, but there we go. I did talk about the fade earlier, right? And this is going to be Dao picking up his fade once more. I believe he did actually play him yesterday. Is that
locked in before I get excited about that? Let me see.
That's locked in. That's locked in.
Okay, here we go. Fade. One of the newest characters here on the Gorge, right behind a Chano here. Another jungler. If you another very skill intensive character. People in the ladder can quite figure him out, you know. He struggles against characters with hard lockdown, but there's not too many easy ways to lock him down. If I'm looking at NRX's composition here, they're all very skill shot based, and if he plays it right, he can go ahead and dodge a lot of those.
If RÜYA could land the Frigid Prisons, right, that could be a troublesome for Dao. And if they do decide to commit for a team fight, they could use the Winter is Here as well, which is a great way to slow him down and deal a lot of damage as well onto the Fade. But like you were saying, yeah, it's going to be hard for them to try it out. They do have the Wave Breaker as well that could slow down the Fade. So I feel like there is ways onto the side of NRX, but at the same time, just a bit of a reality. Fade was their quickest game under 10 minutes.
Ooh, okay. Well, yeah, I think it was a great spot to go ahead and pick Fade here. Picking it last pick, seeing that there's nothing on the enemy team that is too hard for it to deal with here. A great pickup there for Fade. Fade struggles against these targeted moves here out of characters like, say, Dachi and Chamber. Auto that stuns you, and there's no way of doing that for NRX. Like even Void late skill 1 can get dodged.
Yeah, exactly. You could get dodged as well. I mean, there's just so much mobility onto the side of OG Esports. DRNG takes a few of them in the saw from NRX's performance earlier. I mean, like just a little bit under in terms of the overall damage dealt by OG. So the potential here on this pick is I feel like he's just mainly been drafted here for the Imperial Order, right? Like this is going to be able to be the key to shred down both the Dune and the Ogryn.
Yeah, the side of OG does not have much sustained damage to cut down tanks, so that's definitely a great pickup, being able to reduce its the armor on the side of Knight here. But that is if Knight can go ahead and get going. If this game goes similar to last game, you know, you don't need any shred.
Exactly. But here we go for a 2v1 down into the bot side of the map, but it doesn't look like that's going to stay the same for quite a while, because obviously Muchin and Wen have definitely rotated themselves down to here. Honestly, with the Q1 into there's a lot of healing coming through into these team fights as well, so even with the team fight, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for the side of NRX, and you know for a fact they're going to have to heal.
Yeah, a bit of a shift in momentum here, as last game we saw them both 1v1ing each other for like total almost, and this game a lot more action here as both sides go ahead and come down for the help.
Yeah, I feel like this is probably the case though, right? Like they're having to kind of play OG Esports at their own game. They need to make sure they're bringing the fight to them, but not losing too much. I currently see right now the gold lead is definitely sort of the same between both of them, which is more than can be said for the last game that we just watched.
Yeah, OG is a team that's great with tempo, so if you throw off their game, get that tempo in your they might not be used to, you know, they're used to being ahead all the time. They don't know how to play from behind sometimes.
I mean, they definitely need to. They have a team comp where they need to play from the front, right? They can't play from behind with the likes of a Guan Yu or a Fade. They need to make sure they get ahead so they can do the damage. They can kind of have the freedom of not worrying about that clash lane.
Void on Lady Sun trying to go for a solo while DRNG under tower, dropping him really, really low there. As we see a fight in the top lane, Guan Yu pushes the minions around, gets away 1 HP, and unlocks that teleport sprite here for Yizing to go ahead and teleport. It looks like Fade actually ended up taking it, and now Yizing has to wait for the bus here, and there we go. It has arrived, and they're both teleporting back in the mid lane.
Actually clear out the farm lane, clear out the minion wave up into the clash lane, right? And now they're going to do exactly the same thing.
Ooh, a nice catch in here. Wow.
RÜYA is
once you land that stun on Princess Frost, it's not easy to land, but once you land that stun, they're stunned for 2 to almost 3 seconds here, giving ample time to put that blizzard down for Void to go ahead and follow up with the rolling and the ultimate.
I mean, we say 2 to 3 seconds. It doesn't seem like a very long time, but in Honor of Kings, there's a lot of abilities that can be spammed in those 2 to 3 seconds that can do a lot of damage.
A lot of hurt can be put on in 2 to 3 seconds, and Muchin had and found that out the hard way.
Yeah, absolutely. Someone has to find it out, but RÜYA definitely getting the first blood will probably be a bit of a confidence boost here for NRX Esports.
Yeah, it's interesting to note, Muchin probably died before even being able to input a command, as that ultimate will allow them to go invulnerable. If I was them, I would be spamming that ultimate button and never being able to get it off.
Yeah, it's like, why is he not working? Oh, there's a big, like, red circle across it. I can't click anything. Thanks, RÜYA. That's great, but I feel like there might be a little bit of a payback here coming through.
Flash coming out here as the board comes out in a rectangular fashion, traps the Dune, does not get the ultimate out, and RÜYA actually ends up going down, and they tie it up 1-1.
I did say it was a bit of a revenge kill, right? That was RÜYA. That was a on-site kill from the side of OG Esports. It felt a little bit personal.
Muchin will not let that slide. Calls in the backup, calls in the cavalry, and they will not let him bully Muchin like that for free.
Yeah, not at all. We're seeing a little bit of a contest here for the neutral objective, though. Okay, a little bit of a dive onto the back
in, and
there.
this is looking really good for NRX here, as they have great positioning on Tyrant. They actually end up letting the Tyrant reset too, and it looks like it's going to come down to Smite fight as Dune goes ahead and secures it here. Keke jumps into the fight. Everyone's really low. And Knight takes a kill onto Dao Dao. Here we go. This is exactly what NRX needs. That early game lead. Throw OG off. Triple kill for Agrin, and he is going to get accelerated right into the game now.
Yeah, huge outplay there by the side of NRX. They're able to get the neutral objective as well as potentially take even this mid T1 as well. So again, a nice little bounce back here for the NRX Esports lads. They definitely were. Like I said in the introduction, they need to play OG Esports at their own game.
This is exactly what they need. I love the gameplay coming out from NRX here. Playing the early game really well. Argrin should be past the early game now. And he gives it back up as we zoom in on Faye taking him out with the ultimate.
Yeah, 2v1 there against Knight was definitely once more. It seemed like, again, a very personal onto Knight as it was for RÜYA. It's like, hey, you set up that last team fight. It's pretty great. We saw you got a triple kill, but we are going to kill you for that now. We are going to punish you.
Good teams can go ahead and get a lead, but great teams know how to maintain it. It's important to get that lead and hold on to it. And interesting enough, if you look at Argrin's build, he's actually going the Shadow Ripper, more of a damage-focused build, as opposed to the traditional, more tanky, Burning Cake, Dragon Rage style build. He's going full damage, it looks like.
Yeah, it's generally suited towards up into the Clashing, right? Like, you're not going to be using that as a front line. You do have the Dune there as well that does substitute Orgrin's front line. Again, both of these heroes are very good at sustaining into these team fights. So having the Dune kind of gives you that freedom to go into this build.
Ooh, out of nowhere, Guan Yu with the ultimate pushes Dune into the fight as he goes ahead and gets onto the Princess Frost, his real target. Great target prioritization there by Keke. Going ahead and pushing the Dune, but realizing, hey, I don't want this guy. I actually want your mid lane. Goes ahead around and pushes the Princess Frost into the fight.
I mean, they lose Muchin, but they're able to get the T1 into the mid lane, right? So just paying back all the progress that the side of NRX already had settled down for the side of their mid lane. So now it's just basically even Stevens.
Yeah, OG has clawed it back and pretty rapidly, might I add. Like almost a minute or two later, they've completely got the lead back. NRX now needs to go ahead and roll the dice and try to claim that lead once again.
I mean, it's not too far away, right? I mean, what about a matter of like 400 gold, which is probably nothing. At this point in the game, we're almost at the 7-minute mark. So I feel like just one steady team fight, either way, could definitely tip that scale a lot further.
For sure. At one point, they were up 2,000 gold. All they need to do is maintain that until the next objective, and they have a really reasonable strength in a team fight over OG. But it's not easy, as you said. There's a lot of high mobility characters in OG, easily can catch and get their lead back.
Exactly. I mean, they're definitely putting a bit of push here and presence onto the Clash lane as well.
Oh, here we go. Knight onto 2 here, and can he get those executes off like he did in the past? He's forced to flash away, and now he's caught in the wall. No, Knight ends up going down.
The damage coming here from On as well is definitely kind of melting down the side of NRX Esports, kind of forcing them back to their crystal as well. And now the side of OG Esports is like, you know what, let's try and give a little bit more push on all fronts here and try and take some more turrets, because I mean, that's going to get them the resources that they need.
The scale has tipped back in the favor of OG side. They're actually continuing this push. They're relatively low. I would not say they're the most healthy. This could be a good time for NRX to look for a fight if they can. As we see the ultimate from Lady Sun coming out, almost popping the Destiny style effect from Yi Xing as a board goes out defensively to trap them. If they can force a fight here while OG is injured before they can heal, this could be what they need.
I mean, the board goes up defensively, but they're able to get the high ground turret into the Clash lane as well, right? So now we see that Keke has Gorge. He doesn't have to worry about his lane anymore. He's like, I've taken the complete entirety of your lane. I can now just be free as a bird.
Yeah, Keke's gonna go ahead and swap to resist boots here, and he's building full tank if I'm correct. So he's gonna be a really frustrating horse to deal with in the enemy backline, pushing everyone around. Dune looks for a fight here on Demuchin though, but it's really hard to catch those two. As they go ahead and reset the ultimate here for Dune. He gets another chance at it. Let's see if he goes ahead and goes in.
I mean, not only that though, he's got the frigid charge as well, right? Like he's able to, he's going to be making sure he goes for the right target, maybe like Dolia or the Lady Sun, but down goes Atix here as well as Void.
Oh, we cut back and we see OG just absolutely dice them up here as they go ahead and take a 4-for-0, 5-for-0. That, depending, they might be able to push this clashing. That might be all she wrote if they can go ahead and maneuver these minions into the crystal as all of the defenders on NRX's side go down.
I mean, Void has got like, what, the matter of about 6 seconds as well as Atix here, so it's going to be all down to them. I feel like maybe OG Esports probably want to be making sure they push this mid lane. Oh, they might
not have time.
Enough. No, too much damage.
Very intelligent use of skills to go ahead and cut down the minions, because once those minions are down, they do not do any damage to Crystal. He almost gets a kill on Keke on the way out as well too. But wow, what a lifesaver here, Goy.
Yeah, definitely holding on to a lifeline there, but at the same time, we kind of see here that Arn is be able to push down the farm lane as well, so that's another high ground turret gone for the side of NRX.
We talked earlier about how much can happen in 2 to 3 seconds. That was a situation where half a second later and OG would have claimed the win already. As Dune goes in here with a win slash onto 2. And then Fade jumps in with the ultimate, applies it on a good amount of people. Does he go ahead and cash it in? Not yet. They're all really low. Guan Yu goes, skill 1, does not connect on Lady Sun, unfortunately. Dune goes down. Another 2 down on the side of NRX. And I don't know if they can hold another one of those pushes.
Yeah, I mean, they've only got the Void and Demon there, so they've got to make sure they land every ability if they're going to try and keep this one off. But it is going to be OG Esports taking a clean 2-0 from the side of NRX Esports. A little bit of a tough lesson for the side of NRX to learn, as this was their first game in the Major West League, and they met the beast that is OG Esports.
NRX did show that gods could bleed. At one point in the mid game, they actually held a lead over OG, which is not very common from what we've seen in day one.
Not very common, but at the same time, like OG Esports, every time they took a death, they went and seeked it down, right? They were like, I will find you and I will kill you. And that's exactly what they did in this game too. And then towards the end, obviously, they were able to get a complete ace twice within this one as well. So that's all they really need to do, right? Wipe out the team, run down one of the lanes, higher ground turret is gone, you've got the enhanced minions. It becomes very much more difficult for the side of NRX to come back at that point.
Open up that high ground tower allows them to end the game a lot quicker because they know they always have minions on tap. If they take one good fight, which they did, and it was almost over, they can walk those minions in. Lady Sun barely, like by the skin of her teeth, ended up going ahead and clearing that minion. They're having to expend all the abilities, not on getting kills, using ultimate skill 1, all just to take out that tiny little minion. They took it out, but you can only hold on for dear life for so long.
Exactly, there's only so many rolling rage you can do onto those enhanced minions as well. They already have the stacked health, they already do a lot more damage. So as soon as they're at your crystal's feet, they're just kind of bashing away and making it a very clean end into that game too. So OG Esports continuing their fashion there with 2-0 against NRX. I mean, NRX's next game is obviously offline. It is going to be against NGC as well. So there is probably still time to kind of prove themselves in the West League.
Yeah, OG, that game didn't really mess around when they got their crystal. They're like, wow, okay, these guys are putting up a fight. They gave them the respect they deserved and went ahead and ended the game super quickly. They didn't want to give a chance for Lady Sun to go ahead and clear that minion wave again.
No, yeah, I mean, look at this goal lead here as well. I mean, it's probably not as night and day as it was from game 1, but definitely still a difference between Atix and Dow. 6.9k to 8.5, and then if you look at to the side of the farm lane, that's where it starts to really show with the 9.3k to 7.3 onto Void. There, 404. A lot of damage, more than likely coming here from Arn there. There we go, the 78.2k.
Interesting to note, Dow here, Fade, one of the newer characters here. We're still figuring out what items and equipment he enjoys. Dow actually going a little bit more of a bruiser build, getting an early blood rage, having that component to Blazing Cape there. Maybe that's the way to play Fade going forward. I see a lot of people in rank, they go ahead and go full damage. They build the Blood Weeper and stuff. Maybe you gotta actually build it a little bit more tanky so that when you are caught out in the middle of the air, you don't go down immediately.
I mean, it's to counter the Ogryn and the fact that the self-healing from the Dune as well as the Leer as well, right? There was a lot of healing over to the side of NRX, so they definitely needed to build some anti-heal, and the Blazing Cape is going to be the thing that gets you the anti-heal, especially if you're building a bruiser build onto the Fade. So I feel like it was just Dao just flexing his in-game knowledge and knowing the healing potential for the side of NRX.
If I'm correct, I think Fade's ultimate also applies a grievous wound style effect with the anti-heal. So he doubled it up there, ensured that enemy team had no healing whatsoever, and that when he actually ended up cashing in those Jades for the Sick Years, they will go down and not heal on him.
Exactly. Just again, once more, just showing his knowledge, flexing onto the Gorge there was Dao. But that is that game 2 already written in the stars. So we're going to get into the highlights and maybe even the MVPs here. I feel like it's either going to go over to Dao once more, or even potentially on here. He did have a fantastic game, 4-0-4, the most damage on his team as well. Definitely felt his presence across the Gorge here. And yes, it is going to be on.
Wow, look at that damage number. 33% of the team's damage. He's only 1/5 of the team, but he's doing 1/3 of the team's damage here. Definitely great play from DRenji. And as you said, that gave them that DPS, that extra bit of gas they needed to take out these tanks on the side of NRX.
Definitely fuel for the fire, right? He was able to kind of just make sure he's up to duck any kind of death that may have been early for him in the Gorge or in this game 2. He was able to just maintain his distance, play from a very safe point, knew his positioning, and knew when to strike.
For sure. Also earning 25% of the team's gold and putting it to great use.
I mean, considering he almost got caught out in the early game, right? Like, he was almost the first blood, but then it was all like, obviously got took down there by the Frigid Prison, and there we go. There is the revenge kill from Keke. He's like, hey, if you kill one of my boys, I'm going to go for you here. But this is the nice little bit for NRX, right? This was the kind of like the point where we thought that there was going to be a bit of a comeback here for NRX Esports, is the fact that they're able to take the neutral objective and take a triple kill as well was probably their best performance onto OG Esports to date.
Argon gets a triple kill there, and as you see, Keke, as I highlighted in the game, great target prioritization. First, finding and pushing the Dune into his team, but then noticing, wait, I can go ahead and get RÜYA. That's a much juicier target. And he switches his focus and ends up taking out RÜYA.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, at that point, it then became a bit of a snowball effect here. As you can see, that Keke was able to take down RÜYA. That was a team ace, and I believe like that was probably one of the first of the team aces. Not even seeing the crystal takedown into the highlight reel there, because it was just kind of like, hey guys, we pretty much killed you. We're just gonna run you to the base, and then that's all. That's all she wrote for the side of OG Esports. So pretty much that is a match 3 already done. That's a quick 2-0 from OG Esports. I don't think they've quite yet beaten that 9 minutes and like 37 seconds is what I think that their fastest game is so far. I believe the East holds the record for fastest game, so there you go, Hawley, you do get a point. We will beat that record though, don't you worry, but we're going to be taking a break before we go into MKOI against AYLO Gaming, so don't go anywhere guys. This one could definitely be a full best of 3, so make sure you tune in.
In this world, only ones in this world, only ones in this call out my name, cut through the sound of the rain. No matter how I feed the flame, you know I feel the darkness and the pain. All of the ways we tried to break free
it's alright. I'm on fire, I'm alive, cause now I fly so high, so high. Light up the skyline, let's do it this time, like it's a whole new colorful world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Never thought we'd get this far, burning like the stars. How we get this far? Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world. Like we're the only ones in this world.
What's a life without its worth? Compromising with what hurts inside. When you let fear decide your fate, you don't choose which path to take in life. In life, I'm finally letting go of everything that still holds me. I'm against all odds, but I won't give up, 'cause it's my time to shine. Standing in the spotlight, can no one back me down. Destiny is calling high. I'm not afraid to fight for everything I love. Victory's on my side. The more we lose, the more we gain. The more that nothing stays the same. In time, can learn back but can't forget. What you see is what you get. Sometimes, gonna show the world tonight. The light that shines inside us. We're against the odds, but we won't give up, 'cause it's our time to shine. Standing in the spot.
Welcome back to the Honor of Kings Major West League Spring 2025. We are getting on to the last series of the day, but I'm pretty sure this could go the full distance. This is AYLO Gaming against MKOI. MKOI definitely want to be out for revenge and get a point on the board because they definitely missed out with Virtus.pro. I am Blam, and with me once more is Phil. How are we feeling about this series?
I'm very excited for it. We get to see MKOI once again. Everyone in NA is cheering for MKOI. We want them to get a score on the board. They were the first today, and they're also going to be last today. And hopefully they get some good games in and end it off with style.
Absolutely. I mean, they definitely need to, right? I mean, MKOI, we've already kind of discussed this. Even though it's only the ranking week and everybody's not going home this week, obviously the survival week goes through into the next round, and the bottom 4 teams are going to be the ones who have the hardest challenge because they're going to all be thriving to try and get to the top 4, well, top 1 out of the top 4. So that's when the real challenge begins, but you really want to be proving yourself in the ranking week, right? You don't want to be sort of like, oh, this team's going to be like really weak to play against in the survival week, and we're going to be able to take them and stuff like that. So this is where you kind of need to prove yourself. It's more like a proving ground rather than a ranking week, I feel.
For sure, getting that seeding is very, very important, as every jump up, you get a good amount more prize money, right? Like, and being able to, even obviously everyone's gonna try and win first, but if you can't, getting out 3rd instead of 5th because of that seeding and getting a more favorable matchup is a lot more money.
It is a lot more money, especially that top team that does come out on top of the survival week as well, right? Because they aren't going to be just walking away with 6,000 USD dollars. I think it goes up to around about 6,500. So it is definitely an extra little bit of money in the pocket of these teams. So you're definitely going to be fighting and thriving for that top spot within knockout stage. But at the same time, this is still very early. It's still day 2, so there is still a lot left to prove for MKOI, because they've still got matches up against like Twisted Minds and the likes of OG Esports as well. And then they finish off the week against NRX. So they definitely need to try and prove themselves against AYLO here, because AYLO definitely almost took a whole series from NGC as well.
Yeah, it's still anyone's game. These first few days are going to have the most variance because the teams just landed. They're getting ready to play. They didn't have much time to study. As we get through the rankings week, we have coaches on every team. We're going to study all our opponents. We know our whole lineup, right? And we've seen them play. We've seen what they play. You're going to see the games kind of get more and more competitive, I think, going forward.
I really hope so, right? I mean, MKOI, like, I feel like the teams they've already played against at this point are definitely sort of like the middle of the league, right? Whereas after this game against AYLO Gaming, it's Twisted Minds who have had a solid performance to this point, and OG Esports, we've just seen them take a clean 2-0 against NRX, and it was definitely not a very brutal one to watch, that one.
AYLO game, I'm not sure if they had any matches off stream, but they also got 2-0'd by OG in day 1. So again, it's a chance for these teams to go ahead and put some score on the board. Both teams still have 0 wins from my understanding.
Yeah, so they have 0 wins, but they have a game win for the side of AYLO Gaming because the game was played offline against NZG.
Oh,
so they definitely have they've got 1 win as in terms of a game, but as an overall series, they, like you said, they don't have a win yet. So this is the same kind of circumstance that MKOI found them in earlier on within the day, where they played against VP. Neither of these teams had a win, but VP managed to get the whole series, whereas MKOI finally got a game. So they're currently still in the same kind of place as AYLO Gaming, right?
Yeah, they're showing some tenacity. They're showing they're not here just to get swept through. They had some fight in them in set 1, probably our closest set today too. And we're probably gonna see a pretty close set again here at the end.
I feel so. I feel like AYLO Gaming and MKOI are definitely at that same kind of level of playstyle. The same with VP and MKOI as well. VP being a little bit more of a established organization compared to MKOI. So the new blood coming along and actually holding up the punches against VP is still an impressive feat. So I feel like that's going to be their next goal to beat, is actually just taking a whole series from a team.
Yep, I think both teams have great shots at it. MKOI is going to be a little bit more experienced this tournament because they played a few more games. I think AYLO's only played 1 set. No, they played 2 sets. They played 1 off stream too, right? Okay, off stream does not count. We got to win in front of all the viewers, all the fans, everyone watching. And then one of the teams is going to claim that win here coming up.
Exactly. Someone's got to win it, because if they don't, I'm not too sure what happens. It'd be some freak show accident where no team wins, and then we're like, wait, what happened? But no, definitely one of the teams are going to win this one. It just all depends if MKOI basically brings them up by their bootstraps. But we are going to go and introduce MKOI first. So check this out. And there it is once more for the end of the day. This is MKOI, and they are represented by Mwaji, Demon Cat, Kentao, Leo Lee, and Goose. Once more trying to go for a series win over AYLO Gaming.
I've gone ahead and noticed that Goose's favorite pick, or the one behind him, is Lee Shan. I kind of want to see him bust it out. You know, that's another character we see a lot in ladder. The robot guy, we like to call him, you know, going ahead and disrupting those towers. Is he going to bust it out today? I don't know, but I would be really happy if he does.
Yeah, I can't count. If I was a betting man, I would say probably not, because there is definitely better picks. But we are going to go check out TV, which is AYLO Gaming.
Scrappy, you don't raise a buck.
Let's go. The battle's calling. You better give it all you got. You gotta fight for it.
AYLO Gaming. Wow, that just sounds fun to say. AYLO Gaming, the Crown Hunters here. On their team, we got Dudesa in the Clash lane, Vermin on the jungle, Lomax in the mid lane, Solstia on the farm lane, and Rova Atmos on the roaming side. Interesting to note here, both these teams qualified in. Some teams were invited. They had to fight their way in and earn their spot.
Yep, this is the battle of the qualified teams. So again, like the point you was making there, Phil, is the fact that these teams have already fought tooth and nail to be here. They've now got to fight tooth and nail to kind of try and make sure that they are at the bottom of the leaderboards this far going into, or the bottoms of the standings this time around, going in from the finishing of the day 2 of week 1.
Yeah, one of the last times here for MKOI to go ahead and get a score on the board, and same for AYLO Gaming. Both of them are going to try their best to do this. If MKOI or AYLO goes down, they're actually down 0-3 in sets here, and on the bottom of the standings, almost guaranteed in the rankings.
Yeah, exactly. No, none of them want to be there, right? Neither of these teams definitely don't want to be there, especially such a new team like MKOI, right? I mean, their whole shtick is that they want to prove that they can be pro players, so you definitely want to be proving yourself in this major West League. I mean, it's not the easiest place to prove yourself as well. There is definitely like a whole wide spectrum of a player's skill within this tournament, and they definitely aren't strangers to competition as well, so they are definitely being put into the deep end of the pool.
They're on the deep end of the pool and on the blue side of the draft. As we go ahead and start up draft here, let's see what they do. Usually, traditionally, our first ban is not the highest priority pick in first pick because they don't want to remove too many of these strong characters out. Something like the Diadea, a little bit of a lower tier pick to see and feel out what the enemy team goes ahead and bans. And usually, team 2 first bans Mai.
I mean, the Diadea, I think, is just as fruitful as a ban as the Mai Shiranui, right? Like, there's so much counter to the Diadea counters, especially in terms of high frame heroes onto the enemy team. But banning out the Ganemo is definitely looking like a low max ban, right? They definitely don't want that to come out, and rightfully so. Ganemo's had some fantastic performance so far within the Major West League. Not quite so Day, especially Moon playing it. Quite a bit of a non-starting pick, but we are going to go for the Dolia on the blue side.
Yeah, very interested to see the Ganemo ban. We rarely see it banned first rotation here as it gets banned out and the Dolia gets picked up. We see Dharma coming in on the side of AYL and the Yuan. Okay, pretty well-rounded team being picked out by AYL. Yuan covering a little bit of the weaknesses of Dharma, not as tanky, so they pick up a bit of a tankier either mid or support going forward as a nice flex pick.
Yeah, nice flex pick there, potentially going for the Hue on right, but it looks like MKOI looking to go for a solid draft here so far. I mean, the Dolia paired with the Dune as well as the Lung, that is a lot of power coming through. A lot of T0 picks as well. We're going to have the great front line for Demon Cat, and then we can see that Leo Lee gets that pick that was able to get them their first point against Virtus.pro, right?
We got to go ahead and check out what is the win rate on that trio. That core has been picked so often. The Dolia, the Dune, and the Long, all picked in first rotation here. All great synergy of each other. Dolia working with both of them, being able to reset both those amazing ultimates. They're tier 0 picks here. MKOI is playing by the book here, drafting by the book, and they have an amazing draft so far.
A really good draft so far, but it's also over to the side of AYLO Gaming, right? But the fact that they've popped into this Yi Xing for now, it's definitely kind of trying to lock down where the Yuan is going to be, right? Like now it can only be the jungle or the support picks. So now there's less guessing for the side of MKOI, but they still kind of have to guess with this second phase of the ban, right? Like do they ban out junglers? Did they ban out some supports? So you can see here, they ban out the Monkey here, even though there's pretty better junglers they could have banned out, like the Orgrin. Like if they try and pair the Orgrin with the Hue 1, that's a lot of sustainability coming from the side of AYLO Gaming.
A lot of mid laners being targeted here. The Nua, the Princess Frost, the Ganemo being banned out. Interesting bans from MKOI. They feel oddly targeted here as they're not banned on the highest tier characters outside of the Argon that just gets banned out here. Monkey gets banned out. Yeah, maybe the jungler at AYL really favors playing the Monkey.
Maybe so, but they do ban out the Organ, which I think is a little bit of a sanity check there. I'm glad they banned that out because, again, like I was saying, there would be a lot of sustainability and a great piece of frontline there as well. Because once the Organ would have gone in there, especially Vermin, then it would have been just Dokes' ability just to go back in onto the back line, get that crucial crowd control. But Solista bringing in the Marco Polo, I feel like he played this pick yesterday.
Marco Polo. Okay, I'm interested to see how they work out the Marco. Maybe they still have room to. No, they don't. They have the Yizing, they have the Yuan. They don't have room to get another roam in anymore. As we see, Lady Jen goes in and gets locked in, as well as Charlotte here. It's going to be a bit of a time for Marco Polo to survive a lot of that CC to get his ultimate off uninterrupted. So we're going to see how he has to pilot this.
Unyielding.
Let's see how he does pilot it, right? I mean, the Lady Chen coming through here is, again, just a great counter engage mechanic coming through for the side of Mkoi. And once more, Kento played it to perfection. I believe it was it Kento that actually got the MVP when he played this Lady Chen? I believe it was.
Yeah, I think so. He had a flawless game, if I recall, 7-0-9 or something. Very, very impressive performance. It's interesting that AYLO goes ahead and bans the Princess Frost, and because Princess Frost and Lady Jen, I feel like are very interchangeable. I think you mentioned earlier, and that's how I feel about the Diadea as well. I feel Diadea and Saker are fairly interchangeable. I get Diadea is a bit stronger, but Princess Frost and Lady Jen, you know, they're two sides of the same coin.
Very similar, very, very similar. I mean, they both deal with ice, so again, that's a very, very familiar thing that both of these heroes do get to do. They both have a great AoE ultimate, so again, there is similarities, but there is also some of those like differences, right? The fact that the Lady Jen can obviously go invincible with her second skill, sorry, and then the fact that Princess Frost gets the shield from her passive. So there is a little bit of a difference there, but I do personally prefer the Lady Chen. I do play Lady Chen a lot more than Princess Frost, but filling out the draft onto the side of AYLO Gaming is going to be the Luna, so we're actually going to get the second Luna of the day. So let's see if AYLO Gaming's Vermin can actually bring this pick up to scratch where it needs to be.
It's going to be an exciting game when Luna is locked in, going more towards the point of Lady Jen and Princess Frost. I feel Princess Frost is more the utility side of the coin there, usually rushing Boots of Deafness to move around the map and slow people and provide that utility for the team, whereas Lady Jen focuses on wave clearing and getting a little bit more damage down.
Get a little bit damage there as well. Absolutely, it's definitely the thing that we need to be doing here, right? So this is the first game between Mkoi and AYLO Gaming. I mean, right now between these two drafts, Phil, where do we feel like which one takes the victory here for you?
I'm personally kind of a by the book kind of guy. As I mentioned earlier, that three-man core of the Dune, Long, and Dolia, insanely strong core. Even though Mkoi, I don't think they took game one. When they picked that core, I think they did go ahead and take the win. So I'm gonna have to give the draft edge over here to Mkoi.
Mkoi going for the draft. I mean, maybe it's just your bias on for the Lung show in here, maybe. But it's right, though, right? Like, the Mkoi have drafted 2 out of the 5 of their comeback draft from the games with Virtus.pro, right? The Lung coming through there with the Flaming Palms definitely was the thing that helped him come back, getting that activated into the late game, but then also the MVP performance from Kentao as well onto this Lady Chen. So let's see if they're able to roll this through for a second time today. Hopefully they can be a little bit more aggressive this time around for Mkoi.
I'm always going to give the draft edge over to any team with a character that cannot be played in ranked, and Luong is one of them. If they had Argren too, that would have been the icing on top.
Oh, absolutely, the icing on top. Exactly, that's why it's a sanity check into the draft, right? But Dokes obviously taking a lot of damage there.
Yeah, Dharma getting just bullied out of lane here. Interesting that they up a lane swap. They use their marksman and support to go and harass the Dukes here on the Dharma. And we see the Charlotte going ahead toe-to-toe 1v1 against the Marco Polo. Very interesting lane swap. We haven't seen it much so far, but it's a good way to get these more vulnerable characters like Dharma behind early game.
It's also to obviously try and boost the Lung as well, right? The fact that the Lung going against the Marco Polo is very much an interesting up, and especially with Marco Polo using the Splendid Revolvers, getting a lot of true damage onto could be a threat to him in the early game, and obviously slowing down his farm as well.
we were mentioning in draft that it was going to be really hard for Marco Polo to go ahead and weave through all the CC on the side of MKOI, and it's going to be even harder now if you look at the skill choice of Marco Polo. He actually ended up taking stun. Usually Marco Polo, as you see, especially against that type of matchup, against the Dune, the Lady Jen, you know, they usually get that type of game to Purify, but he doesn't need it, this seems like, this game.
I mean, Solista, I think in yesterday as well, he did definitely take the double stun approach for the Marco Polo as well. He definitely went for the frigid charge as well. I believe he even got like a triple kill or a double kill off just one single stun charge. So again, it's definitely one of the more of his MOs when he's a Marco Polo player. But like, you are correct, that they do definitely, especially with a very CC intensive enemy team comp, they generally take the cleanse.
It's not that it's impossible to pull off, but it's going to be a lot harder. He's going to have to really find a nice angle to go in when MKOI's expended a lot of their crowd control skills so that he can get that off uninterrupted and now be able to use both his hard crowd controls. As we see Board come out here and lock the Dolia into the board, and Dolia ends up hugging the wall, sets up the pool, and out heals and gets away.
Gets away, right? I mean, I don't think she's actually in the board. She was just teetering on the edge there, so they weren't able to kind of capitalize in or go in onto that. So it kind of just divided both of the teams, which I feel like is maybe a little bit of a mistake there between Lomax, or it could have just been a zoning thing for them.
Yeah, maybe Goose setting up a bit of a bait there. He was not. It looked like she was in the board to me. You know, I would have went in on that. As we see Long going out here, and he actually plays aggressive, goes in the ultimate, and he barely does not get the solo kill here.
So close. So close. I mean, honestly, I was literally on the edge of my seat there when we saw that Long went back in with the Infinite Vastas. I was like, Leolo, what's going on here? Like,
yeah, I wasn't sure for a second, but he got the heal mid-air, and it looked a lot more favorable for Longside. And that's one of those situations where a little extra bit of damage would have turned it. If he had one more tick of damage from the Arcana, let's say, he would have gone ahead and got that kill.
Yeah, I mean, he's even got the Meteor, right? So it's not like he's not got like a single little bit more extra bit of damage. Obviously, Meteor generally to be the first item when you build for Lung, rather than committing to like an Axe of Torment or a Starbreaker very much quick early on. We're more likely going to be seeing him build maybe into an Eternity's Blade and to his actual first built full item, or even the Master Sword.
I actually would not mind completing the Axe Torment here. We see boots being picked up from Vermin here, and depending on what boots the Marco Polo gets, if they don't get enough armor, you can go ahead and finish that Axe Torment and be doing a lot of damage. A lot of damage comes out here as Marco Polo gets that ultimate, and Long retreats.
I honestly think there, if the fact that MKOI didn't draft a Dolia there, that definitely would have been a kill over to the side of AYLO Gaming, because that Infinite Vastas only came through once more thanks to that Celestial Melody.
Yeah, Long super slippery and almost uncatchable when you have two ultimates available. As we see a fight here in the jungle, a bit of a catch with the wind slash here onto Yuan. Not much comes of it. They really need to right their mid lane to get that range damage down. Now there's just not enough people. 3v2 here as Long just goes in and backs away. It looks like getting a lot of return damage on the Yuan actually on the way out.
Yeah, I think that's thanks to the pickup of the Tyrant, right? So early game Tyrant coming in for the side of is definitely going to help the likes of Leo Lee on this Lung. Just those flame arms are going to be a little bit more frightful for this next 50 seconds.
Leo Lee there might have heard the cast, actually ends up finishing up the Axe of Torment here, getting that armor penetration early. Now he's going to have a good few minutes in the game where he is a massive threat before the Marco Polo ends up getting some armor from the Frigid. As Marco Polo gets gone in on by here, 1v2, wow. Very impressive play by Muji here.
Aggressive Charlotte play, yeah, exactly, but he's got to escape there. Verno and as well as Lomax
comes out, and
3-1.
It does not look like he can escape, but he did with one person what they needed 3, almost 4, if you count the cease to do.
Seek and Destroy, that was from AYLO Gaming. It's like, hey, look, you've taken one of our side, but again, there we go. Leoli getting shut down there by Doxa, but then a nice quick trade there by Demon Cat.
Yeah, while all that was going on here, they quickly rotate back middle, and some kills go down on each side. Dharma goes down out of vision, it looks like, and the Liang actually ends up going down too.
Yeah, a little bit better of a macro play here for the side of AYLO Gaming, able to take that to Clash Lane T1 as well. I feel like this is where MKOI generally fails in the early game, is their macro just needs to be a little bit better.
Yeah, early mid game's a little bit shaky. They're doing a good job of holding here. They're down a little bit. They're getting caught by a few boards here. Nothing really comes of here. But what I've noticed is every time they get an opportunity to chase someone down, or they're ahead in the fight where they're up health and up numbers, they're really good at capitalizing on it.
Oh, very good. Very, very good. I mean, that's probably what they're really hoping for, right? But I suppose they can't really rely on the same strategy. I suppose if it works for them this time around, then that's great. But I think like AYLO Gaming are definitely knowing and very aware to the timer that Lung is, like the late game hero, especially when he starts to get in those amazing bits of itemizations onto him, especially the Eternity Blade, if he goes for the Axe Torment like he has here as well. But also the rest of his itemization, that's when it becomes a little bit of a problem and way more of a comeback mechanic for the side of MKOI.
Pretty random note here, the Yuan actually is up a good amount of 700 gold on the Dolia. You rarely see supports have a lot more gold than each other because they get most of their gold from the item. So it looks like Yuan caught a good amount of farm. As we see a fight come out here, another board comes out, does not quite connect on the Yuan as they go ahead and ultimate out. And a lot of these mid-game fights are just... they wait for a catch, you know? You need a really good catch to confirm a kill here, it seems like.
Yeah, I mean, they are waiting for the right, like, they're waiting for the right, like, Unruly Blade to come through. I think this is the big setup inside of MKOI, just being able to use Demon Cat as the spearhead into it, as well as Waji on the Charlotte. But right now, it's definitely being denied by Solista.
I feel like something is about to happen in the clash line. We see Charlotte and Lady Jen here in the bush, waiting for the Dharma to come to lane, and they're about to get a Rude Awakening. Either they take down the tower in his face or take him out in a 2v1. Lady Jen does a good amount of damage to Dharma, but he looks like he ends up and susses it out and does not get caught by that, as we see Board come out and trap, does not trap anyone here, it looks like. And they walk out.
Unfortunately not. Unfortunately not, but maybe they will get one in a later part of the game. The Destructive Deluge actually just get placed down there to try and deter Doxa from the whole team fight. And once again, Robot Armor taking a lot of damage from those Flaming Palms from Leo Lee.
Long starting to ramp up, doing a lot of damage, getting to that point where he starts to really take some people out. I think after the next objective fight, we're going to see a lot of casualties. Not sure from which side yet here, but Yizeng goes ahead and sets up an ambush in the bush, gets some forward vision. I don't think Dune is the person he does want to ambush here, though, as he doesn't really do much damage here, Dune. As Dune goes ahead and goes on him, gets a Wind Slash off, resets the ultimate, and Dune gets another opportunity to go in and get a ultimate down.
Ooh, the board does actually catch two. Oh, no, never mind. It was a little bit too late there. It just completely expanded the board there. But now Doxa has actually rotated down to the bot side of the map thanks to the teleport there. A Wind Slash not connecting onto any using the Unruly Blade to just commit out of that team fight.
I really want to pay attention to the Dharma here. Dharma has the ability to make or break fights here with that Truth Mantra. And depending on how they use that Flash is available. You could go from losing a fight to winning a fight in 1 second, depending on how it's done.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, his whole goal is to get those crucial crowd controls, right? Just we've seen it over the day one as well. Just trying to get those like 3-4 men crucial crowd controls is definitely going to be the thing that AYLO Gaming used to turn the tide here. But right now, they are actually ahead in terms of gold by at least by 1,000 gold here. So that I feel like they just need to maintain that on the side of AYLO Gaming.
I think this is one of the most passive games today. 10 minutes in, and only 2 towers went down, and they're both on the side of MKOI here. The motion we see is probably right now as Charlotte goes for another solo kill, does not connect the dash over the wall here, and then Dharma ends up getting away. And then there was a kill that goes down somewhere else, it looks like. Goose. We don't get to see it on camera, but they got caught out somewhere, probably along a rotation here, getting vision for the Tyrant as AYLO is already set up for it.
Yeah, Goose giving up the Goose now, and we are into that 10-minute mark as well, where the Shadow Tyrant and Shadow Overlord do come through. But oh, Dharma coming in here with the Enlightened Mantras, but he's able to escape once more that damage and absolutely use it to exhaust the infinite fastness from Leo Lee.
While Marco Polo that fight, I don't know if you noticed, did so much damage there with skill 1 while they couldn't quite attend to him yet here. Blasted skill 1 on the entire enemy team, and then now he's getting some attention from the Dune as for sure, as he gets hit with the ultimate and the Wind Slash.
Red team has destroyed a tower.
Another Wind Slash comes down.
Another Wind Slash and another turret goes down. To be honest, the T2 up into the Clash lane has been taken down by Doxa. Again, this could actually open up for a Overlord takedown here, but it looks like they're not going to go for just yet. Luna, which is Vertman, is nowhere near the neutral objective just for now. Maybe just trying to get the Azure Golden, because again, very heavily reliant on that is the Luna.
AYLO just went ahead and cleared the Tyrant, so they still have the Primal debuff, and they're not quite in the position where they can go ahead and overpower the debuff and take it down. But just making sure the enemy does not take it is good enough. Waiting out their Primal, and when it is their chance to strike, they will. They have 15 more seconds on the Tyrant, so they are very strong in the fight here. Let's see if they go ahead and get anything done. The poke damage went from doing no damage to the Dune with the Tyrant buff is actually starting to put a dent in him here now, as Charlotte is going ahead and chasing down here Vermin.
Careful, very careful. Mwaji looking for a little bit of aggressive play here, emulating a little bit of that Guan Yu we saw earlier, right? But they have to defend those high ground turrets. They don't want to lose those anytime soon.
Two very mobile characters jumping around here. It's like an anime battle when they go ahead and fight the Luna and the Charlotte. As now the Primal debuff is gone, so AYLO will take up the Overlord that they've been defending.
Yeah, right time at the right place. There we go. They do get the takedown onto the Overlord, so this could be the setup here for trying to claim this second, the tier 2 turret into the mid lane.
AYLO has been doing a great job of managing the waves. I've noticed this game. All the waves are constantly pushing in the side of MKOI, and they're stuck doing wave clear instead of getting onto these objectives here. All the waves in here are constantly pushed, bot, clash, and in middle.
Yeah, for now, they're just trying to kind of like burn everything on all cylinders, right? They're just making sure that they can try and get the priority in every one of those lanes, so then it becomes a pretty much more of a bit of a guessing game for the side of MKOI. Like, which one do we actually defend, and which one can we defend? And they want to make sure that Goose doesn't get caught out too early, like we've seen previously within this match.
Yeah, one of those worst things is when all your lanes get pushed at once. You can't choose to defend them all, you know? And then when you try to do it, sometimes you get caught in the rotations, as we saw from Roost here, got caught a few times. You just try too many things at once.
Yeah, again, there we go. The Shadow Vanguard is going to come through very soon as well into one of these lanes. It looks like they're going to put it out into the farm lane as well, just trying to get that push there. It is the weaker one of the high ground turrets already beaten. There's Vermon going in a little bit, just trying to bait out the Demon Cat onto the Dune.
Dune taking a lot of poke damage here. Everyone's just free hitting him on his way back to base, and there's not much MKOI could do to go ahead and stop that or retaliate, it seems like.
Yeah, exactly. I mean,
they might look for a fight here. Charlotte goes in. Okay. Charlotte goes in with a 2-man. Ultimate comes down, takes out the Yuan. Notice that it is expended, their ultimate, right? And now they are vulnerable to attack. This could be what MKOI needs. MKOI needs a good turnaround here. They're down 5,000 gold. They need 1 or 2 good fights to come back and claw that back.
Yeah, 5,000 gold into the 14-minute mark here. The Shadow Tyrant is up once more for the side of MKOI here. They could potentially go for this if they really want to. I feel like the extra damage going on to Leo Lee could be great here for a potential comeback. They definitely need that damage from the Flaming Palms just to try and actually take a few of these kills onto AYLO Gaming.
Ward comes out and traps 3 here. They're not in position to respawn. That looked like a really good trap. I was waiting for Marco Polo to go ahead and try to clean that up with the ultimate here. But he's very patient here. He knows he cannot get stopped. He doesn't have that Purify and get out of jail free card. He needs to take his battles and find a good one here. And Dharma tries to find something here, tries to find the Crimson Gold, does not find it, unfortunately, as well. But AYLO doing a great job of securing every objective. I think they got the last 4 objectives in a row now, looks like.
They're definitely on a streak here, right? They're definitely trying to make a name for themselves and trying to clear out this game 1 so they don't have to wait till Leo Lee is activated, because, again, this is the point we don't want to see from AYLO Gaming. It's the mistake that VP did, is the fact that they were just allowing him to activate, get the itemization, and as we sort of like approaching that 15-minute mark and going into the 20-minute mark, that's where we could see the comeback for MKOI, especially the fact that they got Kentao on the Lady Chen as well, means that they got the Destructive Deluge, and they've got the Dolia as well that can give over more ultimates when it's on cooldown as well. So they're going to be careful on the side of AYLO Gaming.
Big items coming out on the side of MKOI, but every time it feels like they get a power spike. The AYLO has the Tyrant buff up, and you don't want to fight with that disadvantage, right? You're right down 6,000 gold. You don't want to fight with the disadvantage of the buff too. But it seems like AYLO always has something going for them.
I think that's just down to their dominance within this game to 1, right? I mean, they haven't even lost the turret this far, so even if we were to see a bit of a comeback into the base of MKOI, it's going to take a lot of kind of damage to eradicate either one of these lanes, because none of those turrets look like they've been touched other than the Clash lane. It looks like it's lost maybe, what, 1/5 of its health, which isn't probably the greatest place you want to be in when you are MKOI.
Very disciplined game from AYLO here. It's 3-3, but they're actually up 6,000 gold here. That means they got a lot of their farm and economy from the enemy jungle here and taking out the waves. And they did a great job managing waves. Since the beginning of the game, it feels like I've never seen a blue side AYLO side.
Way, right? It's like, it seems like a bit of a myth. Like, did it ever actually exist? But I'm pretty sure at some point, Demon Cat did actually have the Azure Golem. But no, it's definitely for the fact that Vermin has just been able to have free roam over both of these jungles.
Yeah, they've been doing a great job of trapping him in base here, and MKOI doesn't seem to know how to break out of it. You know, ever since they got the waves pushing against them, their lead has just been getting bigger and bigger, with AYLO getting close to 6,000-7,000 gold on them now. MKOI needs to find a way to break out of the base here, push a wave, get something done. At this rate, it's not looking good.
Yeah, not looking good. We have the Vanguards rocking down in all three of the lanes, right? And they're very much situated between mid and the farm lane, because that is the weaker high ground turret this far into this competition between AYLO Gaming and MKOI. Getting caught out here in the board.
The Dune here, and Dune ends up surviving it, but the tower does not survive. You see the high ground go down. They do end up taking a Dharma here. This could be a good fight for them, 5v4, as they aggress. Yeezing gets his passive pop, flashes away from Long. Long is caught in quite the enemy territory here, though, as he gets stunned up by the Marco Polo. And now the fight is still breaking on as AYLO goes ahead and does not follow up with Luna there. I think they could have jumped in, but they're playing it disciplined. They rather take all the high ground instead of forcing a fight here. Another board comes out with some more traps, and everyone at AYLO Gaming is getting really low. Even if they take him out, though, they've lost all their high ground towers for it. The minions might actually end the game here, as we see the dragon hitting the crystal.
Oh, so low. So low. And Robert Alps was able to get out of there alive. The only person standing on the side of AYLO Gaming is Lomax. But like we were saying earlier, Phil, is the fact that even though they're able to get that 4-0 trade, is the fact that they now have to try and take some of these turrets and gain some priority into these lanes, because it's very strong on the side of AYLO Gaming.
Yeah, MKOI needs to quickly use this time they have while they're off the map to go ahead and get some objectives here. And they go for a fight. Goose gets dropped really low, but I don't know if AYLO wants to fight this. They might just want to hand over the objective. This could give MKOI the momentum they need to go ahead and take this back. No one going down on the side of AYLO Gaming, but that was really dangerous to contest that 2v4, it looked like.
Yeah, no, they definitely tried to make sure they could take them away from the Tyrant, right? But unfortunately, for the side of AYLO Gaming, they do lose this Shadow Tyrant. And again, just the extra little bit of damage going over to Leo Lee onto the Lung here could be the difference between losing this game one and coming back here. But they don't have any high ground, but that doesn't make a difference. We've seen in Season 3 Invitational that there's been teams that definitely do come back from this point in the game.
Not only do they not have any high ground turrets, they have not taken any turrets in general here now. So they have caught back up. They have the Tyrant buff. They have the gold caught up. They're only down 2,000 gold now with the Tyrant buff. They probably have equal combat strength to the enemy. But here's the problem. You usually have one or maybe even two people stuck in base now while you're 3 high ground towers down. Those elite minions are just going to be marching down into your base forever here. So they need a really clean wipe to be able to have the free time to mount a repush. Because even if they win a fight, let's say, you know, 4 for 3, one person from AYLO can just go and backdoor your base.
Exactly. I mean, you can be looking to see here that Vermin is actually getting a bit of a bot lane push there with Luna, but I think they're just trying to do that to put a bit of pressure on so it frees up a lot of the tension from the Tempest Dragon, because now it's back up in 2-1 seconds. This means that the pressure is there into the base. It means they're going to be away from this Tempest Dragon camp, so this may be a bit of a hot contested neutral objective.
This is the first Tempest we've seen today, and it has probably the strongest buff in the game, allowing you to summon. Oh, boards being summoned. Speaking of summons here, as we see a board trap 2-3 there, and a full fight breaks out. Dharma not quite connected to the true pressure. It goes down. Everyone's really low. 1-for-1 on each side here. Even trades are bad for MKOI here, guys. They have minions going into the base. They cannot trade evenly.
Shut down.
They can't trade evenly, but they give it a darnish try, right? I mean, they're able to get the Destructive Deluge that takes down Doxa as well as Solista, but right now, this is showing how detrimental the Dune is into these team fights. He is their spearhead.
Yeah, AYLO trying to close out the game here, getting a little bit greedy maybe. They're all going into enemy base with with relatively low HP here. None of them go down. They have Sanctuary, so maybe they are confident that they can get that refresh here going. And they're trying to take out the Dune. Dune trying their best to go ahead and hold off all these minions, but there's so many minions. It is almost insurmountable. They're going to be able to sneak in and get a few attacks on their Crystal here. Luna gets one attack on Crystal here. You see how much damage that did. One or two more of those and it's game over.
No, for the side of MKOI, that was able to actually basically somehow, by the miracle of the Divine, was able to actually take away and just clear those minions away from it. They had everybody up. That's exactly what they needed. They needed a team effort to defend this base, but right now that means that they need another team effort to try and wipe down these minions as well. At the same time, you can kind of see there's a massive focus here for the Tempest for both of the teams, and the fact that AYLO is struggling to finish this game off with no turrets actually been taken down is definitely a testament to MKOI.
MKOI very tenacious indeed. I have no clue how they cleared all those minions. It looked like it was GG for sure, but they end up clawing it back out. They're starting to push back out the waves, and they're actually going to contest for the Tempest Drake here as a board goes out. Does not quite connect, but that's going to give AYLO all the positioning they need, I think, to go ahead and take this Tempest. And if 3 high ground towers do not end the game for you, the Tempest Drake will be the nail in the coffin.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, there we saw that Lomax's passive actually got taken off there by the Lung's Flaming Palm, so the ability is no more, so we have to be a little bit more careful with this. The Tempest Dragon has been claimed by AYLO Gaming. They have to be careful with this next barrage onto the Crystal, because it's not only the super minions, we're going to have the Tempest Dragon Vanguards as well.
Now, I've also seen teams win from this position, mainly my opposing teams after my team does win solo queue, but it is near insurmountable now as we see upgraded items coming out from each side here. These upgrade items, past 20 minutes, you are allowed to upgrade any items or actives to their super powered versions of it here. As you see, everyone's upgraded up here, and this next fight is going to decide the game. I think MKOI needs to win, no joke, like 2 to 3 back-to-back fights to go ahead and claw themselves out of this hole that they're in.
Yeah, I mean, we're now getting, into the 23-minute mark, and it's been literally 3 minutes since the first Tempest Dragon has been spawned, but it's only just been claimed this time around. But like you were saying there, the empowered abilities, anything that has the active can now be upgraded here as well. So the likes of the Blood Rage as well as the Splendor as also. But there we are, Doxa straight to the back line.
Fight coming off in the clash lane here as minions march down into the base. It's such a fine line. You got to juggle between taking out the minions and taking a fight here. Everyone's dropping really low. I really cannot tell who's winning right now. It looks like 3 go down on the side of MKOI, and that might be GG.
The only problem when you've got the Tempest Dragon Vanguards there at the base, as well as like 3 members of the enemy team. It's going to be hard to defend that Crystal, but that was a definite hard-fought defeat by the side of MKOI. Like, there's definitely nothing to frown about. They definitely took AYLO Gaming the country yard there, so they definitely need to just revise into Game 2 and try and make a little bit more better of a macro play there.
MKOI definitely made him work for it there, taking us to our first Tempest Dragon of today and our longest game today. What, 22, 23 minutes? AYLO Gaming near the end there actually had less gold than MKOI, but you can't buy back towers, man. When you have 3 towers down, it doesn't matter if you have the gold lead. You have to spend 1 or 2 people holding it, and that means you're up 2,000 gold, but you're spending 15,000 gold holding just your base.
You can't buy back turrets, and you can also not kind of get that turret lead unless you wipe out the enemy team and already have a healthy stance into one of these lanes as well, right? Which is what we saw the struggle from MKOI was towards the end there, is that even if they were able to trade very positively in their favor, they just weren't able to actually go any further than the first T1 turrets of the team.
And at the end, I don't think they ended up getting any towers. For being a game where it was 9 towers versus 0, that was surprisingly close, actually. That was a really close no-tower game.
Yeah, I know. It almost feels like a perfect game. Like, if they didn't actually lose any lives onto the side of AYLO Gaming, it would have been very much a perfect victory for them. But to be honest, to 20-24 minutes into a game and not lose a single turret, really beat that. Not a lot of these teams they have done.
Well, they did control a lot of the game. Having to take 23 minutes to do it is not inspiring a lot of confidence. MKOI was able to hold out, even get the gold lead. It's just that they were trapped in their base. AYLO Gaming, one thing I do want to note is their management is excellent. All throughout the beginning of the game, they've managed to push the waves, constantly keeping them on MKOI's side. If MKOI is busy trying to get minions out of their base, they're not attacking your base.
I mean, this is the thing that I was saying earlier about MKOI, right? Is the fact that they were able to get like a few trades here and there. Like the kills were very low in the early part of the game as well. They just weren't actually pushing or prioritizing any kind of macro from the clash lane, which is where Mwachi's meant to be coming into. Like that's his whole MO, and if he's not going to do it, then potentially Leo Lee on this lung. But let's look at the post-game analytics here. Obviously, a lot of gold coming across this one because it was a 23-minute game, and there's going to be a lot of damage across this board as well.
Yeah, this game, if I'm correct, MKOI might be up in kills. The KDAs on both sides look pretty even here, as it was a pretty back and forth game. AYLO ended up in the early, mid to even early late game stages. A lot of their economy from farming instead of kills. So kills wise, everyone's KDAs look pretty good.
I mean, at the point in the game where AYLO Gaming is literally trying to do everything to finish off the game, they're pretty much serving you the kills, right? Like, you are running into their base, just dying, running into their base, hoping to claim their crystal. So towards the end there, they probably get a few kills, like we saw there. They were able to get 2 more kills over the side of AYLO Gaming. But when you're in that position where you are the aggressor, you are definitely probably going to die a lot more, especially with the surmountable defense that MKOI actually did in that game.
Yeah, AYLO making very smart trades. Hey, we may lose 4 people, but one take down 2 of your towers for it, you're going to be stuck in base forever, man. And that's a pretty good trade if you ask me.
That's the whole good thing. That's the good thing about Honor of Kings, right? Is like that's the difference with this one. It's like it's the bread and butter. It's not about the kills. It's what you do with them. If you get a kill and then do nothing with it, if you don't claim any of your enemy's jungle, if you don't get a macro, it then just becomes a kill. Which at the end of the day is great, but you want it to become amazing. You want to actually change the game and the way you've actually functioned within that game one, and that's exactly what AYLO Gaming did in the early game. Not many kills across the board, but they turned it into a few turrets here and there.
Yeah, kills in this game are not actually worth that much gold. They start at, what, 200 gold, right? And to get these 1,000 gold leads, you need to get that kill, go ahead into the enemy jungle, take their farm, push out a wave, and then burn a wave of yours into the enemy tower. And that's how you build up those leads. A wave of farm is basically worth a kill.
Absolutely. Here is the MVP, Mr. Lomax on the Yixing. Not getting a single death as well. That's a 23-minute game and not dying once, Phil. That seems like a bit of a dream. That's the only dream I wish my ranked teammates would have. But 32% of the damage dealt, 15% taken. So again, a very small margin of damage taken compared to what he had dealt in that game. And then 90% of the total gold. The Yixing coming through as a very great, oppressive zoning mage.
And he was not playing timid too. It's easy to not die if you're never in fights, right? But he ended up doing 32% of the team's damage, playing a 23-minute game, never dying here. Extremely impressive.
Oh, very impressive. I mean, the one point where he almost died, that was only to kind of like exhaust the flaming palms from Leo Lee, and then his teammate just went in and
look
collapsed.
At that, look at that.
Yeah, again, there we go.
Yeah. Away there with the flash. And it ends up baiting the long into jumping into that situation too, just to try and get him.
Yeah, actually, it's kind of like a golden carrot being dangled in front of Leo Lee's face. It's like, yeah, come on, you can get it this time. I promise I'm going to give it you. But then ends up not actually getting the golden carrot. Maybe in game 2, he will get the golden carrot Lomax.
Yeah, Yixing played that massively, having all of these, like, escape death or death-defying ability, that passive, having them defy death for 1 second, and then he's picking up a Splendor, and at some point I think he had a Sages too. He had to kill him like 4 different times.
Exactly, yeah, literally. It was all set up here for that one little last push with the Tempest Dragon Vanguards as well there. So there we go. That is AYLO Gaming taking the first win on the board against MKOI. Not the cleanest of wins, obviously, in terms of macro, definitely. But speaking of macro, we're going to take a little micro break here between game 1 and game 2. So go anyway, guys. We'll see you very soon.
kings, it's an honor showtime. We barely found this one, cry pieces you can cheat. First blood, double trouble, then I take a pen, I kill. All you do is wait and look at me stay with the rain. Say. I've treated my soul down. For my pace. We the champions, screaming, I'm invincible. Just let them know, I can show you all the glory I own. To the jungle, find a way to the palace, I'm waiting. Go, live and rock and we go. We the kings, it's an honor showtime.
You've walked through the darkest nights. You've heard.
Welcome back, everybody, to the Honor of Kings Major West League Spring 2025, and we are pretty much at the precipice of this day 2, unless MKOI can come back with a convincing in game 2. I am Blam, and with me, as always, for the whole of day 2 is Phil. How are we feeling about that one?
I think that one was not as decisive as it first started out. MKOI did a great job of stalling out the game and dragging out and making AYLO really work for that win here. If I was AYLO, I would be a bit worried, even though I won, you know? Knowing that and the capability to go ahead and claw that back, I want to finish up this set and send them home already.
Honestly, yeah, I mean, like you were saying there, like, it's such a hard-fought victory for the side of AYLO, but also a hard-fought MKOI. And I've been in that position with the ranked as well, right? Like, just being like, you gave everything. You've given your team the Tempest Dragon, the Vanguards are there, and you're still sort of like wiping off sweat as you're trying to like get this victory on the board. But I can imagine AYLO Gaming are feeling very similar, but very relieved that that game 1 is over. So now they can go back, think about what's actually going to happen here with the global ban pick, because now MKOI doesn't have those 2 vital picks for them that really come back against VP. They don't have the Lady Chen, they don't have the Lung, so they've really got to try and formulate something strong here.
That's definitely one of those games where you gotta get up and walk around afterwards, playing a 23-minute match. Even on the winning side, you were so ahead and you couldn't quite close it out, and the whole time you're thinking, oh my god, am I gonna throw? MKOI thinking like, how do we get out of this situation? We gotta try and claw this one back, and then they play 23 minutes for a loss. It is unfortunate here, but both sides are ready to play, and we're gonna go into game 2 here. MKOI needs to switch it up a little bit here. Even though we said it was close, they never really had a chance to win. It's just they weren't losing.
Yeah, they weren't losing. Yeah, they just kind of like delayed the inevitable in a way, right? But we speak about going for a walk after a ranked game like that. I think I would just be reduced to the fetal position for a very long time and cry myself to sleep till the next morning. But now we're going to get into the BP of game 2 between MKOI and AYLO. MKOI taking the blue side once more.
MKOI seems to favor the blue side here. Let's see who they go ahead and ban out first here. It is the Dolia. They're a big fan of banning out the supports, actually.
I mean, Goose on the Dolia was very strong, right? Like, we saw that he definitely gave a lot of utility over to MKOI in terms of those extra little bits of ultimates, especially the Destructive Deluge and the Infinite Fastness coming from the 2 picks there for Lioli and Kentao. But it looks like they're going to go for the Orgrin first pick here. So Demon Cat on the Orgrin. Is AYLO Gaming going to go for a very high CC orientated team comp, or they're going to go for that damage that we've seen already slice the Orgrin open like butter in the early game?
A lot of times we mentioned the Masashi versus Argrin pick to counter it out, but we have not actually seen it locked in yet today. So maybe this is a chance for AYLO Gaming. But MKOI definitely does not want Lomax on the Gan MO as it gets banned 2 times in a row here. They know something about Lomax's Gan MO, and I kind of want to find out, but they're not letting me.
They know it's strong. They know it's strong. I mean, even though they played, I think it was AYLO, did they play against OG Esports yesterday? They did, yeah, but it was actually a really convincing pick because they had the likes of the Motsu with it as well, so setting on that space with the Cannon Blast. Definitely a very good performance from Lomax onto the Ganon Mo. But now we're actually going to go and see MKOI draft the Liang and draft the Princess Frost because, again, they don't want to give up the Princess Frost to the side of AYLO Gaming because it is a good counter engage to Orgrim with his Path of Passing as well as his Conductor of Souls.
Argrin usually means a more utility mid laner, and that is going to be Princess Frost here. Argrin and his 2 supports kind of now has been locked in for MKOI, and they seem to have a solid game plan. It's interesting you bring up the Motsu because it was pretty prioritized day 1, being picked a few times and banned a few times, but day 2, we have not seen it banned, we've not seen it picked. They forgot about that character, it feels like.
They seem to forgot about the hero, right? Like, he is a great hero that has a great team fight setup. I do think it has actually been banned once or twice a day, but it hasn't been like a prevalent kind of ban in terms of what could have been exchanged for it. But over to the side of AYLO Gaming, they are locking in that Byron. We've seen some great Byron performances today as well, so looking to maintain that is Dockster onto the side of AYLO Gaming, banning out the Lady Sun as well as the Shirt onto the side of MKOI. So again, trying to get rid of as much control as possible.
MKOI putting a lot of respect on Lomax's mid laners here, always focusing down the mid laners and taking away his options here in the draft, where it seems like AYLO is more focused on removing farm lane picks here with 3 marksman's banned.
I mean, it's Leo Lee, right? I mean, he's had some great performances and then not so great performances as well. Definitely more predominantly onto a long pick, so they're trying to sort of make sure they can try and go for him to go for one of the lesser marksmen maybe, but honestly, we've got rid of the D-Ranger, we got rid of the Lady Sun, we've got rid of, obviously you can't pick the Lung, so we could still go for something like the Marco Polo. They've taken the Chano, but it is going to be AYLO onto, not AYLO, sorry, Lomax onto the Nua, which could be just as frightful as the Ganamo as long as they're playing from the front foot.
First time we see Nua today. I personally love watching Nua gameplay. It's so satisfying seeing those boxes click together, and especially piloted by someone like Lomax, who can do all the combos perfectly here. We're going to be able to see some global ultimates come out too, some teleports. Very excited for this match.
Oh, very, very excited, especially that we're going to be seeing Mwaji onto the Dharma as well. Hopefully he gets some major catches here, but it's actually going to be the Monkey coming through. And I feel like this is another pick we haven't seen at all today. This is the potential last match of the day, and we've only got 1 Monkey pick. What is going on with the competitive scene right now? This used to be a staple pick within competitive, especially within Season 3.
The meta is always changing here, ever so changing here. Monkey does not seem like it's as prioritized now that people want to pick up the Dune more. Even though Dune just got nerfed in the jungle in the most recent patch, people still prefer it over the Monkey.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, I probably would have gone for either the Monkey or the Agudo here. We've seen a great Agudo performance as well today. We've actually got a win on the board, so I'm a very happy boy. Day 2 has been full of some great matches and an Agudo win. I think I can sleep happily after this stream as well. But right now, the Monkey can be good for trying to catch out the backline, right? Trying to jump in on top of to either try and like work his way with the Dream Roam around the Winter is Here, or trying to get onto the Marco Polo as well. But most interestingly, if they do end up getting onto the back lane, is Liang going to be there to just suppress the heck out of his Monkey?
Yeah, the Monkey's going to be really tanky. One of those characters that can actually survive the suppression if everyone on the side of MKOI is not ready to burst them down immediately. There's also the idea to go ahead and latch on to follow them through those Dream Roams to keep them topped off and have that passive building up resistances.
It's a good combo to pair it with the Diadea, right? I mean, not only do the Diadea can pair very well with the Monkey, obviously the Destiny Encounter can be a great way to kind of like give a boost to your team in terms of health and also deal damage over to the enemy team as well. So this is going to be MKOI against AYLO Gaming, potentially for the last time today, unless MKOI can come back with a convincing victory here. But looking at their team comp, it looks very solid here.
Yeah, their team comp is very straightforward. I like compositions like this, like as I mentioned in the past. Easy to play, easy to execute on. You just want to get a grab on the Liang, drop a Princess Frost combo on top, and then when everyone's chunked, swoop in with Agron and execute everyone.
Exactly. I mean, it sounds a little bit too good to execute there. I mean, Phil made it like very easy sounding in about maybe like 3 statements. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing, but maybe we'll see into our ranked games even more now. But there we go. AYLO Gaming against MKOI on the Gorge once more. We've seen a little bit more of aggression onto Demon Cat already. Gotta be careful though.
A lot of action early game here as Demon Cat goes ahead and goes for an invade, tries to steal, and ends up getting the steal, it looks like, onto the board. Interesting jungle start here for Agron here as he goes ahead and takes that and then goes back into his jungle.
Again, it's just kind of just getting that extra little bit of resource for himself, right? Like, he's not going to try and go all the way into the enemy jungle. Clearly, it's either Demon Cat not feeling too confident to do that, but getting any little bit of camps in the early game, it just means that the gold is going to go into the favor of MKOI.
These little cheesy invades are really hard to punish if you're not prepared for, as you can see there, as Diadea was the only person there. Even though you see him taking it, you can't do anything about it.
Yeah, literally nothing at all you can do about it. But there we go. That's the fun of the game, right? You got to make sure that you are always prepared into these little interactions within Honor of Kings. But right now, we're kind of seeing that even though they had the little cheeky engage onto the boards and steal it, it's not actually served too well. They're only like about 100 gold ahead, if that now. It's very similar between these two teams. They got to be careful. I think the thing for them to do now is try and focus getting the first blood on the board for MKOI if they definitely want that early gold lead.
It looks like they're going for it here as there's the 3 going into the mid lane here. Tries to get a kill onto the Nua here. Doesn't quite happen. Nua being able to transport between those boxes there is surprisingly mobile, actually.
Oh, very mobile. I mean, she's able to use a teleport as well, so that's another way of kind of like trying to get the enemy team to try and be scared as well, especially if you're playing from ahead of the game, which is always a better position to play the Nua in. But careful here. Oh!
Nua gets caught here, getting boxes. Go ahead and set up a good disengage. Good combo starting off, but early game, not everyone has the damage, the items ready, so you can't quite convert all of that. But it was a great play there. Sets the pace for MKOI here. It seems like they have the tempo advantage in the early game.
Yeah, they're definitely playing a lot more aggressive in the early game, which is definitely what we were lacking against VP, and even in the game 1 against AYLO Gaming. So they've finally listened to us, Phil. They definitely want the aggression in this early game, but we're seeing a bit of a TP here, a bit of a flank from the Nua. Like, hey, could I be coming down? Could I not be?
Oh, Nua goes in and gets caught. They're putting a lot of focus on this Nua, trying to get him behind there. Interesting to note here, that teleport in that bush, if a teleport goes off in the bush, they don't actually get to see it. So if Nua actually finished channeling that, they could have went into there and snuck in there unseen.
They could have, but we see that the combat skill has been exhausted there. So if they have that intel onto the side of MKOI, then this is a prime time to go for the invade.
Yeah, both teams retreat to their own jungle. Seems like you see MKOI group them as 4. They're looking for something here. They've been putting a lot of pressure on Nua here. None of it has worked out, unfortunately. But let's see how they go ahead and do it going forward. They're giving a lot of farm to this Agron here. That's why the Princess Frost pick is so good to Agron, being able to feed him all that farm. And Princess Frost does not need that much gold to be useful.
Even so, though, right? I mean, we can see here that Vermin's actually ahead by is actually in the level 7 compared to Demon Cat right now. So still, and in terms of gold, we see that Vermin, even though he's left alone to farm up, he is still ahead in terms of that jungle rotation.
I think it's because Argrin here used a lot of the time to try and confirm these kills, and none of them worked out. It was like 3 to 4 ganks that didn't work out. And Monkey the whole time was like, okay, I'm gonna just keep farming your failing ganks. Nua told me he's alright, so I'm gonna keep doing my thing.
Exactly, but right now they could be looking for this neutral objective. It looks like it's going to go over to MKOI. So again, some extra damage coming over to the blue side. They got to be careful there. AYLO Vernon trying to get that Azure Golem. It looks like he was able to steal it as well. So again, Orgrin's not going to have that cooldown reduction, and the mana coming through for quite some time now.
Monkey notices that their team is not set up for the Tyrant there and goes ahead for a trade onto the Azure Golem on MKOI's side. Interesting to note that they go for... I've seen a big thing I've noticed with pro play compared to ladder play is...
Aggressive?
Channel behind the enemy tower here. Does he get out? And he gets out too. Wow.
He gets out. I mean, that's the best thing, right? The fact that he's able to get the 70s
Ooh, does he get out? Does he get out? And he gets out.
He does. He uses the Soaring Signal there.
Not only does he get out, he expends a lot of ultimates on MKOI's side as well, too. And we thought he was out of the woods, but he actually was not out of the woods yet. He is now officially out of the woods as he goes Clash Lane.
He's out of the woods and into the base, but nobody is. So somebody else is not out of the woods, and it is definitely Mwaji getting taken down there into the bot side of the map. So now we can see a little bit of a rotation here from Solista going up to the top side of the map to try and get a bit of a push, a bit of a macro play that we know that AYLO Gaming love to do.
That must have been a bit of a frustrating encounter there for MKoy, letting him get away with just a sliver and then actually losing one of your members too on top of it.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. I mean, you definitely thought you were going to get the kill on Tachano, and then all of a sudden it's just a turnaround for the enemy team. It's kind of very frustrating, but you've got to make sure that MKoy is just keeping a cool head, right? They can't lose their tilt at this point.
Yep, as we see another Azure Golem come up, this time Agron's here on time, making sure that Monkey does not, as Monkey gets suppressed down by Liang and executed before we can even move. I think Argon's actually a really good matchup into Monkey, as Monkey is one of those characters that as the fight goes on, he gets more and more durable, but the ability for Argon to just end the fight immediately with that execute once you get to a certain threshold doesn't give him those comebacks that Monkey's really known for, staying on 1 HP, refreshing the shield, you know, and constantly fighting.
Yeah, I think the slowdown as well, we can see the Ominous Premonition being built as well, is going to be a bit more difficult for Vermin to get out of those team fights. Like, yes, the Dream Roam is going to get there, but he's going to get met with those basic attacks, and obviously with the use of the path of passing, it's going to be easy to kind of just track down and stay on top of the Monkey, even though they use the Dream Roam.
Yep, and we have some time here. I would like to brush up on the point I mentioned. We've seen a lot of normal ladder play that people, when the Tyrant goes down, they usually trade for the Overlord. But we notice here that Yang comes in with the ultimate, and it gets stopped, cleansed instantly. As another fight breaks out, they don't want me to finish my point here, as Yang actually gets finished up. He gets his ultimate off, but he instantly canceled. I don't know if he moved or something disrupted him there, but there was an ultimate that was actually down onto the Byron.
I mean, it could have been Nua's first ability, right? Like, just pushing the box, but here comes Viva Barrage, actually doing a lot of damage on Tachano.
Ooh, Marco goes down there, and it is that... Oh, I thought Argon was going to go in and try and finish off two more. They're so low here. That must have been juicy for Argon, but a lot of discipline from Demon Cat here. Opting to come back. My jungle's up. I'm going to go ahead and clear my blue buffs up. I don't want a chance for this to get stolen.
He's living to play for another day, right? He's not going to go in and just kind of be like, hey, I tried, guys. There was 2 kills there, but I just couldn't quite make the quota. So he's just like saying, I'm going to farm up. I'm going to wait till the sun shines once more and I make more hay next time around. But this time, we can kind of see here for AYLO Gaming, they are struggling to get the gold lead this far. It's only 2k until now, which, again, is just one team fight. And MKoy having a little bit more access to the enemy jungle could be a little bit troublesome for them here, but I feel like they are still lacking in terms of the macro for the side of MKoy.
Yeah, MKoy, one of those teams that feels like they always need to play from ahead. So when they're behind, like I saw last game, they can't really break out of their base. Macro-wise, this game too, it's going the same pace here. It's a little bit slower, but they still have no towers. And AYLO is doing a great job managing the waves. As we see another ultimate come down onto the Diadea this time. Diadea goes down. They're doing a good job of feeding kills into Demon Cat here, coming by and finishing up the target that Liang goes out and suppresses as they make a play for the Tyrant now.
Make a play for the Tyrant. I mean, big neutral objective here for the set of either AYLO Gaming or the side of MKoy. They weren't quite able to steal it there, so that's going to be a lot of damage coming over to Chano. And I feel like Solista's having a decent game on the Chano this time around, trying to emulate Prince. Prince played it very well against him, right?
Yeah, and AYLO, even though they were down a player, actually took positioning and was very confident in getting the Tyrant there. Maybe they're a little bit more emboldened that they see that the ultimates went down on the side of MKoy. The Monkey knows he's not going to get suppressed down as it was already used on the Diadea. And another ultimate comes out, ultimate with the Princess Frost combo, as I mentioned there. There we go.
Yeah, even though there was quite a few ultimates he'd expended there, but yeah. There was a lot of kills, a lot of ultimates left over there to just take Vermin down, but he has been very tenacious in this game, right? Like, he's definitely always been at the front of the team fights. He has died twice, but Demon Cat actually going on a little bit of a no-death run this far into the game, 4 kills to nothing, and he's already built the Eye of Phoenix, Ominous Premonition, not quite got the Giant's Grip just yet. Demon
Cat, he's primed to pop off in these team fights now. He has a durability, he has a setup from his team. This is one of the few times I think we've seen today that the Argon is really working out. His band of supports is helping him get him ahead. He's 4-0. He's at the level where he could frontline and take down these people and not have to worry about taking out early.
It's because he's gave the early game aggression as well, right? Like he's put the pressure onto the enemy team. He hasn't kind of played safe into his own jungle, waiting for Vernon to kind of like overstep and punish him. He's been there to kind of make the punishment. He's trying to basically drive the boat into success.
Yeah, like I mentioned in the draft, their game plan is really simple, and they've been executing on it every time. Every time Liang goes ahead and ults down, they follow up, and throughout the game, there's been 4 ults so far. And Truth Launcher onto 3 here in the wall. Oh, he does go down for it, but that looks really juicy as Demon Cat comes in and cleans up all these softened up AYLO players here.
Killing spree.
And Marco goes down over the Channel is taking a lot of kills too. This game is going to be Channel versus Argrin, it seems like.
Yeah, I mean, Solista is definitely setting himself up for a really good game here. I mean, he's got the enemy's Crimson Golem as well, so the extra damage coming over from the Chano is going to be pretty huge here as well. This encounter just kind of trying to thicken up the side of AYLO Gaming as they're trying to go for this T1 into the mid lane, but we do see the Orgrin, Demon Cat, and Kento are just trying to keep it off there, but the Winters here is actually going to deter them away from it.
Nua using that teleport to constantly scout, get vision, and bait abilities from the side of MKoy. And see there, I don't think I've seen Nua actually take that ability once outside of coming out of base. So just using it as a really long-range vision tool, making sure that they always know what's going on around the map.
I mean, it's also like a scarce tactic as well, right? Like, is you going to drop? Should we actually all come around here, guys? Should we all ping here and then completely divert the direction somewhere else? But right now, AYLO Gaming is up by around about 3k gold, so they definitely need to just make sure they just prioritize the macro play here, because still, once more, it's definitely one of the weaker points for MKoy this fight.
This Marco Polo is interesting to note. He's 0-3. But he's only down 300 gold to the Channel, so he's been farming on the side. He's not getting much kills, but he's just as powerful as the Channel that was set up to do very well this game. As we see a fight come out here, Dream Roam goes in, and Agrin getting brought really, really low. Does he go down? He stays on for so long, but he's alone. He's forced to fight like 4 or 5 people alone. You're strong, but you can only hold off 4 people for so long.
With the Demon Cat down on this Orgrin, the front line takes a massive battering here for the side of MKoy, so they've really got to try and figure out what they're going to do here. Are they going to try and just defend this mid lane and try and dish out as much damage as possible? We see that Goose actually doesn't have his ultimate just yet, so he can't really suppress anybody. And at the same time, we do have the frigid charge onto the Marco Polo, so in terms of trying to get that stun onto one of the side of AYLO Gaming, could be their way into a good team fight.
MKoy's been playing around the Argrin the entire game, but AYLO ends up finding a moment where he was alone and catches them out and gives him a great beating there, as now the gold is up 3, almost 4,000 gold on the side of AYLO. And we've seen MKoy always struggle when they're behind. Once these waves are pushing in, they struggle to really clear them. This game, it seems like it's a little bit more even. They're doing a better job of clearing out the waves. They actually have taken a tower here. They're still down some towers, but definitely fighting a lot stronger than game 1 now.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, if they ever were to get back to the point where they were in game 1 and tried to push all the way into one of the turrets, they still have those T1s taken down into the side lane. So there is a bit of pressure onto the side of AYLO Gaming. They've got to just try and capitalize on that.
A lot of these traps are actually pre-set up in the mid lane by Channel. I'm interested to see if they actually end up choosing a fight around here, because if they do, Channel will be very strong, be able to summon maximum amount of wolves. It seems like they are going ahead and trading objectives again, as MKoy is positioned more around the Overlord, and AYLO is more focused on setting up ambushes around the Tyrant.
I mean, the Overlord would be very grateful for the side of AYLO Gaming, right? Like, they definitely want to try and go for it, get a little bit more push into this mid lane, put a bit more pressure on, but at the same time, that extra damage going up with Chano, on Solista on the Chano could be great here. I mean, he's already been a little bit of a mayhem and a bit of a menace in this game, so I feel like giving over that extra damage to Chano is going to be crucial here, especially for this next team fight.
As both these objectives get traded over in the top lane, we see MKoy try to make a play, and a play is made here too, as Liang goes ahead and grabs someone. Every time Liang grabs someone, someone goes down. That pick is so consistent.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, another big fight coming out here, and Agrin is in the middle of the fight, gets the ultimate down on 2, gets to execute, and these are the fights it needs. Everyone's softened up, it's able to claim those executes.
Yeah, for now, I mean, they're just walking away with that 2-0 trade, which is the best probably MKoy could do at that point, because at the same time, AYLO was just trying to kind of bait them into it, maybe try and prolong the team fight where they can try and get a few more pickoffs here. But the fact that Liang doesn't have the suppression, I feel like this is the optimum time for AYLO Gaming to try and strike, because, again, there's no way to shut them down other than the Winters here, which is still up on cooldown.
it feels like the Liang, every time he has ultimate, the side of MKOI has a kill. But even despite that, they're still up a lot of gold. So they've been playing around it well, even having to sacrifice someone, it feels like every 30 seconds.
Yeah, it seems that way, right? Every time there's a pressure up, he's like, hey, we got to go for something here.
And here we go. Argon here goes into the enemy jungle, tries to get something. Not much happens. They do sneak the Clash Lane tower there during that. Seems like a bit of a distraction was done by Argon here as they are taking more towers now and trying to shore up their tower disadvantage.
Yeah, it was definitely the play that was going for, right? But they've got to be careful of Vermin, though, down to the bottom side of the map. He is definitely nursing those minions into the bottom side of the farm lane higher ground turret, but they're able to take the T1 into the mid lane as well for the side of MKOI, so that is a huge step for them. Like I was saying earlier, the macro wasn't right, but they definitely listened. They definitely turning this around into a better macro game than game one.
AYLO doing a great job with the waves, some of the most impressive wave management I've seen yet today, and there's always something happening, you know? They pressure the top side of the map for AYLO, they go ahead and get a wave push in bottom, force someone to go ahead and retreat back. Now they have the tempo advantage, and they're trying to make a play here as they have all the members, and someone on MKOI is forced to clear that wave.
Yeah, a little bit of housekeeping has to be done by the side of MKOI, but I don't think it's going to be too much of a detriment to them because obviously they are trying to just negate the lead that AYLO Gaming have in these lanes.
The NUA here, all game we've seen play relatively passive. They have a solid amount of items now. If they set up some combos, they will be one-shotting some people, but they've just been stuck mainly clearing waves. Let's see another fight coming out. Marco Polo comes in with the ultimate, drops, dukes it really low, and he goes in and gets executed. Uh-oh, everyone's getting softened up for the aggregate as he executes two, it looks like, and it is a 2 for 3. Oh, it's not over yet. Double kill for Channel. 3 for 3, still really even.
Very even, but I mean, they've lost Vermin here, so again, there goes the jungle, down goes Chano as well, so I think it's a good trade, the fact that he was able to take a Leo Lee off the board as well, but now they still have that driving force that is the Organ, right? So they're just going to be now left in Demon Cat and Mwaji just able to farm up and get some more itemizations. We see the Demon's Bane come through there from Mwaji as well, so again, the magical defense from this item is definitely well received, especially from a Lomax as well, because like you were saying, NUA has been playing very passively, but it's because of the Liang, right? Like Goose is gunning for this Lomax. He wants that off the board because again, it can just give so much control over to the side of AYLO Gaming.
Yeah, MKOI has officially caught up in gold here, and if I was AYLO Gaming, I'd be a little bit worried. This game is looking a little bit like game one, where MKOI stalled out from a bad early game, but this time they're not trapped in base.
Not trapped in base. We did see an Annihilation come through there, just trying to get the steal onto that neutral objective, but it isn't going to be enough.
Ooh, Truth Mantra comes out, they go for a catch. And they do catch the Deity here, Marco Polo and the Dharma, expending a strong ultimate for that, but I don't think anything's going to happen for a while, so that's just a free catch. MKOI's doing a great job this game, just getting picks. They've been getting picks consistently like every minute, it feels like. As we see another ultimate come onto the Byron. Byron does pop the ultimate and is forced to run away. That one does not convert into a kill this time. It seems like every other one has.
Yeah, I mean, it's something, right? It's something to get Doxa out of the team fight, so it means that they're able to try and get a bit more pressure into these lanes, trying to open up that TU2 into the mid lane. So all these things definitely have a bit of a consequence onto the side of AYLO Gaming. It might actually not translate into something like instantly, but they've got something in mind, which is that T2.
Not only have they caught up, MKOI is officially in the lead. This is looking bad for AYLO here. It might be another long game, another Tempest Dragon. But this time, as we seen last game, MKOI was actually winning late game team fights. The problem is, like I mentioned, they just couldn't leave their base. This time they have all their high ground towers. They are free to win a fight and then push towards a game here. So if I was AYLO, I'd be really, really worried right now.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, the Liang's definitely got them caught on their toes, right? They're just literally thinking constantly, like, do we go in? Shall I commit? Shall I try and expand the suppression here? But right now, Demon Cat took a bit of a beating there, and a lot of damage coming from Lomax right now.
MKOI has been losing their side lane towers, but they actually still have their mid-tier 1 tower, which is very impressive here, and that holds off that push as AYLO still focused on side lane here, going up with the enhanced Overlord Dragon here, and it looks like MKOI is doing a good job of keeping them out of base.
Look, that's their main priority, right? It's just making sure that the Vanguard doesn't actually get anywhere near that turret to do a lot of damage. And we saw there from Doxa, he was just there kind of freezing the minion wave, so he wasn't able to actually reach and block this minion wave into the mid lane, which really just opened up AYLO to get that T1 into the mid lane. So very well played there with the micromanagement.
Yeah, they know how bad it is to lose the high ground. So it's all hands on deck when everyone's up to the base here, and they did a great job of defending. They're reacting a lot quicker this game. And we see Storm, we see the Tempest Dragon come up, and this is usually the decider of the game here. Another really long game. Let's see who goes ahead and takes it here. Everyone's full build. At the 2 mark, you're allowed to upgrade your active items to their pure form. And here we go. Argon picks up the, I think it's a Phantom Rage now, and we see a fight break out. Monkey jumps in, super tanky here with the Sage Sanctuary, gets suppressed down. Does he go down? Gets executed, but he's not quite down yet. Yang goes in and dies for that. No suppression now on the side of MKOI, and Iron is the only person that went down. It's a 1-for-1 trade. Let's see what's going on, but Argon is really, really low.
2-1 trade there. I mean, Leo Lee was able to get, no, Solicity was able to get the kill on Leo Lee there, so
yeah, he died right at the
great
end.
amount of damage.
Emoji looking for a game-changing play with the Truth Marcher. I don't know if he still has it. Gets Nua down to 1, then the Splenda comes in and baits him. Oh, that is tragic for the side of MKOI. They only have 2 people left. It's 2 of their strongest members, but they're not able to get Tempest right now.
Yeah, the minion wave down into the bot side of the map really put pressure on there to the side of MKOI. Like, there was like, do we try and contest the Tempest Dragon, or do we try and stop this minion wave? And because they hesitated so much, they actually lost both of the objectives, which is crucial going into this 21-minute mark.
And it all comes from losing fight as well, too. Losing that fight. I didn't even notice when Marco Polo got picked off. I thought it was a 1-for-1, but ended up getting picked off. Losing a lot of firepower on the side of MKOI. And Monkey getting suppressed by the Liang, but popping the Sage is coming back to life. After Marco Polo dies, there's no one to take him out anymore.
Yeah. I think that's one of the great things about Sage Sanctuary, right? Like, you're able to kind of force a lot of skills out, and you kind of, if you could time it correctly, and if it wasn't under such pressure, then you probably have a bit of a workaround for it. But it kind of forces you to actually just use as many things to just burn the Sage Sanctuary down to hope that you can actually do a little bit more damage. But the T2 down does fall into the mid lane, as well as the approach into the farm lane with the Tempest Vanguard.
Yeah, the Tempest Vanguards, if you see here, their attack actually stops the tower. It makes it that you can just fight in the enemy base if you want here. It looks like AYLO is going ahead and taking it slow, though, even though they had the opportunity, but just these towers are slowly going to get worked down. Look at the damage from the auto attack of the Tempest Dragon. And the Truth Marker comes out 2 into the wall. This could be what MKOI needs to break themselves out of base. 2 execute. Destiny goes ahead and stops one as long as possible.
Dreamroll into the Annihilation. Oh, baby!
Monkey still has Destiny, though, and they are keeping the pressure on. Like I said, they can't just win the fight. They need to win it decidingly, because if they trade, these dragons are going to take out the base of MKOI.
Yeah, the disruption from these Vanguards are definitely very OP coming through into this one. It is the late game finisher, right? This is meant to be the end game mechanic of Honor of Kings. It's like, when these games go too long, this is why the Tempest Vanguards are just such a great pushing siege mechanic, right? The disruption onto the turrets means that you aren't getting battered by those ballasts from the turrets.
This is feeling like a bitter history lesson here for MKOI, as we are once again down all of our high ground towers and the Tempest here. It's going to be really hard to break out of this one once again here. This breaks the record from last game for longest game of the day. This is now a 23-minute plus game.
I think we carefully. I mean,
they try to get a catch onto the Monkey, and Monkey does get caught. Flash ultimate from Liang, it looked like, to catch him there, and that's a big member of AYLO Gaming going down. Once again, though, they're stuck in their base. I don't think that's good. That's what they need right now, but it's gonna buy them another minute or 2, maybe.
Yeah, they're stuck in the base, but at the same time, they're able to take down Vermin, right? So again, that's a big, solid front line for the side of AYLO Gaming. But the one thing we have to as well is the fact that MKOI are definitely in a much healthier position than they were in the last game.
I don't know, actually. I don't know. It seems pretty similar from my point of view here. All the towers are down. Another Tempest is coming up. They have a chance to maybe contest this Tempest while Monkey is dead, but look at Argon. He's stuck doing housekeeping. Everyone's doing housekeeping.
They have turrets this time. You know, that's the vital thing. Like, if they're able to actually get a good team fight here, which without Vermin, but it's now back up, could have been a case, but now they kind of like had to do too much housekeeping, like you were saying. They had to clear the minion waves, so again, they're having to proc all these, walking through the brush just to try and like get rid of all these spirit wolf traps, right? There's the Splinter coming through. Is it going to be enough to save Lomax?
NÜYA goes in with teleport, full combos and timing, and chunks all of them here. It is 1 for 2 on each side here. But again, MKOI
is
great job in
finish it?
fights.
Oh,
It looks like Dharma might finish the game here. Yeah.
Unfortunate,
That's the problem.
unfortunate side of MKOI. They definitely tried to fight tooth and nail towards the end there, but man, they AYLO Gaming, even though it wasn't like a clean victory, it was definitely like the closest series there has been today.
Definitely a very interesting dynamic. I noticed these teams, MKOI, while they have not picked up a win yet, they're some of the best team fighters. In all the games, even the games they lose, they actually win fights. But their macro is where they actually go ahead and hemorrhage those advantages here. And AYLO's the opposite. I feel like they might not be as strong in the team fights, you know? They're going even with teams that is down a lot of gold to them. But their macro is so amazing, and they're able to get the enemy in a position where it doesn't matter if you win a team fight on us. We'll slowly drown you guys out with minions.
Yeah, I mean, a little bit of a macro masterclass there for the side of MKOI, because, like, obviously they definitely suffered from the lack of macro in the game 1, and then in game 2, they definitely made a bit of an improvement, right? So they're definitely, as they go through the West League, they're picking up little bits of information from these well-established teams that are going to make them greater as they go along. I mean, hopefully they can learn very much more quickly within the next 2 days, because after that point, they'll have a little bit of a break. They'll have to kind of take a little bit of a breather, maybe try and get some scrims with some of these more established teams, trying to learn a little bit more, adapt a little bit more quicker, because obviously the knockout, the survival stage will be the next thing that comes up for them, right? But KOI definitely adapted within that series, and that kind of shows you that these players, it really means something to them, right? Like the fact that they want to adapt so quickly rather than just like throw their hands up in the air and be like, right guys, no, we can't do this anymore. Just fight right until the bitter end.
Game 1 to game 2, a massive improvement in how they managed the wave. Where they lost was not actually fights. It's about where the waves were and clearing the waves. They improved upon it a lot, and that was just in 1 game. And as we are concluded for today, as we finished our 4 matches here, going forward, there's a lot more matches. And if that's something to learn from 1 game, 1 day, 2 days, we should see MKOI size up and be able to shore up their weaknesses going forward.
Absolutely, yeah. They definitely want to be sharpening up the blades and sharpening up their knowledge with their macro, right? And like you were saying there, Phil, the fact that I was able to do it within the series is a good sign of a great team. But at the same time, they have 2 very tough lessons tomorrow, which is Twisted Minds and OG Esports. They've really got to pull the cat out of the bag to try and topple these ones. But less about tomorrow. We are still in today, and it looks like we're going to be looking at the post-game analytics here. But at all that gold, once more, we went past the 23-minute mark. They have stunks in the bank. It was all just down to how they coordinated these team fights.
Yeah, everyone getting those upgraded active items here. Important thing to note, channel 10-6 stat line, but the entire game, Luli was actually matching him in gold with a much more tarnished stat line, I would like to say. He's 2-7 here, but if we see at the end here, he was matching his gold the entire game, and near the end here is only down 400 on the losing team.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look at this. Lomax with the 253,000 damage. That is crazy, but that is to be expected from a pick like the NÜYA, right? Like, honestly, all it gives this pick a lot of jip, but I love the NÜYA pick. Yes, it's hard to play from behind, but when you get into the nitty-gritty of this pick, the amount of damage this mage can do in the mid lane is huge.
Yeah, MKOI put a lot of pressure on NÜYA early game, and it actually staved off like 3 to 4 ganks in a row, which is extremely impressive. Allowed him to scale up, and NÜYA in these fights just fires ultimates, and when everyone's grouping up trying to get objectives, you just get blasted by a NÜYA ultimate. 3 of you guys just get chunked, you know, before you even know it, and that's how NÜYA racks up that crazy damage. That 253, I think that's a record for today.
I think it is the highest for today, but I mean, it was, well, past a 23-minute game, so I expect those kind of numbers to be coming through. Not like your 65Ks and your 73Ks that we've been seeing all day, but yeah, that annihilation, definitely a little bit of a sweet for the side of AYLO Gaming. Definitely was able to put a lot of pressure from a very safe distance for Lomax, but you could honestly see how much of a threat Lomax was to the enemy team. The amount of times Goose had to use the suppression onto Lomax was crazy.
And on top of that, even before the game in the draft, they ban out 3 mid laners, you know? So the then Lomax there. Interesting to note that AYLO had so much objective control. We see a lot of NÜYAs use their ultimate to secure objectives or try and steal it, but they allowed to use his to go ahead and fire down, shoot down these poke on the enemy and deal damage instead of worry about securing.
Yeah, but it was actually Doxa that's going to get the MVP this time around. I feel like that was like the final push was really the thing that got him the MVP. Because this probably could have been still going, Phil, if it wasn't for the decisiveness of Doxa to go down into that bot side of the map with those fastly approaching minions and just like, you know what, I'm going to try this, guys, just bear with me. And we did it. They did it. It was all down to Doxa towards the end here, which we're going to see in these highlights, but he did actually play a really Byron for the majority of the match. Yes, he died 5 times, but what they got from those deaths was definitely much more of a positive spin on things.
He came in at the right time there, and Byron, one of those characters that scale really well, those enhanced active items here. I think it's called Sky Dome here, allowing him to transpose the wall and go ahead and jump over multiple times and impact the fight. Here's the second Tempest here. Look at the damage from Lomax. Comes in, blasts Liang, and then goes into Splendor, and they can't even react to it.
Yeah, I mean, you can see here Doxa getting his MVP moment, right? Just approaching down into the farm lane. They're just like, hey, guys, just keep him there. Just keep him locked into the team fight, and I will do this with the minions. And that's exactly what he did. The Light and Mantras tried to come through and deal too much damage onto the side of Doxa, but it just wasn't enough for the side of MKOI. So they have to rinse and repeat and do this again tomorrow with some really serious contenders.
For sure. Byron, one of the hardest hitting characters when it comes to structures. Being able to use that skill 2 with the Frost score. He's probably hitting half health on the Crystal at 24 minutes, you know, every single time. Dharma trying his best to try and push him into the wall and get him off of it. But it's too little too late. All the minions, you know, flooded the base there. And again, the problem with losing 3 high grounds, man.
It was the 6th player on the side of AYLO Gaming. It was the minions that really got that one to the ends. And if it wasn't for those and those empowered minions, thanks to the high ground turret takedowns much earlier on within those matches compared to the likes of AYLO Gaming, MKOI Gaming, sorry, definitely made the difference there. So macro in the early on definitely was the key for AYLO Gaming, and definitely the advantage that they had in those series.
4 very exciting series today, but that is going to go ahead and conclude day 2 here. We're going to come back in with the recaps soon and give you guys a little preview of what's happening tomorrow.
Yeah, I mean, there is some banger matches coming on tomorrow. I mean, you and Rafa are in for a treat, right? Like, today's been great. Day 1 was even good as well. Like, to be honest, there's not been a day where it's kind of just been like, the matches could have been a little bit better. Whereas yesterday, bangers, a great way to set up the West League. Today, again, some phenomenal try and like bittersweet comebacks for like the for Virtus.pro. We tried to see MKOI try and get a victory over AYLO Gaming, but still failing to get a series overall. And then we even had like clear like stomps from OG Esports onto next RÜYA, which was a little bit unfair in that game 1, but definitely next RÜYA was like, hey, we've got a little bit of potential here. We've got some triple kills onto OG Esports, probably more than other teams have probably been able to do so far within the West League. So we've still got some more of that same kind of narrative, same kind of gameplay happening tomorrow as well.
I think as the West League goes ahead and progresses, we're going to see these teams close that gap. We're still really early in the West League now. No one really knows what each other's going to do. Now they have more time to practice, study the matches, go ahead and go back and watch those replays, see what they can do better. And they have great practice, you know, against some best teams in the world here. So very excited to see how it goes down in the future too.
Exactly, absolutely. I mean, it'd be nice to see the current standings for today, see how these teams are actually faring within the West League for now, see who's at the top of the leaderboard, see who is unfortunately at the bottom. But I think after today, I think MKOI will definitely be towards the bottom side of the standings this time around. Here is today's matches for those that weren't able to kind of stick around for the entirety of the stream and the cast, but it's been a heck of a day. We've had a total of what? 9 games in total, some of them being very quick, others being an absolute tooth and nail battle between some of these Western leagues.
Yeah, very night and day today. You know, we had some of the longest games, some of the shortest games, some of the closest games, some of the stompiest games, a little bit of everything, a little bit for everyone, whatever you guys want to see. We saw some interesting picks come out too. I think most of it was stuff we expected, but every now and then there was like the Han Shin that came out, and as we get through this group stage here, hopefully we see more and more of those spicy picks.
Yeah, here is the ranking so far within the week. Obviously, OG at the top with the 6 games in the bag, 3 series in the bag. Twisted Minds at second, and then NCG actually at third there. Will they ever be beaten from the third spot? If not, they go through to Group S, but there is still 2 days. This could be a table that gets completely shaken up here.
MCoy here representing NA. Unfortunately, could not get a win on the board there. We were all cheering for them, but they still have time to go ahead and get some matches done. They did take 1 game, so it's not like, you know, they got a goose egg. They got 1 win. And the games they lost, like I mentioned, were really close. Once they shore up that early to mid-game macro and focus more on their strengths, like the fighting aspect of the game, I think they'll definitely do really well.
And these are the matches up for tomorrow. We have OG opening up once more against NZG, Twisted Minds against MCoy, NRX against VP, and then MCoy once more against OG. So split across that one is MCoy going to be the last match of the day, just like today, but going against OG, which is going to be a little bit of a trip for them. But that is it for today, guys. I hope you have enjoyed the cast. Obviously, Phil being very new here, he's been great on the broadcast, and definitely being back tomorrow with Rafa. So again, another bit of new blood coming onto the Talon board. I'll be having a little bit of a break, get to have a bit more rest, resume my schedule. But this is it for us, guys. I hope you have a fantastic day tomorrow. Enjoy the broadcast, enjoy the games, and make sure to play Honor of Kings. Take it easy now.
Thank you guys all for watching and supporting. Blam as well for helping me out as goes, carrying me in art of casting. All right, one of these days I gotta help him out in game and carry him in the game. But thank you guys all for tuning in and sticking by us, even through some difficulties. You know, we powered through and try to put on the best production possible. Make sure to check out Blam at Blam MOBA, and check out me at Yunus Live here on YouTube. And I'll see you guys same time here tomorrow, as I'll be casting with Rafa.
Strangers to the fallout, it's what got us here. Ever changing, some chameleon, blood, sweat, and tears. We'll never make it if we fall to everything that brings down. With a comeback is now. Sweat and tears, fight for what we want. Doesn't matter the cost. Every day, put in work. Sweat and tears, nothing comes overnight. Strength in numbers start to line. We don't bow to fear. Blood, sweat, and tears.